Spirit well objects were quite miraculous. They would naturally be pursued by all cultivators who pursued the heavenly Tao to even the point of madness. Whenever a spirit well object appeared in the cultivation world, it would cause a storm of blood at that location. In the present cultivation world of the state of Yu, the 7 great sects had already acquired a few spirit well objects. But if a small clan or sect were to acquire these treasures, they'd only be inviting a calamity upon themselves. Yellow Maple Valley had a spirit well stone, 3 spirit springs, and several other spirit well objects, all of which were bluntly distributed among the core formation experts and higher. Even the great sect Master Zhang was unable to possess one. Naturally, the great nascent soul martial ancestor possessed a great number of them. Han Li absolutely didn't expect with just a common twin pupil mouse he would have been able to find a nearby spirit well object so easily within the span of a day. Although this spirit spring was the lowest among spirit well objects, the spring's mouth was pathetically small, and its efficacy was probably limited. A spirit well object was still a spirit well object. At the very least, he would cultivate faster than those at common spirit well locations. So long as it sped up his cultivation even the slightest, it was still good. However, even though he was surprised and extremely happy, Han Li still felt a bit puzzled. Weren't spirit well objects only able to take shape within areas with the densest spiritual qi? The spiritual qi at this mountain peak wasn't particularly thick, so how was it able to form? Even so, since the heaven had dropped him such a great meat pie, Han Li would not let it go. Although a spirit well spring was able to be moved, only a core formation expert would have the means to do so. Anybody on a lower stage of cultivation would not yet have the ability to do so, let alone Han Li. Since he couldn't move it, he decided to establish his Immortal's cave at this location. Thus he planned to make the Spirit Spring cave into his own secret training room and keep it well concealed. Han Li immediately chopped open a passage and carried out an expansion. With one hand waving the silver sword and the other controlling several gold blades, Han Li undertook the great task of establishing his Immortal's cave. Meanwhile, the twin pupil mouse had plunged itself into the spirit spring and was unwilling to come out. The sounds of its snores could be heard afterwards. Relying on the silver sword's sharpness and the quantity of golden blades, Han Li labored for half a day, creating a somewhat large premature layout for his Immortal's cave. He carved out 13 rooms of various sizes and 3 halls 1/6 of an acre large. Although the cave walls of his rooms were still very coarse, not having undergone any meticulous work, at the very least it could be considered a home. This caused Han Li to let out a breath and relax. He now suddenly recalled the twin pupil mouse and hastily took advantage of this moment to return to the spirit spring. He picked up the still sleeping small mouse by the nape and flew off a few hundred kilometers before dropping it off, letting it return to Qilin Pavilion by itself. For the time being, Han Li's Immortal's cave had only one exit. That was why after he returned, he immediately took out several tens of low-grade spirit stones and the 5 small flags, setting up the small-scale trace bewildering formation in accordance to the jade slip and completely concealing the exit with the formation spell. Thus, if someone were to look from the outside, they would see an intact mountain wall. They would essentially be unable to see the cave opening. After finishing the most basic defenses, Han Li used the silver sword to carve out a simple stone bed. Then he hurriedly lied down, falling asleep. He was truly tired. For the next several days, Han Li was busy without end. He found an area of flat earth near his concealed Immortal's cave and planted a few spiritual medicine seeds. Among these seeds were a few common medicine seeds from the mortal world as well as rare seeds he had gathered from 100 Medicine Garden after spending several years there. This place was on the verge of becoming Han Li's personal medicine garden, where future spiritual medicine seedlings would sprout and flower. In the time he had left over, Han Li looked for few solid slabs of bluestones on the mountain, cutting them off and sculpting them into stone tables, desks, and other tools. He then placed a set in each of the rooms. Finally, he meticulously cut smooth the walls and embedded them with a few moonlight stones, causing the inside of the cave to be as bright as day. Han Li's Immortal's cave was finally established. Even so, it was clear that the defenses of this Immortal's cave could be easily be destroyed with a single blow. It was truly incapable of allowing Han Li to cultivate with an easy heart. According to his thoughts, he would need a similar comprehensive restriction spell as the one protecting 100 Medicine Garden at the very least. Otherwise, if an enemy were to invade as he was cultivating, the consequences would be more than terrible. Han Li was an amateur at formation spells. He fundamentally couldn't arrange even the most basic of formation spells, let alone the more difficult restriction spells. However, he also didn't plan on learning. It should be known that the Tao of formation spells were as vast as the sea. If he were to learn it half-heartedly, he wouldn't have any small success even with 10 or 20 years. He absolutely couldn't let it interfere with his cultivation in the slightest, since any wasted time was an intolerable loss. This world may have a genius that could gain profound insight into formation spells without hindering their cultivation rate, even to the point where such a monstrous cultivation genius could manipulate the Tao of formation spells. But Han Li clearly knew that he absolutely wasn't such a person. For him, if he were even the least bit distracted in that field, then even his slightest hopes of entering core formation would be obliterated forever. But fortunately, this world still had formation flags, formation plates, and other magic tools capable of easily putting down a formation. Although by using such, one generally wouldn't be able to put down ferocious, large-scale formation spells, Han Li currently only wanted a standard formation spell to defend his Immortal's cave so he that could feel mostly at ease. Besides, if it truly wasn't possible, he would just set several enshrouding formation spells instead. He would make up for the deficiency in defense through quantity. Han Li planned to go to the Heavenly Star Sex Market City. They were certain to have restrictive-type magic tools there. Thus in the days ahead, after Han Li's several medicinal plants budded, he immediately used the green liquid to expedite their maturation. He planned to use 1,000-year-old medicine ingredients to exchange for the necessary items at the Heavenly Star Sex Market City. This time, he would only reveal 1,000-year-old herb to avoid having others provoke or suspect him, thereby preventing unnecessary troubles. After a short 2 months, Han Li matured his medicinal herb by 1,000 years. Then he flew northward with the medicine herb along with some other items he wished to exchange, such as the materials from the inky flood dragon, the hard shell of the centipede, as well as other rare materials. If the price was suitable, be it spirit stones or magic tools, he wouldn't mind exchanging them. In any case, he also wouldn't half-heartedly learn how to refine magic tools. As Han Li flew, he wore a cloak to guard against anything unexpected. With Han Li's greatly increased magic power, he was able to cover over 50 kilometers in less than half a day. Entering the state of Yuanwu, Han Li looked from east to west from up above. He did this not only to look for the Heavenly Star Sex Market City, but also because he felt rather curious about the state of Yuanwu. But after looking at the scenery, it didn't seem any different from the state of Yu. The state of Yuanwu and the state of Yu were similar. They were both medium-sized nations nearby one another. Although these two nations were only a third of the size of the great states of Tianluo and Fengdu, they were still much larger than the small nearby states of Jiang and Chaoyun. Although these two were the largest nations in the area, they were surrounded by 10 other minor nations. As for the smallest nations, there were several tens of those nearby that were densely scattered. Furthermore, rumors had it that in a land far away there existed a great supreme nation that was large beyond belief. In the cultivation world of Yuanwu, the righteous and demonic sects were equal in strength and were in a state of deadlock. The Heavenly Star sect was one of the core figures of the righteous sects, possessing no less strength than Yellow Maple Valley. While Han Li was thinking about the matters of the Heavenly Star sect, the leaf magic tool below his feet suddenly sunk, slowly descending to the earth as if it suddenly lost its flight ability. Seeing these unfavorable circumstances, Han Li not only felt no fear, but he also felt a sliver of happiness. It seemed he had already arrived near the Heavenly Star Sex Market City. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a restriction spell prohibiting flight. Descended onto the ground, Han Li walked north about 4 kilometers before coming across a group of buildings somewhat bigger than Yellow Maple Valley's Market City. The Heavenly Star Sex Market City was very strange, and it differed completely from Yellow Maple Valley's Market City. At its center, there was a huge pavilion about 100 meters tall. Scattered around it were several buildings only a tenth of its size, causing the city to emit an appearance of order throughout. Because the sign attached to the center pavilion was truly too large, Han Li was able to clearly make it out from a kilometer away as Stardust Pavilion. It seemed there was no need to ask whether this was the personal shop of the Heavenly Star sect. In the blink of an eye, Han Li tread the kilometer. In accordance to habit, Han Li did not move impulsively. Instead, he circled the outer layer of the market city, slowly strolling through once and uncovering the circumstances of the market city. Needless to say, there were many stores here that widened Han Li's perspective and made him grow eager. There was a tool refinement room that would accept a cultivator's materials at any time and refine them into magic tools at the owner's request. Furthermore, the store's signboards were not humble. They actually professed they were capable of refining even top-grade magic tools. Furthermore, if refinement failed, then they would return the value of the materials twofold in the form of spirit stones. Naturally, if one didn't have materials, they would still be able to order a magic tool, but the price was guaranteed to be far from inexpensive. There was a different store refining talismans. Its details were nearly similar to that of the tool refining store, and it similarly made custom talismans. The others were slightly different. There was a Spirit Beast Institute, specialized in the sale of all kinds of trained demonic beasts. They even had a few advanced grade 1 demonic beasts. If he were to purchase one as a Spirit Beast guard, it wouldn't be such a bad idea. Han Li only saw 20 or 30 cultivators in the outer areas. There didn't seem to be many people in the desolate market. Could everyone have gone to the Stardust Pavilion in the center? Han Li started to mutter somewhat in his heart. However, he did not intend to immediately head over to the Stardust Pavilion. That was because that tool refining store's claim was too arrogant. If the talisman refining store failed, then they would return the materials equivalent twofold in spirit stones. This piqued his curiosity. Thus, when Han Li finished circling around it, he couldn't help but walk inside. The storefront could not be considered to be large, consisting of only 3 rooms and an outer courtyard. When Han Li entered the foremost hall, he saw a middle-aged figure dressed like a Confucian scholar in the midst of a discussion with a white-haired yet red-faced elder. A muscular man with dark skin stood to the side with a respectful expression. The middle-aged man and the elder were currently fixated on their discussion. Although they saw Han Li enter, they indifferently continued their conversation. It was the strong man who did his duty and walked forwards a few steps, then asked very politely, "Does this guest want to buy magic tools or place an order to have one made? Let me first take a look at the magic tools in your store before deciding whether or not I want to place an order." Han Li replied evenly, "Very well. Does this guest want to look at mid-grade or high-grade magic tools?" the muscular man asked happily, seeing that business had actually come to their door. "Top-grade magic tools. In addition, I want the finest ones amongst all the top-grade magic tools." Han Li was not loud, but this sentence immediately shocked the muscular man into a daze. The two people who were talking up a frenzy immediately shut their mouths and stopped talking, instead blankly staring and sizing up Han Li. This guest wants to see top-grade magic tools, and even wants the finest ones? After regaining his senses, the muscular man couldn't help but confirm whether or not he had heard correctly. Top-grade magic tools were not something that any ordinary person could buy, frequently costing hundreds of low-grade spirit stones. Average cultivators, even if they saved up spirit stones for their entire lives, might not even be able to buy one, while Han Li had asked to see the best top-grade items right off the bat. Naturally, this explained why the muscular man had lost his self-control for a moment. "Little Black, come back. You cannot be disrespectful to this senior." That white-haired elder finally recognized Han Li's identity as a Foundation establishment cultivator. His expression couldn't help but change, and he hurriedly commanded the muscular man to retreat. "This little elder is the owner of the store. If senior has any business, just say so." This elder and that Confucian scholar were still Qi condensation cultivators. For an expert like Han Li to come into a small shop like his, he couldn't help but feel somewhat unsettled. "There's not much. It depends on whether or not your place has any good magic tools. If you have any ones that are suitable, I will buy 1 or 2. The elder instantly let out a sign after hearing these words from Han Li, but he still spoke somewhat awkwardly. "Unfortunately, we can only disappoint senior. Although my shop does have 2 or 3 top-grade magic tools, they are only used to promote this store. They are not actually so extraordinary." The elder, when faced with a Foundation establishment cultivator like Han Li, did not dare to conceal anything, and so he could only say the truth. Upon hearing this, Han Li felt quite disappointed. However, he also couldn't help but silently berate himself for his stupidity. Even if the sign hung outside of the store were to be even more exaggerated, it was still only a method for them to attract business. He had actually treated it as if it were true. Han Li shook his head and turned around, about to leave. However, when he neared the door, he still turned his head around and spoke somewhat unhappily. So you're saying that the claim that you have the ability to refine top-grade magic tools is also just empty words? No, Senior is mistaken. This small shop does business with integrity. The sign outside is completely true with no falsehoods. As long as you have the appropriate materials, Elder Su can really refine a top-grade magic tool. The white-haired elder hurriedly replied, seeing that the shop's reputation had been involved. You can refine top-grade magic tools? Han Li felt very surprised, and a look of doubt flashed across his eyes. His words were filled with questions. He had thought that there was someone else who could refine the magic tools. He hadn't expected it to be this elderly person. No wonder Han Li didn't believe it. Refining top-grade magic tools was not like refining mid- or high-grade magic tools, which could be refined by common fire. Instead, similar to refining a foundation establishment pill, it required tempering by earth fire or innate true fire to successfully refine it. But this elder was only a chi condensation cultivator and would not possess innate true fire, while this location did not seem like a place with earth fire. So how could this person refine a top-grade magic tool? This is the first time Senior has come to this elder brother's shop, so it's very normal to not understand this. The origins of elder brother Su's Tao of tool refinement originates from his clan, and his talent in refining tools is definitely not below that of tool refining masters from other great sects. In addition, for the past few hundred years, the Su clan had taken care of an elementary grade 2 fire raven. The demonic fire it spits out is even somewhat stronger than innate true fire, so it's more than enough to refine top-grade magic tools. The middle-aged Confucian scholar that had been sitting silently on the side suddenly opened his mouth and explained on behalf of the elder. However, this only increased Han Li's doubts. Demonic fire? I've only heard of using true fire and earth fire to refine pills or tools. I've never heard that it was also possible with demonic fire. Han Li expressed slight disbelief with knitted eyebrows. Hee. There are things that Senior does not know. Using demonic fire to refine tools or even pills requires a few special skills that are not officially recognized by the great sections. It has been thought of as a minor, unorthodox technique and is not very widespread. If our clan hadn't haphazardly obtained this fire raven, we also would not take the time to research this path. The elder continued the Confucian scholar's words and addressed some of Han Li's doubts. So it's like that. Although Han Li had heard the other person's description, he still had not seen it personally, and so he was still somewhat apprehensive. Does Senior also want to order a custom top-grade magic tool? Asked the elder with curiosity, seeing that the other person had lowered their head to ponder over something. If I give you enough materials to refine a top-grade magic tool, how much certainty do you have? Han Li raised his head and asked noncommittally. This depends on the quality of the materials as well as the requirements Senior has towards the magic tool. If the materials are average and the requirements for the magic tool are also average, I have a 1/3 chance of succeeding. However, if the refinement of the top-grade magic tool fails, the store will not refund the materials because the rates of failure are too high. The twofold compensation is only with regards to mid- and high-grade magic tools. Otherwise, perhaps this little elder would have already compensated himself to death. Upon hearing Han Li ask this, the little elder was secretly happy in his heart, and he immediately and respectfully replied. One had to know that what tool refinement experts like him lacked the most was high-quality materials to refine with. The process of refining a few top-grade magic tools would greatly increase his tool refining skill. In addition, although the individual in front of him did not sound old, he was already a foundation establishment cultivator. The materials he could bring out would definitely not be normal. This caused him to look forward to it very much. I do have some materials, and I can let you try to refine them once. However, while you are refining the magic tool, I must be watching from the side. You can rest assured knowing that I will definitely not disturb you, and as long as the refinement is a success, I will give the leftover ingredients to you as a reward. I won't let you work in vain. Han Li made up his mind and said the aforementioned words after a moment of silence. To Han Li, exchanging those precious inky flood dragon materials for spirit stones was not as beneficial as directly refining them into a useful magic tool. One had to know that although the number of top-grade magic tools he had currently was high among Qi condensation disciples, he was unclear about it when compared to Foundation establishment cultivators. However, he guessed that other people definitely would not have too few either. Excellent. Does Senior want to refine it right now? This little elder can begin at any time, the elder cried out with anticipation, seeing that Han Li really wanted to let him refine a top-grade magic tool. He immediately became excited and agreed to Han Li's conditions. There are still some things I need to buy. When I finish my business, I will come back and we can begin. Han Li shook his head and added after hearing this. Okay then. In that case, Junior will wait for Senior. The elder, seeing that Han Li did not seem to want to let him begin his work immediately, couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed, but immediately afterwards, he recovered his state of mind. The elder said this respectfully. Knowing that everything had been arranged, Han Li did not want to stay here any longer. After casually saying goodbye, he turned around and walked out of the store. But before he had even walked a few tens of feet away from the store, the voice of the Confucian student suddenly came from behind him. Senior, please stop for a moment. Han Li's figure paused. After hesitating for a moment, he stopped moving. Then, he turned around and saw the Confucian scholar chasing behind him. At this time, he was looking at Han Li with a face full of smiles. Is there something you need? Han Li knitted his eyebrows and asked coldly. He did not really like people who disturbed him for no reason. This junior wanted to ask Senior if you came to this market intending to buy something. This junior's name is Wang Xiling, and I am often around this market. Perhaps my help can save Senior a significant amount of time. Hearing this, Han Li sized up the Confucian student with some confusion. Suddenly, he lightly smiled and asked, Are you a frequent hire? Although the Confucian scholar couldn't see Han Li's expression clearly due to the cloak, he could clearly hear the laughter in Han Li's voice and his heart loosened up. He immediately replied, Senior guessed correctly, this junior occasionally spends his time there. I am not exclusively hired by that one store, so Senior can feel free to relax. Han Li somewhat carelessly nodded his head, but he indifferently said, Although I don't mind whether or not you are specifically hired by the store, this time I want to buy a few formation flags and formation plates. It seems like the best decision is to go to the Stardust Pavilion. I don't think that I need any help. When the Confucian scholar heard Han Li's words, he stared blankly for a moment before immediately smiling. Then he joyfully said, Senior, it is fortunate that you've told me this, else you would have gone on a trip in vain. Although the fame of the Heavenly Star Sex formation spells is quite renowned, this does not apply to the Stardust Pavilion's top formation flags and formation plates. Although there are many and various formation flags and formation plates inside the Stardust Pavilion, they are only common rubbish sold to small cultivator clans and rogue cultivators. Formation spell tools of true quality are not released by the Heavenly Star Sect. This is because if their finest spell formation items were released to outsiders, the gaps in their formation could be seen through. As they say, the gains do not make up for the losses. As the Confucian scholar was explaining off to the side, he stole a look at Han Li. However, the hood of Han Li's cloak prevented his face from being seen, and so the scholar couldn't make out the slightest of emotion, much to his great frustration. From your tone, it sounds as if you know where I can find the items I want. Although Han Li was greatly surprised from the Confucian scholar's words, he still maintained his flat, calm tone, completely hiding his inner shock. When the Confucian scholar heard this, he first looked left and right several times. After there was no one around, he secretly whispered, If Senior believes this junior, he can introduce you to a secret store that very few know about. Although that location has a small issue about its past history, all of its goods are high quality and rarely seen. I believe that Senior will certainly be able to find satisfactory formation spell tools there. Secret store. Although Han Li's voice was still low, he was actually inwardly startled by the Confucian scholar's words. In the past several years, Han Li had heard rumors of a secret store once or twice. Han Li knew that if the Confucian scholar spoke truthfully, this would be a truly rare chance to broaden his horizons. It seems that Senior also know a bit about the secret store. Hee hee. This is great. In that case, there's no need for Junior to waste time explaining. There are probably still 4 to 6 hours left before the secret store's monthly auction. If Senior wishes to go, please decide soon. I will be able to immediately show you the way. When the Confucian scholar saw Han Li display no disgust upon the mention of the secret store, he could not help but secretly rejoice. He knew that chasing after this client was most likely the correct course of action for him to take. It isn't too far? Han Li suddenly asked. It isn't far. The secret store is within the market city. Does Senior approve? The Confucian scholar grew a bit excited. By giving the secret store a potential customer, he was able to reap a significant percentage in spirit stones. Let's go! After he let out a relaxed breath, Han Li's tone was no longer cold. This one will lead the way. The Confucian scholar had a happy expression and took the initiative to lead. After the Confucian scholar turned 7 corners, he brought Han Li in front of a small lodge. The door was secured, and there was no sign on the door. It seemed very unremarkable. The Confucian scholar lightly knocked on the door with a certain rhythm.in response. The door opened. A woman about 30 years old walked out. This woman's looks were average, and her cultivation was only at the 6th or 7th layer of qi condensation, truly unremarkable. Lady Zhang, this one brings a new customer. He also wishes to participate in the auction. Wang Xiling did not wait for the woman to speak and hastily introduced Han Li with great energy. After Lady Zhang heard Wang Xiling say he brought a customer, she did not show an expression of joy but scowled instead, as if she wasn't in agreement. But after she took a clear look and saw that this customer was a foundation establishment cultivator, her expression changed to a slight smile. This time, you've brought a proper customer rather than the trash you previously brought. A foundation establishment senior. Senior, please come in. Although this woman's cultivation was very low, she didn't look at Han Li with any reverence. Instead, she seemed to consider Han Li an ordinary customer. Senior, this one can only bring you to this location. He will first take his leave. Wang Xiling blushed from the woman's words and hurried to say his farewell to Han Li. After seeing the Confucian scholar's figure disappear into the distance, the woman stepped to the side, signaling Han Li to enter. After he entered, he saw that all sorts of shoddy materials for pill and tool refinement were arranged out for display like an ordinary raw materials shop. Han Li carefully observed the woman, who closed the door and then respectfully said, "Please follow me, sir." With that said, the woman took a few steps to the corner of the room. She then pressed her hand against the ground. Yellow light flashed from her hand when all of a sudden a large hole opened from the ground. The woman called out to Han Li, indicating that he was to follow her lead. After a moment of slight hesitation, Han Li walked into the tunnel and cautiously followed. However, the ever-cautious Han Li naturally stayed on guard. The tunnel was very short. After about 30 meters, there was a somewhat small stone door. 2 black-clothed men stood in front of either side of the door, each wearing a devil's mask. After Han Li took a look at the 2 black-clothed men, his expression immediately grew heavy. They were actually foundation establishment cultivators like him. Furthermore, one of them was mid-stage foundation establishment. Han Li could not help but be wary of this store's strength. The woman pushed through the stone door as if she hadn't seen the black-clothed men and brought Han Li inside. The 2 black-clothed men also turned a blind eye, neither speaking nor obstructing them. After Han Li entered the room, he grew distracted. A large, majestic hall appeared before his eyes. Vermilion fur rugs, snow-white jade walls, palace lanterns hanging from the ceiling. All of this gave off an appearance of the greatest wealth from the mortal world. It seemed the owner of this room was quite wondrous. The large hall was shaped as an oval with a diameter of about 100 meters. 7 or 8 lines of chairs were arranged in the hall with several tens of uniquely dressed cultivators seated upon them. Across from them was a lone, empty table, not far from which were 3 sandalwood chairs. Seeing Han Li and the woman enter, the people sitting could not help but look in their direction. After those gazes swept past Han Li, he felt his body quiver with a cold sweat. His expression greatly changed. More than half of those people were cultivators in late-stage foundation establishment. At this moment, Han Li realized why the woman at his side did not show any semblance of reverence toward him. At this place, he was but a common sight.
Your esteemed self has come at a good time.
The auction was about to start. This small woman will no longer accompany you. I must return upward to take care of a few matters. Han Li helplessly looked at the several cultivators in the hall and silently looked for a remote corner before sitting down. At this moment, he already noticed that the cultivators here were concealing their faces like him, using cloaks to hide their true features. It seemed no one was so stupid enough to let others discover their identity. Although the people in the hall weren't few in number, no one was speaking. The incomparable silence caused the air to carry a trace of tension. When Han Li saw this, he also remained extremely well-behaved. Aside from some malicious guesses of any acquaintances he would recognize here, he wholeheartedly paid attention to the wooden door directly behind the long table. It seemed that the owner should be preparing behind that door.
After Han Li sat there for 5 to 6 hours, the wooden door behind the table finally opened. 3 people walked out one by one. From their appearance, they seemed identical to the guards at the stone door. It was unable to see who was master and servant. At this moment, they stood behind the long table. The person standing on the right first spoke with a low and hoarse voice, "Welcome to our trade fair, fellow Taoists of the cultivation world. Among our current customers, there are old and regular customers as well as newcomers.
But this does not matter, as this store treats everyone equally." When the person on the right finished, the person on the left immediately started talking. "This trade fair is completely fair. When someone shouts out a price in spirit stones, everyone must use spirit stones to compete. If someone doesn't have sufficient spirit stones, they will be able to use an item of equivalent value as collateral. As for its specific worth, all 3 of us will jointly evaluate it. In short, the highest price will acquire the item on sale." This person's voice was completely different.
It was shrill and quiet, very much falsetto, causing those who heard it to feel a great unease. Finally, after all the items in the store have been sold, everyone is free to conduct business during this time.
If there are any items you wish to sell or exchange, you will be able to step forward and present them at will and trade them independently. We will not meddle in the slightest and will only offer the place to conduct business. All right, everything has been said. Let the trade fair begin. The middle person's voice was actually simple and loud, resonating throughout the room. Following these words, the 3 flashed to the side, appearing on the sandalwood seats behind the table.
At this moment, a very tall and thin middle-aged man with a shrewd appearance walked out from the wooden door. This man walked to the table and coughed several times before declaring, "This auction will be directed by me.
The first item for auction will be the top-grade magic tool, Fire Cloud Sword. This item, the first item being auctioned, was a rather powerful top-grade magic tool, causing Han Li to feel somewhat surprised. This was especially because this articulate, tall, thin figure had colorfully and dynamically described the magic tool as unparalleled and hard to find on the earth. Even Han Li, when he heard it, had a slight impulse of pulling out his spirit stones to buy it, not to mention other cultivators who desperately lacked top-grade magic tools. As expected, the base price of 200 spirit stones had just been revealed when 3 or 4 impatient individuals immediately called out bids. In the blink of an eye, this Fire Cloud Sword's price had been raised to more than 300 spirit stones, causing the other cultivators, who had originally also wanted to call out a price, to immediately extinguish this train of thought. Although the fire cloud attacks of the Fire Cloud Sword weren't too bad, it was obviously one step inferior to a top-grade magic tool of true quality. Spending 300 spirit stones for it seemed to be somewhat in poor taste. However, even if there were people unwilling to buy it, naturally there were others willing to be taken advantage of. To the people who were willing to buy it, although the items that would be auctioned off later would be finer in quality, there was no way for them to obtain it. It was better and more realistic for them to buy the decent top-grade magic tool in front of them. Thus, this Fire Cloud Sword reached a price of 400 spirit stones due to the contentions between a few chi condensation cultivators. It was sold off relatively successfully.
The cultivator wearing a doll mask happily returned to his seat after turning in his spirit stones, holding the sword in his hands. It seemed like he was going to take it home and make it his family heirloom. This caused other cultivators to think that it was somewhat humorous. The tall and skinny figure waited for the person to return to his seat, then cleared his throat and said, "The second item this store will auction is naturally a tool refinement master's greatest love, a top-grade red sky gathering furnace. This furnace has been passed down through the hands of many great tool refinement masters. It is an exquisite item that has refined many top-grade items, such as the Phantom Sound Sword, Azure Flood Dragon Banner, Black Flame Pearl, and many others. From hearsay, this furnace has the ability to grant additional properties when refining tools. However, as for whether this claim is true or not, even this store does not know. Thus, the base price is 400 spirit stones, which is definitely not a high price." As the man spoke, he pulled out a fire-red pill furnace from his storage pouch and placed it on the table for everyone to see with a boom. The atmosphere in the room erupted even though none of the cultivators in the room had spoken yet. Many people were staring dead-on at the pill furnace with fiery gazes. Evidently, they all fancied this item. Han Li quietly sat in the corner, coldly watching all of that was happening. When he heard that the Azure Flood Dragon banner in his hand also came from this furnace, he couldn't help but feel quite shocked. However, this was only shock. He knew nothing about refining tools, so he naturally would not know the price range for this pill furnace. He definitely would not make a move if it was an item that he didn't know how to use. Han Li could do at least this much. In addition, although the number of spirit stones he had were not low in number, he still had to save them for crucial moments. 450. 470. I put forth 500 spirit stones. No matter how Han Li thought, the price of this pill furnace, named the Red Sky Gathering Furnace, skyrocketed to a frightening amount in no time. 780 stones. This was the bid that a fat-figured person wearing a yellow cloak on his head called out, gritting his teeth. 800. A female cultivator not too far away from the fatty leisurely called out an even higher bid, causing the fatty to grip his hands tightly together. Before his eyes, the prices became sky-high. The others had already given up on bidding. They could only look on with unwillingness and watch the two arrogant foundation establishment cultivators continue to shout out increasingly large prices. 850 pieces. If this lady can call out a bid higher by even 1 spirit stone, this pill furnace will be given to you, the fatty said viciously as he raised the price again, staring at the female cultivator with an angry expression. 851. The fat cultivator's words had just left his mouth when the female cultivator laughed coldly and intentionally called out a number 1 figure higher. This caused the fat cultivator's big face, which was hidden inside the cloak, to appear as red as blood. But after furiously shooting a poisonous expression at the other person for a brief moment, he actually did not call out another bid. Just like that, this foundation establishment female cultivator spent a very high price and bought this famous pill furnace. Even so, was it worth the amount she paid? Perhaps this time's bidding was too fierce, and it stimulated the nerves of all of the cultivators. Just like that, the originally cold atmosphere in the room instantly heated up and all the top-grade magic tools and precious materials were completely gobbled up by all of the enthusiastic cultivators. But after 20 or so items had been sold off, Han Li had still yet to see items like the formation flag or formation plate for sale, causing him to grow impatient. Han Li couldn't help but silently think that if none of the items he needed appeared in this auction, he might actually have to make a trip to the Stardust Pavilion. Even buying a few of the most basic spell formation tools was better than having none at all. Just as Han Li was thinking, the skinny and tall man in front listed the name of the next item being auctioned. Top-grade magic tool, a pair of mechanical puppet beasts. Its strength is comparable to that of a 9th-layer chi condensation disciple. In addition, it is completely faithful and will defend its owner to the death. If you buy this item, it's like having 2 personal bodyguards around you at all times. The base price is only 100 spirit stones. Mechanical puppet beasts? Isn't my own top-grade magic tool also called a puppet bowman? Could they be the same kind of object? Han Li's heart moved, and he sat up straight. He began to watch attentively. The skinny tall male had already brought out 2 shiny black doll-like objects. They were only as large as a fist, and their appearance seemed to somewhat resemble a lion or a tiger, but that similarity was limited. One did not know what kind of strange beast they were based on. There are many guests who have probably not heard of, or very rarely heard of, the Dao school of mechanical puppets. This is a kind of Dao magic that originates from refining magic tools, yet it is completely different from a magic tool. Although not many of us here know this magic is incredibly popular in the westernmost regions. There is even a sect called the Thousand Bamboo School that relied on this to establish their sect, and they have already developed this Dao technique to an extreme. Rumors have it that top-level mechanical puppeteers can contend with late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. In addition, rating these mechanical beasts as top-grade magic tools was this store's decision, when in reality, according to the official classification of mechanical magics, they should be considered grade 2 puppet beasts. Seeing the cultivators below did not seem interested in these mechanical beasts and noticing the awkward silence when no one called out a price, this man hurriedly recited the speech that he had memorized beforehand all at once, hoping to pique the cultivators' interest. Although the cultivators below had become somewhat curious after he had finished speaking, no one was willing to do something as silly as pay 100 spirit stones to buy 2 doll-like items. In addition, what use would 2 bodyguards at the 9th layer of chi condensation be to the cultivators present? 100 spirit stones. A noise sounded out from the corner. There was actually a person who wanted to buy this toy. Instantly, all of the cultivators' gazes turned towards that corner. However, this person was not Han Li. Rather, it was some person with a covered face sitting in another corner. He had covered his entire head with a large gray bag, appearing to be an extremely ridiculous and strange person. 150 spirit stones. Just as other cultivators felt that the strange person was being wastefully extravagant, the sound of another strange, stiff voice calling out a price resounded in the room. Now all of the cultivators in the room were stunned and couldn't help but glance towards the person who had called out the new price. A burly person wearing a green cloak sat in the last row of seats, his hands hugging his shoulders. The sound of a new price came from this person's mouth. When all of the people glanced at this person actually stared back at them coldly, not revealing any trace of uneasiness. 200 spirit stones. I will pay 300 pieces. 400. 600. In the blink of an eye, these 2 people raised the price of the puppet beasts one after another to an unbelievable price. At this time, even if the many cultivators in the room were more stupid, they would be able to tell that something was off. Could this pair of puppet beasts be hiding some frightening secret? At this time, this kind of a thought was rising up in all of the cultivators' hearts. All the cultivators in the room glanced at each other a few times and their hearts began to beat loudly. There were even a few financially strong and hasty individuals who directly entered the bidding. However, a few older cultivators were still somewhat suspicious even as their hearts stirred. These 2 people couldn't have been secretly hired by the store, could they? Could they have purposefully raised the price of this unprofitable item to incite the rest of them to spend excessively? The cultivators thinking of this were not few in number, and Han Li was one of the most skeptical ones. Thus, he continued to indifferently watch on, seemingly unmoved in any way. I will pay 900 spirit stones with the addition of this item. Seeing the number of cultivators participating in the auction increasing, the burly, strange man panicked in his heart, and he actually pulled out an item from his storage pouch. Then he took a few large steps forward and stood before the skinny, tall man, placing it on the table. He used a rough tone of voice to say, "This kind of an item is worth many thousands of spirit stones. It's more than enough to exchange for these puppet beasts. Quickly give them to me." Seeing that the situation was about to get out of hand, the skinny tall male had quickly retrieved the pair of puppet beasts into his storage pouch. Now, seeing that the burly man had pulled out a black, junk metal-like object in order to force him to bring out the auction items that had soared in price, he couldn't help but roll his eyes and say impolitely, "Everybody, please calm down. You there, we will appraise the items worth ourselves, but for now it is more appropriate for you to return to your seat and sit down. Otherwise, this store will assume that you are purposefully creating trouble, and we won't be polite to you anymore." Upon hearing the thin, tall man's threatening words, the burly man grew very angry at first. In his own sect, he was a person with a great identity. When faced with this kind of annoyance, tens of thousands of people would respond to his call. He immediately raised his fists and was about to break out in anger. However, when that person glanced at the strange figure wearing a hood on his head, he discovered that the other person was watching him like a statue. A trace of gloating flitted across his eyes, causing the burly man's heart to quiver. After thinking better of it, he actually forcefully restrained the anger in his heart, suddenly turning around and returning to his seat. Some cultivators who had thought that they would see an entertaining scene play out couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed. The auction of the puppet beasts was going to continue. However, that black item had already been handed to the trio sitting on the sandalwood chairs. At that time, they were discussing the item in low tones. Although their exact expressions were unclear because they were wearing masks, their solemn attitude was clearly seen by all of the cultivators. That palm-sized, black piece of foundry iron was examined thoroughly multiple times by the three figures before they finally reached a unanimous decision. Then, a black-clothed person stood up in their midst and loudly declared, "One piece of high-quality iron essence worth 2,000 spirit stones." Then that person returned to his seat without saying another word. Iron essence? The cultivators who heard these two words couldn't help but feel shock in their hearts. The person who had wanted to call out another price immediately shut his mouth tight, unwilling to say another word. Everybody thought with consternation, could this fellow actually be a core formation expert? Otherwise, where did he obtain the iron essence? This was a magic treasure material that could only be refined by a core formation expert. Stand fire. Under normal circumstances, cultivators who finished refining this ingredient would immediately assimilate it into their own magic treasures to raise its strength. They would not allow this kind of material to be easily spread out. If even a tiny bit of this iron essence magic treasure ingredient were to be mixed into a regular magic tool, its strength would greatly increase. Even raising a grade was not an impossibility. Thus, the value of this ingredient was outrageous. The burly man from earlier, could he be a core formation cultivator who had purposefully suppressed his aura and pretended to be at the foundation establishment stage? Low-level cultivators could not tell the depth of a core formation cultivator. Just when all of the cultivators were frightened in their hearts and had many suspicions, the skinny, tall man, under the prompting of the three people behind him, finally opened his mouth again and shouted, "Is there anyone else who is willing to place a bid above 2,900? If not, this pair of puppet beasts will all belong to this brother." The skinny, tall man seemingly still wanted to pull the price slightly higher. Thus, he purposefully uttered these words leisurely, obviously intending to stall for time. But which cultivator in the large room still dared to randomly call out prices? Since these people were able to attend this time's auction, they naturally were not common characters. Either they were important figures from a cultivator clan or they had reached the foundation establishment stage. However, when faced with a suspected core formation expert, which one of them dared to ask for trouble? In addition, even if this person was not a core formation cultivator, this person at least had a core formation expert backing him. Thus, even if one coveted the puppet beast's secrets, there was no one who was willing to signal themselves out, so they could only stare at the treasure. The strange person who had gone tit for tat with him from the beginning similarly sat without saying a word. Nobody knew if he had been frightened by that piece of iron essence or if he was embarrassingly short of money and simply couldn't pull out that many spirit stones. Upon hearing about the iron essence, Han Li also felt very shocked. That cheap master of his had lost 2 pieces of iron essence to senior eccentric Cheong. At that time, seeing his master's depressed expression, he knew that this item was extremely precious and valuable. Just like that, this pair of puppet beasts fell into the burly man's hands without any further contest. When he received the puppet beasts, he was so excited that his hands shook slightly. However, this provoked the cultivators' recklessness even more. A large portion of them even wished that they could just seize it in order to precisely research the secrets hidden within. After receiving the puppet beasts, the burly man wearing a cloak immediately left his seat and walked towards the stone doors. But when he reached them, he discovered that the stone doors had actually been tightly shut from the outside. He forcefully pushed on the door twice, but it did not budge an inch. What's the meaning of this? Could it be that even though I bought an item, I'm still not allowed to leave? The man's tone of voice became somber. His accent, which was already somewhat strange, became even more pronounced and uncomfortable to hear. Of course not. When the trades finish, we will immediately open the doors and allow you to leave.
However, we cannot do so right now. The person who spoke directly at this moment was not the skinny, tall man running the auction, but rather the black-clothed person sitting on the left.
What? What kind of reasoning is this?
I want to leave this place immediately. The man began to rage, and his voice grew increasingly loud. Regretfully, this truly is the store's rule. We use some of these methods to prevent any kinds of unfortunate accidents from occurring. Sir, surely it can't be that you can't even wait this small amount of time. With a low, hoarse voice, the black-clothed person on the right exclaimed in a very gloomy manner. Humph! Of course I can continue to wait. Do you think that I'm afraid of you? I've changed my mind. I want to see if any good items will come out next. It was unknown what this man had thought, but he suddenly changed his attitude and swaggered back to his seat. This caused the others to stare blankly and feel greatly shocked. What was this person thinking? Could it be that the longer this person stayed here, the more in danger he would be? At this time, the majority of the cultivators present had already seen that this person truly was in the Foundation establishment realm. Otherwise, how could he be content with being put into his place? However, the secret store's representatives had seemingly known the actual situation of the burly man from the beginning and didn't seem to have any intentions of backing down. Since the burly man did not leave, the auction in the room continued. However, the hearts of the majority of the people did not return to the auction. There was actually the cold scene of 2 items in a row being auctioned without a single person calling out a bid. This caused that skinny, tall man to begin feeling incredibly awkward. However, this auction had also neared its end. The really precious items and the climax of the auction had finally begun.
Top-grade spiritual medicine, 1,000-year-old yellow essence mushrooms. I will not say any more superfluous words.
Everyone here is most likely even clearer than I am about this medicinal herb's value. The skinny, tall man had just finished saying this when a green jade box appeared in his hand.
Then he put on an act and glanced at all of the cultivators, seeing that everyone's attention had been attracted by the 1,000-year-old herbal medicine, he said, secretly happy. This 1,000-year-old spirit medicine has only appeared a few times in the past 100 years. Buying it to refine spiritual pills will definitely result in realm-shattering creations. It is the optimal opportunity to greatly increase one's magic power. Thus, the base price starts from 500 spirit stones. Having said this, the skinny, tall man pulled off the lid to the jade box, then picked it up and showed the medicinal herb to the cultivators. In an instant, a thick, medicinal fragrance filled the entire large room, causing the cultivators to feel both surprised and happy. They were surprised because they had never expected that this kind of unique treasure would appear at this auction. They were happy because if they were able to buy it and use it to refine medicine, it would be exactly like the other person had said, better than any top-grade magic tool. After all, what was being raised was one's own magic power, instead of any kind of borrowed external power. Thus, after the skinny, tall man mentioned the base price, someone impatiently opened their mouth. 1,000 spirit stones. As soon as one cultivator opened his mouth, the price of this spiritual herb had doubled. This caused many people who wanted to call out a price to be infuriated to the point of shouting abuse at them incessantly. However, immediately afterwards, people continued to raise the price. 1,200 spirit stones. 1,000. The people calling out prices continued one after another. In the blink of an eye, it broke through the large bottleneck of 2,000. Meanwhile, Han Li was staring at the 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine on the table in a trance. When he first heard about the 1,000-year-old spiritual herb, he did not pay much attention to it. He only thought that a 1,000-year-old herb had been discovered in another location. However, when the skinny, tall man showed off the 1,000-year-old yellow essence mushroom in the box, Han Li immediately determined that the purported top-grade spiritual medicine was actually one of the 2 that he had sold to the Myriad Treasure Store earlier. This was because he had personally raised this spiritual medicine, so how could he not recognize it? However, since the spiritual medicine was already in the hands of the Myriad Treasure Store, Han Li wouldn't worry himself about the matter anymore. Thus, after slightly blanking out for a while, Han Li regained consciousness. watching the many cultivators fight with one another as if nothing had happened. Hearing the rapid auctioning noises from these cultivators, Han Li felt somewhat self-satisfied in his heart. After all, to have an item that one previously possessed cause other people to be so frantic could also be considered a source of pride. A few cultivators quickly ran out of spirit stones on hand, and one by one they started to put up a few rare goods as collateral. In addition, each item became increasingly expensive and rare, causing Han Li to feel overwhelmed. I'll use my 5 elements reversal formation establishment set in exchange for that spiritual herb. It was unknown who suddenly said those nervous words that caused the rowdy and disorderly cultivators to become quiet. It wasn't because this person's voice was loud, but because he uttered the truly famous name of reversal 5 elements formation. It was a name known to nearly everyone that there were few who did not know. In a few aspects, this formation was absolutely more valuable to a few cultivator clans and cultivator sects than the 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine. Apart from covering a small area and having no offensive power, this reputed restrictive formation spell could transform and conceal a sect mountain, confusing and trapping enemies. It wasn't weaker than the large protective formations of those great sects in the slightest. If their own clan or sect had such a wondrous formation, they would have no reason not to use it. However, it was said that if one were not a great formation spell master experienced with this kind of impressive restrictive spell, one would have to spend about a year of hard work and a great amount of labor and resources and still not be able to set it up, not to mention turning such a wondrous formation into a magic tool. If this were true, this auction would be a truly wondrous matter that would greatly broaden one's horizons. When Han Li heard this, a lively expression flashed through his eyes and his spirit was moved. He then turned his head to look at the person who spoke those words. It was an extremely unremarkable Qi condensation disciple with a short and thick stature wearing a tiger mask. It was truly not the person one would expect of someone that would possess such a wondrous item. However, a bit of anxiety could be seen from his eye. Your esteemed self possesses a 5 elements reversal formation establishment set? After a moment of surprise, the tall and thin man asked this calmly as he sized up the youth with a gaze full of suspicion. Although he didn't seem very convinced, if the other party truly possessed this formation spell magic tool, the 1,000-year-old medicine herb would naturally go uncontested to this person. When the other cultivators heard this, they all waited to hear the youth's reply. I have it, but as of now it is incomplete. It can only bring out 1/10 of the spell formation's strength. But if you were to agree to give this one the medicine herb, this one will guarantee that within several years he will be able to multiply the might of the formation establishment tools to at least half of its proper strength. When the youth saw so many people look at him, he could not help but panic a bit. As a result, he stuttered out the true matter with regards to the 1,000-year-old medicine herb. So it wasn't true and was instead a defective experiment. When the many cultivators heard this, they were greatly disappointed. Originally, if he truly had this magic tool, they would have bid even greater amounts of spirit stones for it. But now that it was known to be defective, there was naturally no interest. The formation masters of the cultivation world were far rarer than pill and tool refining experts. This was because one must decide to deeply study formations to the point where one would even abandon the great Tao. After all, a person had limited energy. Within a finite amount of time, it was impossible to simultaneously cultivate and delve into the profoundness of formation spells. Thus, there were people who decided to find the spell formation master backing the youth after the termination of the trade fair. After all, a spell formation master capable of researching such a wondrous formation spell magic tool would certainly be capable of laying out a spell formation on site. As for those from a few clans and small sects, so long as they were able to protect a few vital areas with this wondrous formation, even if it wasn't in the form of a mobile magic tool, it made no difference. Could it be that your esteemed self is joking? We are an auction. Who has any reason to wait several years for results? Since I see that you are young, I will drop it this time. The next time you carelessly bid falsely, do not blame the store's representatives for being impolite. When the thin and tall man heard those empty words, his face immediately sunk, and he replied harshly. When the short, coarse youth saw this, his exposed mouth quivered as if he wanted to say something. However,
The man in charge of the action paid him no more heed and turned his head, causing the youth to let out a long sigh and helplessly sit back down. When Han Li saw this, he narrowed his eyes. After carefully looking at the youth several times, he firmly memorized the youth's manner of dress and figure. At this moment, the 1,000-year-old herb had reached the price of 2,000 spirit stones with the addition of several false moonstones from a foundation establishment cultivator. That tall and sturdy man who exchanged the iron essence for the puppet beast did not immediately leave. He actually sat leisurely in his chair as if he wanted to participate in the free trade. But instead, the strange person concealed underneath the hood immediately hurried out as soon as the stone doors opened. This caused a few who were observing from the side to be puzzled. Han Li didn't trouble himself over this matter and instead looked after matters pertaining to himself. He originally planned to wait until the period of free trade to look for the short course youth and see whether or not he could acquire the formation establishment magic tool. Although the 5 elements reversal formation establishment tool could only recreate a tenth of its original strength, it was enough for Han Li's purposes. After all, he had heard of the grand reputation of this wondrous formation and was convinced that Immortal's cave. But Han Li did not expect that when he looked in the direction of the youth, he would be immediately surrounded by 4 to 5 cultivators wanting to discuss some matters with him. This unexpected situation caused Han Li to feel a bit annoyed. At the same time, he was a bit anxious. Could it be that they were the same as him, also wanting to purchase that incomplete formation establishment set? However, Han Li's worry was unfounded. After those people chatted a bit with the youth, they looked at each other in dismay, immediately shaking their heads and leaving. The only person who remained was the short, coarse youth, dejectedly standing there with a hung head. Han Li grew greatly delighted and walked several steps forward. He then coughed and thought of what to say. However, without waiting for him to speak or even taking a look at him, the short, coarse youth dejectedly said, "If you do not have 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine, then please do not disturb me. The spell formation master backing me immediately requires a spiritual medicine to save his life. Currently, we cannot give you any large formations." When Han Li heard this, he felt greatly surprised. But then he said this with a light smile. "What if I have 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine but do not wish to find a spell formation master to set down a formation?" He said this with a joking chuckle. This youth was only a chi condensation at the beginning of the 10th layer. Han Li had no need to be wary of him and thus spoke as he wished. "Senior has spiritual medicine?" This youth's consciousness was immediately roused and looked happily toward Han Li. Han Li did not immediately reply and instead looked in every direction. It seemed as if no one was paying attention to this location. The other cultivators were looking at the others displaying their magic tools for trade. "Shall we go somewhere else to have a chat? There are too many people here," Han Li softly said, pointing to an unremarkable corner. "Yes, of course," the short, coarse youth agreed without the slightest hesitation. They walked over to the nearby corner and were 20 meters away from the nearest cultivator. After Han Li set up a soundproof barrier with ease, they didn't need to worry about others eavesdropping. With this said, ever since Han Li reached Foundation Establishment, he immediately mastered the minor magic techniques he previously couldn't use in the slightest. He had transcended realms from his previously clumsy and slow incapabilities, causing Han Li to feel happy for a long while. This soundproof barrier was a minor magic technique he learned in passing. "Senior truly has a spiritual medicine? It must be 1,000 years old or higher. 700 to 800-year-old medicine ingredients are not enough." When the youth saw Han Li set up the barrier, he spouted this out impatiently. It seemed he was very worried. Han Li looked at him indifferently and didn't say anything. Instead, he directly took out the case that was holding the spiritual medicine from his storage pouch. Although it wasn't the 1,000-year-old yellow essence mushroom that had been sold, it was an equivalently aged 1,000-year-old violet osmanthus flowers. Since he didn't specify a particular medicine ingredient, it seemed that so long as the medicinal herb was at least 1,000 years old, it should be fine. According to Han Li's estimates, the youth most likely wanted a 1,000-year-old medicinal herb to extend someone's life. As a result, he wasn't particularly fussy. The youth fixedly stared at the case, his face full of expectation. "Your perception is not wrong. It truly is a 1,000-year-old medicinal herb. However, before I open it, Shouldn't we have a chat about what item your highness will be using to exchange for this medicinal herb? Han Li asked coldly. Since the other party demanded it from him, it was only natural he would have them bleed for a moment. These rarely seen formation-establishing magic tools, Han Li wanted to have a few more on hand as it was always good to have spares. What does Senior wish for? Apart from the magic tools Junior has on hand, there is nothing else worth trading. After the youth heard Han Li's words, he was startled for a moment before saying these words with slight embarrassment. Do you feel that a badly damaged formation establishment magic tool can be exchanged for this 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine? When Han Li heard his words, he did not reveal any expression of disappointment and instead replied with an indifferent voice. This? The short, coarse youth scratched his head in puzzlement. He strongly felt such an exchange wasn't suitable. Is Senior interested in the art of tool refining? The short, stocky youth hesitated for a long time before suddenly forcing out such a sentence, causing Han Li to feel greatly stunned. What do you mean? Han Li felt some uncertainty. Could it be that you want to pass down a tool refining technique? Han Li asked without thinking. Senior guessed it. The only thing I can take out is the tool refining technique that I have on me, the youth exclaimed somewhat dejectedly. When Han Li heard this, he was speechless. He had only wanted to obtain a few formation flag and plate items. Who wanted to learn how to refine tools? Even more so, who did this youth think he was? His tool refining technique was so rare. The cultivators who knew about refining tools were not few in number. However, because of ancestral rules, Junior can only give you the experience that I have accumulated. I cannot teach you this technique personally, the youth immediately stammered, complimenting his previous sentence. Han Li blinked his eyes and was at even more of a loss for words. Seeing that Han Li, upon hearing his suggestion, continued to be silent as if he were unwilling, the youth couldn't help but begin to feel anxious. He no longer cared about concealing his identity, and he hurriedly blurted out truthfully, "My grandfather used to be a tool refining elder from the Divine Weapons sect. His technique in tool refining had long since reached great heights. My own tool refining technique was taught to me hand in hand by my grandfather. For Junior to hand over his tool refining heart to you today is already breaking the ancestral rules. As for how much Senior can gain depends completely on Senior's good fortune. However, I can guarantee that they are all secrets that have never been spread to outsiders from the cultivation world." Han Li's expression finally changed upon hearing that this youth was a descendant of a Divine Weapons sect tool refining elder. Didn't this Divine Weapons sect stand side by side with the Heavenly Star sect and the Thousand Wonders Monastery as one of the three great sects in the state of Yuanwu? The tool refining techniques there, as well as the formations of the Heavenly Star sect and the Thousand Wonders Monastery's Tao of Talismans, were all incredibly well known by many cultivators in the neighboring states. In this way, it seemed that the other person's tool refinement insight was truly not average. Although Han Li would most likely not end up learning it, even having it in his possessions could be a bargaining chip. Who knew if in the future he would have some use for it? Han Li made a decision in his heart. However, he still asked, "Can your 5 elements reversal formation establishment magic tools really be further improved?" "It definitely can be. My friend has long reached perfection in the Tao of formations. Adding on my tool refining technique, improving this formation establishment magic tool will not pose a big problem." Seeing that Han Li asked that question, the youth knew that he had most likely agreed. Thus, he immediately became joyful and assured Han Li, patting his chest. Han Li nodded his head and did not continue speaking. However, he took the lid off the box in his hand and immediately a medicinal fragrance filled with spiritual qi filled the soundproof barrier. The youth lightly sniffed it a few times, then used his eyes to closely examine it several more times. The delight in his eyes greatly increased, and he nodded his head repeatedly to express his satisfaction. Seeing this, Han Li gently smiled. He reached out his hand and handed it over. The youth hurriedly and happily stretched out his hand to receive it. However, when he grabbed a corner of the box, wanting to take it away, it seemed that this box containing the spiritual medicine had grown roots on Han Li's hand and did not budge at all. This caused the youth to stare blankly, and a surprised expression was revealed on his face. Han Li, seeing the other person raise his head and look at him at a loss, couldn't help but sigh. It seemed like this individual truly was an influential family's young master who had not experienced many trials and hardships.
He still did not recognize such an obvious hint from Hanli. Helplessly, Hanli could only use his mouth to clarify for the other person. Shouldn't you also take out that set of magic tool and your tool refining insights?
That way, we can exchange the goods at the same time. Isn't doing it this way somewhat more appropriate?
Oh,
Senior spoke correctly. Junior forgot this matter in my excitement. The short, stocky youth finally was enlightened, and he let go of the box, his face blood red. He clumsily pulled out a stack of items from his storage pouch.
Here are 18 formation plates and 36 formation flags. These are the complete set of the 5 elements reversal formation establishment magic tools.
As long as you follow the instructions on this piece of jade and set them up exactly as described, the formation will immediately take effect. Also, this Xianxia technique insight manual was compiled from 20 years of my tool refining experience. I hope that Senior can avoid spreading it around in the future to prevent the Divine Weapons sect from coming to your door. This is because many of the tool refining techniques in here are all secrets of the Divine Weapons sect. The youth explained in great detail. In addition, he also gave Hanli a significant piece of advice. When Hanli heard these words, his impression of this youth became even more favorable.
Another idea suddenly emerged in his heart.
After hesitating for a moment, Hanli stuffed the box in his hand into the bosom of the other person, then received the stack of item from the other person's hand.
Hanli's sudden movements, which were contrary to his usual behavior, actually caused the short, stocky youth to feel at a loss, as if he didn't know what he had done wrong. Xianxia technique insight.
Xianxia is your name, right?
What is your surname? Hanli changed the indifferent expression he had used earlier. He received the items and gave them a few cursory glances before amiably asking the youth.
Junior's surname is Xianxia. Does Senior have any more instructions? The youth hesitated for a moment, but he still ended up speaking. However, he did not know what Hanli's intentions were. Nothing really. I just wanted to tell you that although I have received your collection of insights, I will use a sealing technique to seal it and will not touch it for 5 years.
If in these 5 years you can truly successfully improve the spell formation set for me, I will return the manual to you without having looked at a single page. What do you think? Really?
Then Junior can't thank you enough. Senior can rest assured concerning this matter of improving the 5 elements reversal formation establishment magic tools.
Even if Junior's friend does not successfully improve it, I will still try to persuade him to make a truly great formation for Senior. After hearing Hanli say this, the youth was overjoyed and hurriedly assured him.
Hanli gently smiled and picked up the Xianxia experience manual, holding it in his hands. Following Hanli's muttered incantations, a row of silver runes suddenly appeared on his hands. After circling in his palms for a while, they entered the book and vanished.
At the same time, a silver light flashed across the Xianxia experience manual and a faint silver light dissipated from it. This caused the entire book to suddenly become a chunk of silver with no way of opening it even a tiny bit. Okay, I finished sealing it. Now circulate your spiritual chi through the seal. In this way, when we make the exchange in the future, you'll know whether or not I've broken the seal. Hanli sealed the book, then threw it over. The youth caught the book with surprise and happiness.
The youth stared at it slack-jawed for a moment, but with a stomp of his foot, he left some spiritual chi on the seal. Then, with an expression both of doubt and gratitude, he returned the book to Hanli. At this time, Hanli had pretty much figured out the other person's state of mind.
He knew that immediately gaining the other person's trust was an impossible task. But when he returned the sealed book to the other person after a number of years, he would presumably be able to secure the friendship of both the youth and that magic formation master, building up a relationship with them. Of course, determining whether or not the other person was really worth building a relationship with still required them to interact for a long period of time before it would become clear. Thus, Hanli stowed the book away. After asking for a method to communicate with the youth, he floated away without another superfluous sentence and left the area. The youth was left in the same location with an expression of disbelief.
He had obtained this 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine just like that? He fiercely squeezed the hard medicine box, and an expression of both confusion and excitement was revealed in his eyes. Hanli naturally was in a very good mood, and he headed towards the tool refining store.
Xianxiao's tool refining technique and his backer's identity as a magic formation master were much more valuable than a lifeless book. If he could build up relations with them, perhaps in the future it would be very helpful for his cultivation path. Hanli had no doubts about this. Hanli finally returned to the store that had received his contract. There, the white-haired elder was waiting anxiously for his arrival. When he saw that Hanli really had kept his promise and returned, the store owner immediately beamed with joy and had the dark-skinned man quickly bring tea and rare fruits. He personally accompanied Han Li to sit down at the table and incessantly addressed him as senior. Although Han Li was a thick-skinned person, his face still faintly blushed. Next, Han Li took out the centipede's back shell out in front of the elder. This caused the elder's expression to change, and he immediately picked up a small piece, carefully caressing it and identifying it. This is the shell of an advanced grade 1 poisonous insect demonic beast. It truly is a very good tool refining ingredient, especially since the demonic beasts in the outside world are decreasing in number. Encountering a poisonous insect demonic beast is an especially rare circumstance, the elder said with a smile. The wrinkles on his face seemed to have smoothed out. The materials the other person possessed were all within his expectations. They weren't junk metal or any kind of miscellaneous garbage. Instead, they were actually the outer shell of a poisonous insect demonic beast. They were extremely good materials, highly suited for crafting armor or shield-like magic tools. According to his estimation, prior to being refined, these bug shells could forcefully receive an attack from a top-grade magic tool without any serious damage. If it were successfully refined, it naturally could effortlessly reach the ranks of a top-grade magic tool. The white-haired elder became happier the more he looked at it, and he happily picked up these pieces of shell, about to begin. However, he was stopped by Han Li. "Store owner, don't be hasty. There are still some ingredients that I haven't brought out yet." Seeing the elder's frazzled behavior, Han Li couldn't help but knit his eyebrows together and wonder if he had found himself the wrong tool-refining master. "There's more." The elder first stared blankly, but then he immediately became even happier. He laughed giddily for quite some time. Although he didn't know what sort of materials Han Li would pull out next, saving the best for last was a principle of common sense. His gaze towards Han Li was filled with even more expectation. Although Han Li was somewhat doubtful of the store owner's tool-refining methods, he would be unable to find another tool-refining master that he trusted more for some time. Thus, he could only somewhat hesitatingly place the inky flood dragon's raw materials onto the table. However, he had already decided in his heart that if this elder was unable to identify the origins of these materials, it would prove that the other person's experience and methods would be problematic. If that time came, he would at most allow the elder to refine the hard shell in front of him. As for the high-quality materials from the inky flood dragon, he would have to wait to find a superior tool-refining master. Since Han Li had made this plan, he naturally followed the elder's expression and movements even more closely. In the end, when he saw the pile of materials that Han Li had taken out, the elder spat out his mouthful of clear tea onto the ground in front of him with a poochie. "This is a flood dragon's hide. Even its horns, fangs? These are its eyes. Heavens, could Senior have single-handedly killed an evil flood dragon?" The white-haired store owner was shocked out of his normal behavior. He gazed at the materials in front of him with disbelief, incessantly muttering to himself. No wonder this elder was so shocked. Demonic beasts like the flood dragon had already disappeared from nearby cultivation worlds for a long time. Even if there were some in hiding, this kind of evil flood dragon, which had seemingly evolved into a grade 2 demonic beast, was comparable to a cultivator beyond the foundation establishment stage. Apart from core formation cultivators, how could average foundation establishment cultivators possibly be its opponent? Even if that many cultivators in foundation establishment took action together, the pile of flood dragon materials in front of him was too complete. It was practically as if Han Li had dismembered an entire flood dragon and directly carried it over. Could he have taken ownership of the complete corpse for himself, leaving nothing for the other cultivators? Or did this person have some terrifying method that allowed him to take care of this flood dragon on his own? The elder's imagination began to run wild as he fumbled around with these materials. It was only now that a reverent attitude appeared in his heart towards Han Li. The fact that the store owner had been able to immediately recognize these materials was somewhat beyond Han Li's expectations. He originally believed that even if the other person was able to recognize these items, it would perhaps still require a lot of time and energy for him to do so. But since the elder had so easily identified the materials, Han Li gained some more faith in him. Store owner Su recognized them so quickly. This actually has assured me a lot. Then, Elder Su, please begin refining, Han Li politely said after thinking things over in his heart. Okay. Senior, please have faith. When I, Su, was still an apprentice, I refined a flood dragon corpse once before with my father. My grasp of it will definitely not be small, the elder replied, nodding his head repeatedly. He held one of the inky flood dragon's talons in his hand, unwilling to put it down. Seeing this scene, Han Li felt that it was somewhat comical. However, he also understood that this elder most likely was a person who was obsessed with refining tools. Otherwise, even if the materials were better, he would not have lost his self-control like this. In this way, however, Han Li felt even more at peace, since this meant that this person's mastery of tool refining should be pretty exceptional. Thus, the elder led Han Li to the rear courtyard, bringing the materials with him. After half a month, Han Li finally walked out of the store's front door. He slowly left with a light smile on his face after turning around and gazing at the store. When he was outside of the market's prohibited flying zone, Han Li lifted his hand and a small, exquisite white boat shot out from his sleeve. It floated in front of him a few feet off the ground and began to gently shake. Han Li gazed at it lovingly for a moment before flicking his finger. An azure streak of magic power hit the boat. Instantly, the small boat slowly expanded in size. After a brief moment, it had become a small canoe that could fit several people. Han Li's figure gently shook when he saw the scene, and he got on the boat. Then, in a flash of white light, Han Li disappeared along with the boat, appearing 30 feet or so in the air. This divine wind boat that was refined using the inky flood dragon's fins and tail is really an incredibly flying magic tool. Although it is far from being able to contain as many people as the masked moonsec's heavenly divine moonboat and has no defensive abilities. Based on speed alone, it should be a very rarely seen flying magic tool. In this way, I will never have to use the leaf-shaped magic tool that travels as slowly as a turtle. Han Li said to himself as he stood on the bow of the ship. A trace of happiness was revealed on his face. Han Li suddenly sent his spiritual power into the small boat's frame. In an explosion of bright white light, the divine wind boat immediately became a streak of white and shot forwards. Its speed was extremely fast, more than enough to cause regular cultivators to stare, tongue-tied. Han Li sat at the front of the ship, gently closing his eyes and reveling in the sensation of speed that he had never before experienced. He reckoned that even if he were to fly at half the speed of the divine wind boat, he could return to his cave in little more than an hour. Then, he would prepare to set up the weakened 5 elements reversal formation. Once he finished, he could cultivate in peace. Just as Han Li was thinking this, he suddenly felt a strong burst of spiritual chi flying speedily towards his divine wind boat from a location below him. Although he didn't know what was attacking him, based on the immense spiritual chi that he felt, if it were to hit the small boat, the outcome would be the destruction of the boat and his death. Han Li was both surprised and furious, and he abruptly opened his eyes wide. Then, the small boat below him suddenly doubled in speed, whizzing numerous tens of feet away. At the same time, a huge column of yellow light passed through the location where Han Li was just in a moment ago, flying into the distance without scattering. This caused Han Li's expression to become gloomy. Could there be people who knew I would pass through this place and set up an ambush for me ahead of time? Han Li could not help but think this in his surprise and fury. Then, he immediately pulled out 2 azure-red dual-colored spheres, gently touching them together. A pung sounded out. Instantly, a surge of dense, azure-red fog simultaneously shot out of the 2 spheres, rapidly enveloping Han Li. In addition, it continued to expand. In the blink of an eye, it had become a huge azure-red cloud roughly 100 feet in size. Han Li's figure completely disappeared in the cloud of fog. With the protection of this azure-red cloud, Han Li slightly lowered his guard, coldly gazing at the earth below. When he saw clearly the circumstance below, Han Li's jaw dropped wide open and he had no way of closing it for quite some time. This was because there was a gang war going on below him. 4 or 5 Foundation establishment cultivators were at a disadvantage, confronting nearly 100 enemies that had completely surrounded them. In addition, their opponents were all expressionless and spiritless. They were actually all tiger and leopard mechanical puppet beasts. There were even a few humanoid mechanical puppets, very similar to the one in Han Li's storage pouch. Although the seemingly slow movements of the puppets made them seem easy to deal with, when one puppet was defeated or destroyed by these cultivators' magic tools, a few more puppets would walk out of the nearby forest and reinforce them, causing the numbers of puppets surrounding them to be constant and unchanging. In addition, these puppets' offensive abilities were very frightening. When these mechanical beasts occasionally opened their mouths, a huge column of light as big as a bowl, identical to the one that had almost hit Han Li, would shoot from their mouths. However, their columns of light were multicolored, representing their various attributes. It seemed as if Han Li had been accidentally shot at by them. As for those humanoid puppets, they were even stronger. There were puppet bowmen that were the same as the puppet bowmen in Han Li's possession. They directly shot out finger-wide multicolored light arrows from the long bow in their hands. Although their strength was not as great as the light columns shot by the mechanical beasts, they were superior because they formed an endless onslaught. If it weren't for the fact that these cultivators had combined their efforts to set up a huge barrier, perhaps they would have long since died under the indiscriminate barrage of light arrows and columns. However, what gave them the greatest headache was still those spear and saber-wielding close combat puppets. Not only were those puppets wearing heavy armor, the weapons in their hands all shone with light, indicating that they were all genuine low to mid-grade magic tools. Although there were only 10 of them or so, they attacked incessantly after thoroughly surrounding the barrier. Under the onslaught, the barrier began to crumble, and its brightness fluctuated. If it wasn't for the fact that there were 2 cultivators pressing their hands to the barrier and replenishing its magic power at all times, it would have most likely been broken through numerous times already. It wasn't that the cultivators really couldn't do anything about these puppets. They were, after all, Foundation establishment cultivators. Not only was their magic power very deep, the magic tools they possessed were also frighteningly powerful. In this small amount of time, 30 or 40 puppets had already been demolished by their attacks. However, no matter how strong the magic tools in their hands were, the number of puppets in the forest seemed to be inexhaustible. They continuously supplemented the existing number without stopping, and so the battle became one of attrition. The more these cultivators fought, the colder their hearts grew. Han Li, hiding in midair within the azure cloud, was also stunned by what he saw. It seemed as if in this span of time nobody had yet discovered his existence. That column of light had been nothing but an accident. Finally, one cultivator ran out of patience. He suddenly added on numerous layers of protective spells onto his body. Then, waving a banner-shaped defensive magic tool, he directly escaped out of the large barrier, flying towards the sky. It seemed as if he wanted to flee from this area. Seeing this, the other few cultivators couldn't help but break the silence and begin to curse him out. However, their curses had just left their mouths when a gigantic column of light tens of feet wide suddenly shot out from the forest. In a flash, it directly hit the cultivator in midair. He was immediately turned into a fireball, leaving him no time to even whimper before he fell to the ground. Whether he was alive or dead was a mystery. The curses of the few cultivators who were furious after their companion left them without saying anything had already disappeared. They gazed at each other, seeing a trace of dread in each other's eyes. Just then, although they had been in an extremely disadvantageous position, they actually did not feel any worry in their hearts apart from a slight feeling of vexation. They all reckoned that even if they couldn't kill off all these mechanical puppets, escaping through the air was still something that could be easily accomplished. But now, the escapee's fate immediately shocked them out of their wishful dreams. He had so many protective spells on his body, and he was even wielding a defensive magic tool. But even so, he was actually unable to withstand that column of light in the slightest. How could this not frighten them? In addition, the higher one's cultivation base, the more one feared death. They had, with great difficulty, achieved a point where they could live slightly longer than regular people.
There was also the possibility that they could live even longer, so how could they be willing to die so easily?
However, that frighteningly thick column of light was simply too powerful. If it hadn't been directed at the fleeing cultivator but rather at their protective barrier, these people really didn't know if they could have received it. The more these cultivators thought about it, the more they panicked.
They couldn't help but begin to think about retreating. But now, even if they wanted to retreat, the opponent would not easily let them go now that he had the advantage. This caused them to be caught in a dilemma, hiding in the clouds high above their heads. Han Li was also shocked by that domineering column of light to the point that his body emanated cold air. Now he was even more unwilling to rashly reveal himself. However, he was also not very willing to just leave this place in this manner. Thus, he could rely on the outstanding speed of the divine wind boat to escape even after being discovered. Han Li continued to stay in midair, observing what transpired. However, the azure-red cloud of smoke that Han Li's magic tool had transformed into was truly somewhat eye-catching if he left it floating in midair above the cultivators and puppets. Luckily, while Han Li had been in mid-flight, he had greatly increased the altitude of the small boat to a distance of about 1,000 feet. Thus, Han Li had yet to be discovered by the surrounded cultivators or the figure in the forest controlling the puppets. However, Han Li also knew that this method could not be carried on indefinitely, but if he were to retrieve the cloud of smoke, he would definitely be exposed in midair. Besides, the top-grade magic tool, Azure Fire Miasma, that had been refined from a pair of flood dragon eyes could conceal Han Li's figure, causing enemies to be unable to determine his exact location. In addition, the remaining blood of the inky flood dragon's den had been incorporated in the dense, azure-red fog. This would cause the people who unwittingly came into contact with the cloud to feel dizzy and lightheaded, slowly being poisoned without even knowing. With such an incredible defensive and stealthy magic tool at hand, how could Han Li not choose to use it? In his desperation, Han Li suddenly saw a gray cloud floating in a nearby location above where he was hiding. He instantly rejoiced in his heart and slowly drew near to it. Finally, both him and the protective cloud around him entered the cloud. Now, any traces of Han Li had been completely covered up. Now that he didn't have to worry about being discovered, he continued to watch the battle down on the ground with reassurance. Evidently, that supreme beam of light earlier had dispelled the self-confidence of these Foundation establishment cultivators. Thus, although they were still attacking with their various magic tools and the fight appeared to be very intense, Han Li could see that the strength of their attacks was far weaker than they were originally. This was obviously because everyone had their own ulterior motives and appeared to be unwilling to resist the enemy together anymore. Just as Han Li was quietly shaking his head, an elderly cultivator within the barrier seemingly also became aware that something was wrong. He suddenly yelled loudly towards the forest, "Does Sir really want to continue the slaughter? We are all disciples from various sects of the state of Yuan-Wu. If you kill us, you will have wronged the state of Yuan-Wu's entire cultivation world. Are you not afraid of incurring a fatal disaster?" Hee. Fatal disaster. If you had said so before I killed that cultivator who had wanted to fly away, perhaps I would have considered it. However, now that someone has already died, offending once is still an offense. It would be better to kill everybody off. Perhaps this way, no one will know of this matter. We don't have any malicious intentions. As long as you are willing to make peace, we will swear an oath that we definitely will keep this matter a secret, a significantly younger cultivator hurriedly vowed. Swearing an oath? I don't believe in such trifles. You guys were stealthily following behind me for such a long time, yet you still say that you don't have any malicious intentions? Could it be that you want to invite me to a meal? Besides, I am not a person from the state of Yuan-Wu. Even if I did offend the cultivation world of your state, what can you do? Do you want to follow me back to the Thousand Bamboo School to demand justice? If that's really the case, I, M.O., very much admire your sect's elder's boldness. An extremely harsh voice came from within the forest. Upon hearing this voice, Han Li thought that it sounded very familiar. It's him. Han Li quietly thought, somewhat surprised. Based on the sound of his voice, it was definitely the burly man who had bought the mechanical puppet beasts at the auction. Hearing their exchange, it was obvious that these cultivators had secretly followed this person right after the auction had ended. They probably wanted to use some dishonorable methods to discover the puppet beast's secrets. Who knew that this 1,000 Bamboo School fellow became aware of their actions a long time ago and actually laid a trap for them, instantly trapping them here? Everybody, we have no choice but to go all out against him. He has already made it clear that he wants to silence us. The first cultivator to speak was not stupid. He immediately attempted to arouse the fighting spirit of the other cultivators, intending to fight to the death.
Do you even have the qualifications to go all out against me?
Don't talk about going all out if you can't even win against my puppet beast army.
I have toyed around enough with you people. It's best if I hurry up and send you on your way. The burly man's tone was still just as harsh, but the killing intent in his words was undoubtedly revealed.
Just as his words left his mouth, a loud, earth-shaking sound suddenly emerged from within the forest. Then booming, heavy footsteps came charging out of the forest, causing the cultivators inside the barrier and Han Li, who was in midair, to glance around wildly,
not knowing exactly what had occurred. Although the footsteps were very heavy, they were very quick. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived in an area nearby the forest. Now all of the people could see what was happening clearly.
A roughly 50 or 60-foot tall puppet tiger leapt out of the forest. The burly cultivator, still wearing a cloak, was naturally sitting on the head of the giant tiger. Upon seeing that the puppet tiger was so enormous, the few cultivators were all secretly shocked and couldn't help but think of the huge column of light that they had seen earlier. It was likely that it had been shot by this beast. After it appeared, the burly man did not say anything superfluous and directly patted the tiger's head. Instantly, the puppet tiger beneath him slowly opened its lower jaw. Faint white light began to condense in its huge mouth. The other puppets that were attacking the barrier instantly stopped one by one, retreating a few steps in an orderly fashion. These cultivators obviously knew that the situation did not look good, so all of them reached out their hands and pressed them against the barrier. This was the only barrier that could save their lives. As for escaping the barrier and flying away, everybody had once harbored this idea but learned from the unfortunate cultivator's mistake. Nobody dared to lightly make such a move.
The huge column of white light appeared once again. This time, the domineering light column was actually forcefully blocked by the cooperative efforts of the few cultivators with the help of the barrier, temporarily creating a stalemate.
Although Han Li was very high up in the sky, by virtue of his extraordinary eyesight, he could still clearly see that these cultivators did not appear happy even though they had successfully blocked the column of light. Instead, their faces became pale after pouring such large quantities of their spiritual energy into this barrier. However, Han Li believed that this destructive attack could not continue for long and would be over before long. The few cultivators inside the barrier also seemed to understand this principle, so they each continued to grit their teeth and bitterly hold on.
As expected, the column of light was maintained for a brief moment before gradually thinning, then disappearing from the tiger's mouth.
Having received a new lease on life, the cultivators revealed joyful expressions as they finally retrieved the hands that they had placed on the barrier, letting out a big sigh. However, the burly man coldly laughed upon seeing this.
He suddenly uncovered a secret panel on the tiger's head, then flipped his hand and tossed a mid-grade fire attribute spirit stone into opening. Then the originally extinguished white light in the tiger's mouth began to shine again, causing the other cultivators to become completely dazed when they saw the scene.
Han Li gnawed on his lips even more, speechless at the extravagant expense. 1 mid-grade spirit stone for an all-out attack. How was this a battle tactic? It was clearly using piles of spirit stones to forcefully bash these cultivators. It seemed like the 1,000 Bamboo School in his faraway country was extremely rich and had huge stores of spirit stones. Just as Han Li's imagination was running wild, the cultivators who were originally able to work together finally scattered under the extremely large threat facing them. This was because the magic power they had remaining was not very much. Continuing to forcefully resist would only bring them an earlier death.
Thus, it would be better for them to each rely on their own luck and escape individually. As expected, the burly man willed the huge tiger to attack 2 of the cultivators one after the other with the huge column of light. Their fates were almost the same as the first individual. Their bodies were charred black and their remains were truly too horrible to look at.
2 cultivators flew off into the distance to escape. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the sky. The burly man sat astride the tiger and coldly looked at them as they departed. It seemed he didn't want to pursue them at all.
Hiding in the clouds, Hanli felt a bit bewildered. A moment ago, it seemed this person was vicious and merciless. There was no way he would let them off so easily unless, could he have something up his sleeve? As Hanli was casually making a few guesses, he suddenly heard the ice-cold voice of the burly man. Your esteemed self, you've been watching this scene for quite a long time. Are you waiting for an opportunity to dispose of this elderly man? When Hanli heard this, he was greatly startled. Could it be that although I was hiding at such a high altitude, he was still able to see me? With this thought, Hanli couldn't help but gulp. He felt his heart beating in his throat. After witnessing the ferocity of these mechanical puppets, Hanli did not wish to suffer the same fate as the other cultivators and become a target of the huge tiger's attacks. The speed of that transcendent light beam was far too fast, and its might was frightening. According to Hanli's estimates, if he were to directly face it, apart from fleeing with the utmost speed on his divine wind boat, he would truly have no other method to safely escape the light beam attack. After slight consideration, Hanli couldn't help but want to escape far away through the sky and avoid provoking fatal disaster. But after he took a look at the burly man's actions, all thoughts of this immediately disappeared. That was because the direction the puppets pointed their weapons was not toward him in the sky. Instead, they were pointed toward a small mound of earth not far away. Hanli was so startled he nearly bit his own tongue. There was actually a third person here, yet Hanli hadn't noticed him in the slightest. Crash! The sound of earth shifting drifted over from the small earth mound. A single eccentric wearing a gray hood on his head emerged, standing opposite of the burly man. So it really was you. Who in the world are you? It seems as if you know a bit about the secrets of this mechanical puppet. The burly man looked at him with a bone-chilling glare, viciously staring at this eccentric. Huanglong, I haven't seen you for so many years. It seems your fiery temperament hasn't changed. After a moment of silence from the hooded eccentric, he said a few words that caused the burly man and Hanli to feel great amazement. How do you know who I am? Are you an acquaintance of this one named Huang? Having heard the other party speak out his name, the burly man could not help but reveal an expression of shock. However, since his identity was already exposed, his disguise was worthless. He then bluntly tore off his cloak and threw it to the floor. A fierce-looking man with a short, sallow hair was revealed. You've properly abandoned being your 1,000 bamboo school's great protector. Now you are 5,000 kilometers away doing what? Could it be because you wanted to conceal the half-complete great development technique in your puppet beast? The eccentric ignored the burly man's actions and asked this leisurely. You're still not revealing your identity? Don't blame me for being impolite. Having heard the other party attack his greatest secrets, Huanglong's expression changed as he hastily berated back with a stern voice. Don't tell me you've forgotten? The one who originally taught you the first layer chant of the great development technique in secret? After a moment of hesitation, the eccentric eventually divulged this, causing the other party's face to greatly change. Huanglong stepped back several times. Your senior martial brother Lin? Impossible. Senior martial brother Lin passed away many years ago. You dare to play with me? I will take your life. After a moment of shock, he immediately yelled back furiously. Then, with a vicious appearance, he waved his hand. The hundreds of puppets immediately stepped forward to surround the eccentric from afar. It seems that junior martial brother Huang still hasn't forgotten his feelings from old times. This makes brother very happy. The eccentric's eyes suddenly grew soft, and he tore off the hood on his head, revealing his true identity. Senior martial brother Lin. Martial Uncle Lin. The large man and Hanli, who had been paying attention this entire time, nearly shouted at the same time. However, while the large man actually shouted out loud, Hanli mere cried out in his mind. This eccentric was the old man named Lin who liked carving. Hanli had seen him in that stone room the day he entered Yellow Maple Valley. Because the small monkey he was carving at the time was extremely adorable and lifelike, the old man had left a deep impression on Hanli, so Hanli was thus able to recognize his present appearance. It truly is senior brother Lin. Why does senior brother have such an aged appearance? Furthermore, you haven't already. Although the large man yelled this, he still went through a moment of disbelief before grabbing the senior martial brother Lin in front of him with both hands, wearing an expression of great emotion. Hee. Junior martial brother Huang, this brother only faked his death that day. That death was only.
What are you doing? Han Li's martial uncle Lin was saying this with a smile, but his expression immediately changed. He suddenly shook off the hands of this junior martial brother Huang with fright. Two deep wounds as thin as chopsticks appeared on his wrists. Black blood freely bled from the wounds. There was clearly poison within them. It seems senior martial brother Lin's mind has spoiled during these many years of hiding. How could you be this careless and let your junior martial brother injure your wrists? TSK. That was black thread venom that I acquired from the venomous poison sect with quite some difficulty. I'm afraid that it is quite hard to get rid of. This is senior martial brother's fault. Since you feigned your death, how could you want to form a relation with your previous subordinate and futilely try to steal the second half of the great development technique? The current schoolmaster Jean is very unhappy, so he sent this junior martial brother to come and clear the weeds. Huang Long coldly chuckled several times before mocking him. Good.
Truly my good junior martial brother is passionate toward me. After a short moment of fury, senior martial brother Lin quickly regained his calm. He hastily moved his hands as fast as the wind, forcing some of the poisonous blood out.
He then took out a green jade bottle and poured all of the yellow medicine powder it contained down his throat. Rigidly staring at the large, yellow-haired man, he said with an ice-cold expression, "It seems the information that my good subordinate gave me was all false. The second half of the great development technique simply does not reside within the puppet beast. This was all a trap to lure me in. But what baffles me is how the secret shop managed to cooperate with you in this manner. Money moves people's hearts. This proverb from the mortal world applies to the cultivation world all the same. So long as the school pays enough, nothing is impossible," Huang Long said with a slanted mouth. Then he turned his head and yelled off to the forest at the side. "Come out! Everyone come and see the handsome and confident schoolmaster Lin's only son, the great martial brother Lin." Hee. Little sister has heard of senior martial brother Lin's reputation for a long time. It is a pity that she had entered the sect late and didn't get the chance to see your face. Humph! What senior martial brother Lin? I only see the corpse of an old dog. The voice of a dainty woman and the coarse voice of a jealous man came from the woods. A man and a woman then walked out side by side. Let me introduce senior martial brother to these two. They are new great protectors of the school. Huang Long was currently thinking of willfully teasing him for a moment. This senior martial brother Lin had pressured him from above during those past years. However, without even finishing his sentence, he already knew he had fallen into senior martial brother Lin's trap. Senior martial brother Lin's figure suddenly whirled as he disorderly waved his hands without stopping. Black specks radiated in a large area, shooting out from his body in all directions. Then the countless radiant specks on the floor immediately flickered without end. One by one, small and fully armed puppet soldiers emerged and grew in size. There were more than 200 in the vicinity. It was an extremely marvelous sight. Be careful, this fellow has reached the third layer of the great development technique and is able to control these many puppets. We must all tangle him down by any means or else he will escape. So long as the poison in his body flares up, even with his heavenly skill, he can only wait to be captured. After Huang Long said this, he ordered his subordinates to attack. After the man and woman glanced at each other, they also released 200 puppets and began to attack. Suddenly, a new wave of puppet attacks was launched. All kinds of light arrows and beams were shot out endlessly. At the same time, there were many armed puppet soldiers and puppet beasts tangled in combat. This scene caused Han Li, who was viewing this from above, to be dumbstruck. Although he couldn't see clearly what had happened towards the end, he was able to vaguely make out about 70 to 80%. That senior martial brother Lin, whom he had met before formally entering the sect, actually originated from the Thousand Bamboo School. Furthermore, he was the child of a school master. But it was clear he had already lost his influence when he chose to conceal himself at Yellow Maple Valley until now. But because he sought to acquire this great development technique, Martial Uncle Lin had become the subject of the new schoolmaster's wrath. Members of his former sect were sent to thoroughly exterminate him. When Han Li clearly understood this relationship, he could not help but sigh. Then he looked at the frenzy below. He knew that this wasn't something an initial stage foundation establishment cultivator could opportunistically stick his hand into, but rather something he should escape from as best as he could out of fear that he could get himself caught up in it. Clearly understanding his own interests, Han Li immediately put away the Azure Fire miasma and moved his divine wind boat with the greatest speed, immediately turning into a rainbow streak that cut through the sky. Han Li's extremely large movements were naturally noticed by the four below, causing them to grow greatly frightened. They could not help but slow down their fighting. None of them expected that someone had actually been eavesdropping on their conversation all along. It seemed that the person who had heard their secret wasn't weak, but after seeing Han Li tactfully flee into the distance without intending to help anyone, the four looked at each other and wordlessly agreed to continue their battle. Flying as fast as he could, Han Li returned to his Immortal's cave after a short while. Without doing anything further, he took out the Formation Establishment Jade Slip that Qi Yunxiao had given him and immersed his consciousness into it, carefully reading the method of using the Formation Establishment magic tools. Han Li decided to push his previous plans to the side and first set up the Great Formation around his Immortal's cave. After all, those cultivators were fighting not too far away. He did not feel safe. The setup of the 5 elements reversal formation was quite simple. After precisely inserting the formation flags and burying the formation plates, he was required to place down several small-scale magic formations with spirit stones outside of the formation center to provide the large formation with sufficient spiritual power. Like that, the large formation was able to immediately function. Furthermore, the formation's master only needed to know a few simple control commands and use the master formation flag on hand to ceaselessly shift and control the formation patterns, trapping enemies within illusions. Han Li inserted the formation flags and buried the formation's plates. Then he begrudgingly embedded several mid-grade spirit stones. These were half of all the spirit stones he possessed, and the loss caused his heart to ache for the majority of the day. But because he didn't want to reduce the power of this great formation, he could only resign himself to parting with his wealth. Though if he were to exchange some spiritual medicines of a certain age at the market city, Han Li would be able to acquire a great amount of spirit stones. But the odds of others discovering his secret and putting him under torturous interrogation would increase threefold. If he were not cautious and careful, he could have been attacked from all sides like that scene he just witnessed. After testing the large formation's operations, it seemed quite effective, but the specific defensive trapping ability could only be tested during an enemy trespass. But regarding its ability to completely shroud the vicinity of the Immortal's cave for several acres without the slightest of abnormalities, Han Li found it to be greatly worth it. Han Li, now feeling completely safe, returned to his chambers and started to think about his cultivation. If he wanted even the slightest chance of entering the cycle of core formation, he would have to possess a top-grade cultivation technique, talent that 1 in 10,000 didn't even possess, as well as the greatest of fortunes. The problem of foundation establishment fundamentally didn't compare. After all, foundation establishment only required sufficient aptitude and 1 or 2 foundation establishment pills. With this, the odds of entering foundation establishment were rather large. As for core formation, even with all of the above-mentioned circumstances, cultivators truly capable of entering core formation were few in number. Thus, every time a core formation cultivator appeared, almost every clan and sect would convene to celebrate without reserve. Furthermore, news of this would spread quickly throughout the cultivation world. The reason why the Masked Moon sect had become the #1 cultivation sect in the state of Yu, apart from having over 1,000 foundation establishment disciples, a number that far exceeded that of other sects, was because they had more than 10 core formation experts. This allowed them to look down upon the other 6 sects with disdain. Han Li knew that his own aptitudes were disastrous, far below that of other formation establishment disciples. The only cultivation technique he possessed was a very dubious Azure Essence sword art, a cultivation technique he couldn't use under any circumstance. His current chances were as thin as a veil. He could only hope that his luck would fare better. As such, Han Li currently seemed to be at a complete disadvantage in all areas.
But after a moment of pondering, Han Li felt that although his aptitude was rather poor, with the mysterious small bottle he possessed that could mature spirit medicines along with his skill at pill refinement, this was not an obstacle that could not be overcome. Also, destiny couldn't be grasped with a person's power, so he did not need to mull over it. All he could do was strive to increase his own chances of reaching core formation and find a suitable top-grade cultivation technique for his own use. With his goal set on finding a cultivation technique, Han Li first thought of his cheap master, Li Huayuan. Although he had merely taken in Han Li as an in-name disciple, he should be willing to impart a few cultivation techniques to him. After all, he was a core formation expert. Perhaps Han Li could pick out a cultivation technique and even receive a pointer or two. With this thought, Han Li decided to return to Yellow Maple Valley the next morning and ask about the whereabouts of his master's Immortal's cave to seek some instruction. It was highly likely that his master had yet to hear the news of his success in achieving foundation establishment. As he thought this, he found it truly funny. Ever since Li Huayuan took him in, Han Li hadn't been called upon even a single time. It was as if this in-name disciple didn't exist at all, causing Han Li to feel upset. Naturally, as vexed as he was, Han Li couldn't take the initiative to call on him and make his master feel like Han Li was being far too indiscreet. But now that Han Li had reached foundation establishment, he could truly go to find this master of his. Even so, although he was his master's disciple, he would actually have to go and ask a few baffled strangers, much to his extreme embarrassment. Han Li laughed at himself for a moment before slowly falling asleep on his stone bed with a bitter smile. After sleeping for an unknown amount of time, a sudden and intense quake forcefully roused Han Li from sleep. As he was still half asleep and did not fully understand the situation, he almost believed the quake was a dream of his. But another violent quake came, causing Han Li's last trace of sleepiness to disappear without a trace. Apart from the earth shaking, an explosive rupture came from outside his Immortal's cave. It was clear that someone had touched his own restriction spell and was forcefully attacking his great restriction formation. Han Li was startled and furious. He immediately ran out of his bedroom and charged straight out of his Immortal's cave. Outside the Immortal's cave was a dense barrage of light arrows and beam attacks coming from several mechanical puppets floating in the sky. When Han Li saw this, he was so shocked that he nearly bit his own tongue. What was going on? Because he was afraid of attracting trouble, he didn't interfere with yesterday's matter. But after he returned to his home, they were actually able to find him. Furthermore, from their overbearing manner, it seemed they had some sort of misunderstanding. Could it be that, when he flew away yesterday, they were able to track him? During this time of desperation, Han Li's mind was actually clear and his mind produced several scheming responses one after another. The people inside had better listen well. Hand over the one who has escaped into your cave. So long as you hand over that person to us, we will not disturb this dwelling's master any further. This is no reason for your esteemed self to offend our 1,000 bamboo school and invite calamity by defending strangers. Even under these people's fierce, unrestrained assault, their attempt to dissolve the 5 elements reversal formation produced no visible effects. A man's persuasive voice came down from the sky, belonging to that person Huang Long. When Han Li heard this, he could not help but look up. In the patch of sky with the most puppets, a green jade raft was suspended in the air. There were 6 or 7 differently clothed individuals with Huang Long at the very front. Behind him were the man and woman Han Li had seen before, as well as 4 other slim men who looked completely similar. They were rarely seen quadruplets. It seemed they were reinforcements from the 1,000 bamboo school in a rush. When Han Li heard they wanted him to hand someone over, he was startled. With complete doubt, he looked toward the center of his 5 elements reversal formation and saw a still person lying face down near the entrance of his cave. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. When Han Li saw this figure, the doubt in his stomach disappeared. He inwardly cursed without end. It seemed this senior martial brother Lin ran over here to escape and somehow entered Han Li's cave by mistake. As Han Li had attracted so much trouble toward him, how should he respond? But seeing how the great might of this damaged formation actually resisted such a berserk attack, Han Li felt much safer and wasn't as panicked as he was originally. Thus, after he wrinkled his brow, Han Li held the formation flag in hand and entered the formation spell, walking towards senior martial brother Lin.
Han Li used both his hands to forcefully turn Senior Marshal Brother Lin onto his back. After carefully looking at his face, Han Li's expression immediately became unsightly, unable to say a single word. That was because he had no words to say to a dead man, with a jet-black face and trails of blood from his 7 orifices. This Senior Marshal Brother Lin had long since stopped breathing.
Han Li let out a sigh. After a moment of hesitation, he reached out into the body's bosom. Han Li wanted to find the puppets in Senior Brother Lin's storage pouch, as he was greatly interested in these types of unfair methods of combat.
But just as Han Li's hand opened the corpse's jacket, a faint green ball of light seized the opportunity to suddenly fly out and throw itself toward Han Li's face like a shooting star. Han Li shouted, "Aya!" with fright, and his body fell backward, just as the ball of light was heading toward Han Li's face. Han Li's right hand suddenly flashed with white light and shot forth like lightning, tightly grabbing hold of the green ball of light. The light ball that he grabbed seemed to moan in pain. "Junior Marshal Brother, please spare my life. Junior Marshal Brother. I was completely wronged by the Cho clan and was forced without any other option.
So long as Junior Marshal Brother is willing to release me, I guarantee that Junior Marshal Brother will receive enormous profit." Senior Marshal Brother Lin's repentant voice entered Han Li's mind and promised great reward.
"Did you try to possess my body just now?" Han Li ignored the enticement with a dark face. It was just as Junior Marshal Brother described it.
However, I was confused during that time. I will certainly compensate Junior Marshal Brother for the fright.
I wish that Sir Junior Marshal Brother will be gracious and will not stoop down to Senior Marshal Brother's level. Han Li heard Senior Marshal Brother Li's embarrassed response along with repeated apologies. When Han Li heard the other person's words, he didn't actually open his mouth to say anything. Instead, he lowered his head and began to think, while he tightly grasped the other person's primordial spirit with a single hand that glowed with white light. After a long while, Han Li lifted his head up and said coldly, "If your primordial spirit's invasion had taken me by surprise, would you have had mercy on me?
Your magic power is much deeper than mine, even though we're both at Foundation establishment. More likely than not, I would have been consumed by you." Han Li's words were overflowing with ill intent.
"I can tell you a secret and give you an exceptional cultivation technique." Senior Marshal Brother Li was greatly frightened and began to send transmissions through his primordial spirit. Secret cultivation technique? Could this be the great development technique of your 1,000 bamboo school? Han Li's indifferent sentence immediately caused the primordial spirit's green light to flash. In addition, it began to transmit with shock, stuttering, "How do you know of this matter?
You're the person who was snooping yesterday." At this time, Senior Marshal Brother Lin finally realized what had happened. "Okay, since you know that I am not clueless about your situation, you should obediently tell me everything."
"You wouldn't want me to immediately destroy your primordial spirit." Although Han Li spoke very casually, this caused Senior Marshal Brother Lin's primordial spirit to tremble in his hand.
"Didn't Junior Marshal Brother pretty much hear all that there was to say yesterday?" Senior Marshal Brother Lin let out a long sigh and asked faintly.
Meanwhile, those people from the 1,000 bamboo school outside the formation, seeing that no response came after they transmitted their words through the large formation, couldn't help but be shamed into anger. They released their puppet beasts, unleashing a new round of attacks. The large formation became lively once again, but the interior of the formation was still just as calm as before apart from some noise and aftershocks. "Junior Marshal Brother, what strange formation is this? It can actually withstand this fierce attack. It truly is unbelievable." Senior Marshal Brother Lin interjected upon seeing this scene. He purposefully acted surprised and spoke. "Humph, don't worry about my formation, and don't recklessly change the subject either.
I have absolutely no interest in the internal strife of your 1,000 bamboo school. All I want to know is whether you have a portion of the great development technique and if you gain any remarkable abilities as you cultivate it. If you want to purposefully stall for time, I will immediately destroy you," Han Li said, his tone suddenly becoming cold as he knitted his eyebrows.
Next, the white light on his hand abruptly flourished, and with a gentle force of his finger, he instantly caused Senior Marshal Brother Lin's primordial spirit to cry out repeatedly that he wouldn't dare. This great development technique is the original secret technique created by my sect's founding ancestor. It is a secret technique specifically used to greatly increase one's divine sense, as well as to split one's primordial spirit. This is also a necessary cultivation technique for our Thousand Bamboo School to cultivate in order to use the puppets. Only when one has cultivated this technique can one imprint one's divine sense on all the numerous puppets and control them with ease. Otherwise, even if I were to refine more puppets, what use would they be to me if I couldn't control them all at once? Senior Marshal Brother Lin said unhurriedly, not daring to procrastinate after tasting Han Li's methods. Since it is a basic cultivation technique of the Thousand Bamboo School, why would you still need to scheme about it? You even mentioned something about another half. What was your fight all about? Han Li continued to ask expressionlessly. There's not much to hide. Although the Great Development Technique is a foundational cultivation technique of my Thousand Bamboo School, the fundamental teachings of our school cannot be easily spread to the public. Thus, the Great Development Technique that the Thousand Bamboo School's disciples cultivate is only the abridged version of the first layer. Although it is easy to cultivate even after completely cultivating it, it is still far from the strength of the first layer of the actual Great Development Technique. In addition, the real manual for the Great Development Technique can only be cultivated by the high-level cultivators in the sect. The people outside must have all cultivated the first 2 layers of the actual Great Development Technique to be able to control nearly 100 mechanical puppets at once. Because I have cultivated the 3rd layer of this technique, I am even better than them and can control 300 at once. However, only the schoolmaster and his successors have the right to cultivate the Great Development Technique past the 3rd layer. During a rebellion within the Thousand Bamboo sect, my father was plotted against by the current schoolmaster, Jean Nantian. Even the entire Great Development Technique manual was forcefully taken away. I, as the young schoolmaster, was taking care of business outside of the school at the time. Because I had no way to resist this situation, I could only find a substitute to fake my death and left, hiding in the state of you, 5,000 kilometers away. At that time, although I didn't have the entire Great Development Technique because I was the only son of the schoolmaster, I still knew the cultivation technique for the first 4 layers. Thus, I compiled it all into the first half of the Great Development Technique. Originally, I had wanted to spend the last years of my life here, but who knew that my breakthrough to the 3rd layer of the Great Development Technique was just around the corner. This caused my desire for revenge to greatly rise. In a moment of confusion, I contacted a group of my loyal subordinates, asking them to steal the incantations for the final 3 layers for me, but who knew that my fate would turn out this way? I don't know if they were captured after failing to steal it, or if they directly betrayed me. Senior Marshal Brother Lin spoke slowly this time and in great detail, but when he reached the end, his voice was filled with wrath and objection. Han Li coldly watched the other person's primordial spirit vent its anger and didn't make any moves. When the other person had finally calmed down somewhat, he continued to interrogate without politeness. What exactly is the secret that you just mentioned? This? I hope that... Stay your hand. I'll speak. I'll tell you right now. Senior Marshal Brother Lin's primordial spirit hesitated a little bit as if it wanted to bring up some conditions. However, Han Li didn't even give him the opportunity to speak any further. He directly gave the other person another taste of suffering, almost shattering Senior Marshal Brother Lin's primordial spirit. This caused the other person to immediately change his tune, panic-stricken. If you won't do this the easy way, we'll do it the hard way. It's best if you don't raise any conditions before telling me everything that I want to hear. Han Li's tone was cold and bone-piercing. Senior Marshal Brother Lin had been completely shaken by Han Li's vicious tactics. He said hurriedly with fright, in actuality, this secret is related to the Great Development Technique. In addition, it has been widely spread in the upper echelons of the Thousand Bamboo School. It's only that nobody knows whether or not it's true. However, when my father was still here, he secretly told me that there was a 50 to 60% chance that this secret was true. I don't know when it started, but in the upper echelons of our Thousand Bamboo School, a rumor was secretly spread that anyone who cultivated the Great Development Technique to a high enough layer could form their core much more easily than regular cultivators, and it would be easier for them to break through the bottlenecks in their cultivation.
This was because the previous schoolmaster's heir's success rate of forming his core was extraordinarily high. After a brief pause, he still told Hanli the secret. It can raise one's chances of entering the core formation stage? The originally cold-faced Hanli finally changed his expression. Yes, if Junior Marshall Brother is willing to help me find a corpse so that I can refine and control it, I am willing to share the incantation for the first 4 layers with Junior Marshall Brother. Afterward, we can join forces and devise a way to take the remaining layers from the son of that thief surnamed Jean. Then, we can reach core formation together. Wouldn't it be much faster? He began to move his non-existent mouth again, attempting to entice Hanli. Hanli snorted and remained silent. He lowered his head and entered deep contemplation once again, causing Senior Marshall Brother Lin to instantly feel uneasy yet again. There is only a 50 or 60% chance that it can raise one's success rate for core formation? Hanli suddenly raised his head and muttered, his eyebrows tightly locked together. Junior Marshall Brother, a 50 to 60% chance is already pretty good. After all, this is related to the formation of a gold core. You should at least try it. Senior Marshall Brother Lin added hastily upon seeing this. In reality, what his father had told him was not actually a 50 to 60% chance, but rather a 30% chance. As his words were leaving his mouth, the success rate had been doubled. Is this great development technique easy to cultivate? Apart from increasing one's divine sense, can it increase one's cultivation base? In addition, how long has Senior Marshall Brother Lin been in the foundation establishment stage, and how long have you been cultivating this great development technique? Hanli suddenly asked coldly, raising his eyebrows. Cultivating speed is decent and it can add ever so slightly to your cultivation base. I successfully reached foundation establishment over 100 years ago. At that time, I was only 20 years old. I started cultivating the great development technique after reaching foundation establishment. Why does Junior Marshall Brother ask these questions? Senior Marshall Brother Lin had never thought that the other person would suddenly ask a train of questions. After staring blankly for a moment, he could only stammer and answer the first 2 questions because he had not had time to prepare his defenses. However, he answered the last 2 questions very clearly. Hanli's expression relaxed as if he were very satisfied with the other person's responses. However, the right hand that was holding onto Senior Marshall Brother Lin's primordial spirit suddenly flashed with bright white light. Then, he tightly closed his fingers. The primordial spirit in his hand only had time to let out a tragic yell before it instantly became dots of starlight, forever disappearing from this world. What a terrible coincidence! The thing I hate the most is being possessed by other people. This reminded me of some unpleasant things. In addition, although I am truly piqued by the great development technique, it is difficult to cultivate and cannot increase one's magic power. How could I cultivate it as my primary cultivation technique? If my magic power hadn't even been cultivated to the peak of the foundation establishment stage, what use would the great development technique be to me even if I were to cultivate it diligently? This fellow's natural talent was pretty good, but after cultivating this great development technique for nearly 100 years, he was still only at the peak of the 3rd layer, and because he was distracted, his magic power hovered around that of the mid-foundation establishment stage. A fish and a bear's paw. How could they be so easily linked together? In addition, there is nothing strange about the 1,000 Bamboo School's previous schoolmaster being able to balance the 2 and form a golden core. Since he could become a head of a school, he definitely would possess a peerless innate talent and could be considered a 1 in 10,000 genius. Thus, the credibility of the claim that the great development technique can increase one's chances of forming one's core is even lower. I am definitely not considered a genius, so I have no faith that I can cultivate both my own magic power and the great development technique to any deep point. The worst is that he doesn't even possess the entire great development technique. He even wants me to become an enemy of a sex school. Isn't this just bringing about my own destruction? Even if I were to let you go, who could guarantee that you wouldn't bear a grudge about today's matters and use underhanded methods behind my back? Please tell me, with all these reasons, how could I let you go? Hanli muttered to himself, looking at the right hand that had taken the life of a foundation establishment cultivator. As it stood, this was the 2nd cultivator whom Hanli had eliminated after his primordial spirit abandoned his body.
Within battles, most cultivators wouldn't separate their primordial spirit from their body, as it required a certain amount of time to perform. During this period of time, one could not move about freely. During a battle between cultivators, who would give their enemy enough time to escape? Long before one would have the time to separate their primordial spirit from their body, they would have already died more than 10 times. Furthermore, only those in the nascent soul stage or later would be able to separate their primordial spirit from their body in an instant with the help of their nascent soul. This senior martial brother Lin was just as unfortunate as that Yu Zhitong. He originally thought to pass through the location of Han Li's Immortal's cave and head straight to Yellow Maple Valley for treatment and protection. However, he accidentally burst into Han Li's great formation and was completely trapped in the shifting illusions of the formation, unable to escape in the slightest. He helplessly looked on as the poison spread through his body and could only detach his primordial spirit from its corporeal vessel. This also caused senior martial brother Lin to hold resentment towards the great formation's master. Because he required a flesh body to be revived and assumed Han Li to be his killer, he thought to seize Han Li's body regardless of the consequences. However, he didn't think in the least that Han Li would be so swift that he could stop senior martial brother Lin's primordial spirit even after being caught off guard and exterminate him. Now that this person was already dead, Han Li naturally didn't think about the dead man's words in the slightest. He now had to deal with the great problem that was lying outside of his Immortal's cave. Although the attacks of the Thousand Bamboo School were frightening, Han Li didn't see a single trace of damage on his great formation, putting him at great ease. Furthermore, he was confident that these people wouldn't dare to stay here too long. Although this place was remote and could be considered the outskirts of the Taiyu mountain range, it was still an area within Yellow Maple Valley's influence. After performing such loud movements, Han Li did not believe that they weren't afraid of the consequences. He reckoned that even though their current attacks weren't effective against the Great Formation, they had already reached the stage where it was hard to stop halfway. Actually, Han Li wasn't against the idea of handing over senior martial brother Lin's corpse to send them on their way. However, the trace of one's primordial spirit leaving their body was far too obvious. When they acquire the body, they would only pursue the matter even further. Thus it would be better to make like an ostrich and hide within the Great Formation. In any case, the other party couldn't break through this 5 elements reversal formation. With this said, Han Li could only praise himself. He actually had such foresight to set up his Great Formation at the very first chance. Otherwise, he would certainly have become their prisoner without the slightest of resistance. However, although there currently appeared to be no problem with the Great Formation, Han Li didn't dare to return to his Immortal's cave and sleep. He simply took a stone chair out from his home and sat down and rested his eyes. Since these people used puppets to attack, Han Li was somewhat worried about a persistent attack. After a whole 2 hours of indiscriminate attacks, the Great Formation finally showed the first sign of change. The formation that was originally as peaceful as water began to flicker with dim azure light. The formation covering the sky began to ripple like water from the light arrow and light beam attacks coming from above. Seeing this, those from the Thousand Bamboo School began to grow excited. After all, seeing this kind of change meant that the formation could be destroyed by force. With more strength, it was possible to burst the formation open. In truth, if the barrier maintained its originally peaceful appearance, Huang Long and company would have decided to retreat. Just as the Thousand Bamboo School planned an even greater offensive and Han Li's expression slightly changed, a thunderous roar came from the distance. You dare to cause such ruckus in the Taiyu mountain range and even dare to attack our sect disciples' Immortal's cave? Since you are tired of living, this old man will send you off. This roar left Han Li, who was protected by the Great Formation, with his ears ringing and with a pale complexion, not to mention those outside of the formation. Having directly heard the roar, they were swaying side to side, nearly falling off their boat. It's a core formation cultivator. Quickly retreat. Although Huang Long seemed to be the crude and ferocious sort, he was actually the shrewdest among them. Thus, after he heard this person's voice contain such power, his face lost color, and he immediately wanted to escape. But it was clear that Huang Long had underestimated the flight speed and the immeasurable magic power of a core formation cultivator. Just as those several people were putting away their puppets in a panic and intending to escape, thunder and lightning suddenly appeared on the horizon. White light flew across the sky, closely followed by a strand of silver light. In a blink of an eye, it arrived in front of them, scaring them so much that their spirits nearly left their body. They were unable to retrieve the remaining puppets and instead jumped up to escape individually. However, the huge streak of silver light that spanned over 30 meters simply didn't give Huang Long and company any chance. The streak of light suddenly separated into 6 or 7 smaller silver light streaks, surrounding those from the Thousand Bamboo School, all of whom were already in mid-flight.
"Senior, please spare our lives." Huang Long grew terrified and he hastily wanted to say something. However, these silver lights didn't stop in the slightest. They lightly coiled around them.
Then, after several soft thunderclaps, these people who were vainly trying to escape had all turned to ash. Huang Long did not have the fortune to escape this end. At this moment, all of the silver lights converged into one, revealing a very large fatty. All that was seen of his eyes were 2 slits. His chins were folded with many layers. It was unknown how many there truly were. In addition, his waist was as thick as a barrel. This was undoubtedly the fattest person Han Li had seen in his lifetime. But it was this very person who was able to become a core formation cultivator. Furthermore, from the techniques he used, it seemed that he had lightning attribute mutated spiritual roots. This caused Han Li to be greatly shocked. Regardless of the newcomer's appearance, this person did break Han Li's encirclement. Furthermore, this person was an elder from Yellow Maple Valley. As a result, after Han Li witnessed the extermination of the fellows from Thousand Bamboo School, Han Li opened his great formation without the slightest of hesitation and hastily flew up on a magic tool to greet him.
When he was in front of the fatty, Han Li respectfully saluted him. "Marshal Nephew Han Li, pay his respects to Marshal Senior. Great thanks to this Marshal Senior's assistance.
If it weren't for Marshal Senior, my life may not have been guaranteed." Ever since Han Li was flying up, the fatty had been sizing up Han Li with his eye slits. When he saw Han Li respectfully greet him, his huge face revealed a slight smile. It seemed he had a pretty good first impression toward Han Li. "I am your Marshal Senior, Lei Wanhe. You can call me Marshal Senior Lei. How could these people from the Thousand Bamboo School attack you without cause? Could it be that you provoked them?" The fatty dove straight to the heart of the matter. It could clearly be seen that this Marshal Senior Lei was a shrewd person who wasn't easily fooled.
Han Li inwardly shivered, but with his expression remained calm as always. He gave this Marshal Senior an explanation while omitting some unnecessary details.
Naturally, Han Li did not mention his affairs at the Heavenly Star Sex Market City or his extermination of Senior Marshal Brother Lin's primordial spirit. Lei Wanhe remained calm throughout the explanation, but when he heard that Senior Marshal Brother Lin had died from poison while inside the formation, he said, "So he turned out to be a fellow from the Thousand Bamboo School. I knew when we took him into Yellow Maple Valley that this person would certainly bring trouble. However, I didn't think that after so many years, there would still be people sent to kill him."
That great school Master Jin's mindset is quite narrow. This Marshal Senior Lei Wanhe didn't reveal any sorrow. After a light sigh, he asked, "Where is Marshal Nephew Lin's corpse?"
"Lead me to it." "As you wish."
"Marshal Senior, this way." How could Han Li dare to refuse?
He hastily led him into his great formation. As Han Li walked, he was inwardly rejoicing. Fortunately, since he had been busy with those from the Thousand Bamboo School, he didn't touch the storage pouch on Senior Marshal Lin's body. Otherwise, the situation would become unsightly.
This great formation of yours is rather unusual. It seems that even if I didn't come, those scoundrels still wouldn't have been able to do anything to you." Not long after Lei Wanhe entered the 5 elements reversal formation, he made out a few of its intricacies.
These are merely high-grade formation flags that I exchanged for quite a bit of money from the market city."
How could they enter Marshal Senior's eyes? When Han Li heard the fatty's praise, he could not help but rejoice inwardly, but he still spoke quite modestly. "No, this formation spell of yours has a great origin. Even if I were to try to break through this formation without using any tricks, it would be quite difficult to break through." Lei Wanhe shook his head as if he were beating a drum with it, continuously disagreeing.
At this moment, the two had arrived. Senior Marshal Brother Lin's corpse was openly lying on his body, completely intact. When the fatty saw this, He waved a pair of fans in his hands. The corpse immediately flew to the pair of palm leaf fans. Lei Wanhe then examined the body without restraint.
It seems what you said was true. The Far East's venomous poison sex poison has spread throughout his body. After the fatty finished his inspection, he nodded his head, but his following words caused Han Li to inwardly shiver.
However, before his body had completely decayed, his primordial spirit should have left his body. Perhaps martial nephew Han Li has seen it. The fatty threw the corpse onto the ground and calmly asked Han Li. When Han Li heard this, he secretly said in his heart, "Sure enough, he asked about this matter." However, he still appeared stunned outwardly and exclaimed, "Primordial spirit?"
This disciple has not seen any sort of primordial spirit. Could Senior Marshal Brother Li's primordial spirit have left his body before he died? Han Li had decided in his heart long ago that as long as the other person asked about the primordial spirit, he would insist that he didn't know anything. Could he really tell his Marshal Senior that he had extinguished the primordial spirit after it tried to possess him?
"You didn't see it?" The fatty gazed at Han Li for a while with an enigmatic smile. His gaze caused Han Li's to feel unsettled, and his heart thumped repeatedly.
"MN, since you didn't see it, Senior Marshal Brother Lin's primordial spirit could have been lost inside the Great Formation and dissipated on its own," the fatty said indifferently, his face twisting after a moment. Hearing this, Han Li let out a sigh.
However, he was very clear in his heart that the fatty did not believe what he said. But based on Marshal Senior Lei's seemingly nonchalant attitude towards Senior Marshal Brother Lin's survival, he would not investigate too seriously. After all, everyone knew that the first thing a cultivator's primordial spirit would do after leaving the body was to immediately attempt to take over someone else in order to be revived. However, apart from Han Li, no other cultivators were present in the formation, so the only body that could be possessed would have been Han Li's. Since Han Li was still fine, it could only mean that Senior Marshal Brother Lin had failed to possess his body and his primordial spirit had been eliminated. As for whether or not Han Li's body had been appropriated by Senior Marshal Brother Lin's primordial spirit, could Senior Marshal Brother Lin be controlling Han Li's physical body? The answer was even more obvious at a glance. This was because possessing someone was very harmful to the primordial spirit. Even if the possession was successful, there was simply no way to control someone else's body freely without spending at least a week to recover behind closed doors. Naturally, this Marshal Senior Lei could see through it. Thus, both Han Li and Lei Wanhe were both well aware of how Senior Marshal Brother Lin's primordial spirit met his end.
However, because his initial impression of Han Li was pretty good and he was too lazy to ask about this kind of matter, this fatty allowed the topic to pass somewhat carelessly.
On the other hand, Han Li, who understood clearly what was happening, still pretended to be confused because he knew that no matter what his reasons were, if this matter were to spread, he could not escape from the offense of mutilating a cultivator from the same sect. This would be very unfavorable towards him. But in this way, Han Li actually felt that this Marshal Senior Lei was much more pleasant than his own master. Marshal Nephew's cave is truly too crude.
How can you welcome outsiders in this way?
Although we cultivators aren't too concerned with these things, it still has to be at least barely passable. For some reason, this Marshal Senior Lei didn't leave this location after finishing up his business. Instead, he stood at the entrance to Han Li's cave and began to slowly evaluate.
Upon hearing this, Han Li bitterly laughed for a moment. He had only used a few days to leisurely construct this cave. How could he find time to be meticulous? However, Han Li thought of another matter after hearing his Marshal Senior mention this. Thus, after laughing briefly, he respectfully said to Lei Wanhe, "Marshal Nephew has a few matters that I want to ask Marshal Senior Lei about."
Can Marshal Senior Lei come into this disciple's cave and rest for a moment so that this disciple can slowly explain it to Marshal Senior Lei?
In addition,
this disciple has a few mature medicinal herbs. I want to ask Marshal Senior to appraise them so that this disciple can use them to refine pills with reassurance. Medicinal ingredients. The fatty's expression originally did not change when he heard that Han Li had some questions for him and wanted him to enter his cave. However, when Han Li mentioned that he had a few old medicinal herbs, a trace of a smile appeared on his face, and he nodded in agreement. Thus, Han Li invited Lei Wanhe into the hollow, large entrance hall. Then he said he would go and retrieve his spiritual herbs and asked Lei Wanhe to wait for a brief moment. Afterward, he hurried into his storage room and retrieved 2 600 or 700-year-old herbs, then returned to the lobby. Han Li didn't carry those few spiritual medicines inside of his storage pouch with him at all times to preserve their medicinal properties over a long period of time. Using jade boxes or other similar magic tools to store spiritual medicines was only a temporary method. Over long periods of time, its medicinal strength would still slowly leach away. Thus, practically every cultivator's cave had a secret storage room. Only in this way could one guarantee the medicinal properties of the spiritual medicine would not be lost. However, because Han Li was worried that this Marshal Senior Lei's spiritual sense was extraordinary, thus allowing him to see the items hidden in his storage room as well as the spirit wellspring, he had activated the 5 elements reversal formation spiritual sense blocking magic much earlier. Now, if this Marshal Senior Lei wanted to snoop around, he would most likely be very disappointed at this moment. That jade slip had made it very clear that breaking off one's spiritual sense was very simple to implement as an additional ability. So when this ability had been refined into the set of magic tools, it was similar in strength to the complete formation, not weaker than it in the slightest. This was also the only effect in which it was comparable to the complete formation. After Han Li had set up the large formation, he had once tested the strength of this ability. As expected, his spiritual sense could only spread a few feet around him. There was simply no way for him to further increase the range of his spiritual sense. As for this Marshal Senior Lei, even though he was a core formation cultivator and his spiritual sense would inevitably surpass Han Li's, he most likely would not be able to search beyond the 100-foot-long entrance hall. This was also the reason why he dared to invite the other person in. Otherwise, the other person could use his spiritual sense to sweep both the secret storage room and the spirit well spring that he had sealed up. He believed that this Marshal Senior Lei Wanhe most likely did not harbor any ill intentions. However, it would probably have been worse if he hadn't invited this Marshal Senior Lei into his cave at the beginning, which would only serve to increase the fatty's suspicions. After all, if a Marshal Senior were to arrive in front of a junior's cave but wasn't invited into the cave, it would truly be somewhat out of the ordinary. Even if the other person were to overlook it initially, once they thought about it carefully after the fact, wouldn't it be even more of a disaster? In addition, there were some things that Han Li actually wanted to ask this fat Marshal Senior, and he genuinely wanted to develop some connections with this person. After all, he was a core formation cultivator. If Han Li were to build up a positive relationship with this Marshal Senior, it would be very beneficial to him in the future. As Han Li quietly thought this to himself, he held 2 medicinal boxes in his hand and walked into the entrance hall. Then, in front of Lei Wanhe, he took off the covers of the boxes one by one, asking the other person to perform the so-called identification. At this time, Lei Wanhe felt very unhappy in his heart. This was because he had actually sent out his spiritual sense when Han Li went to retrieve the medicinal ingredients, wanting to survey and size up the extent of his cave. This wasn't because he had any malicious intentions. Rather, it was a subconscious action that he performed as a core formation cultivator. However, his spiritual sense had only left his body a distance of roughly 100 feet before it could not continue to disperse even an inch. It felt incredibly sluggish, as if 500 kilograms had been placed on his spiritual sense. This caused Lei Wanhe's large face to immediately reveal an expression of shock. It wasn't that he had never been in circumstances where his spiritual sense was limited. He had experienced these circumstances many times in the caves of cultivators he had good relations with. This meant that there were some restrictions in place that could cut off one's spiritual sense. However, his friends were all core formation cultivators. The fact that their caves had these kinds of restrictions was not so strange. However, this Marshal nephew was clearly a foundation establishment cultivator, and this cave appeared to have been constructed not long ago. For this kind of restriction to appear in this cave was quite strange indeed. Lei Wanhe did not actually connect the appearance of this restriction with the formation outside of the cave. This was because to him it was already very impressive for the large formation outside the cave to have such a strong defense. If it could also be manipulated to break off one's spiritual sense, wouldn't it be similar to the great protector formations of some small sects? How could such a strong restrictive formation appear outside of a foundation establishment cultivator's cave? This Lei Wanhe most likely never could have imagined that Han Li's formation was actually the simplified version of the widely known
5 elements reversal formation. Even if its magic power was only 1/10 that of the original formation, it would not be much worse than a city faction's great formation. Thus, when Han Li opened the medicine boxes for him to look at, the fatty's heart was still pondering this matter. His gaze did not actually immediately go towards the contents of the box. It was as if it didn't matter whether he looked inside the box or not. However, when his gaze finally landed upon the 600 or 700-year-old medicinal herbs, his originally laid-back attitude immediately disappeared. As for restrictions and spiritual sense, he tossed these to the back of his mind. At this time, Lei Wanha's eyes existed solely for these 2 medicinal herbs that released a very pressing spiritual qi. This disciple bought these 2 spiritual medicines in the secular world for quite a few spirit stones. However, Marshal Nephew's experience was too shallow and I had no way of determining the age of the medicine, which is why I never used them. Marshal Senior Lei's arrival today is very timely. You can help Marshal Nephew identify them. Amen. Lei Wanha didn't hear what Han Li said at all. He carelessly ed a few times before carefully picking up a spiritual medicine and scrutinizing it in detail. Han Li secretly watched the other person's expressions very carefully and lightly smiled in his heart. It seemed he had picked the correct spiritual medicines. He had heard others mention that core formation cultivators' need for spiritual medicine greatly surpassed that of foundation establishment cultivators. After reaching the realm of core formation, one mustn't easily say that they wished to turn their core into a nascent soul. It wasn't a matter of simply cultivating one's magic power a layer higher, it was a matter that was beyond difficult. Thus, taking lots of medicinal pills became the common way for core formation cultivators to raise their magic power. The common medicine pills of this world were of no use to a core formation cultivator. Only medicine pills refined with medicine ingredients that were aged over several hundred years and a few spiritual medicines that were born from heaven and earth could increase the speed of their cultivation. Thus, core formation cultivators would have to travel far and spend a majority of their time to search and scrape together extremely rare medicinal ingredients. This was also why when Li Huayuan saw the great amount of spiritual medicines Han Li took out from the forbidden area, he fundamentally thought of every means to immediately accept him as a disciple. He was truly too covetous toward these spiritual medicines of heaven and earth. Actually, even if Li Huayuan hadn't been the one to bring the group to the forbidden area and it was instead Lei Wanha or another core formation cultivator, it was unlikely they would have let a portion of Han Li's spiritual medicine slip by. In most cases, they would have used a similar trick. Li Huayuan, on the other hand, was truly a bit stingy and only made Han Li an in-name disciple. However, taking medicine pills was only of assistance toward progressing one's magic power. They still had to seclude themselves in meditation and absorb spiritual qi for a time. Bitter and diligent cultivation was the true way to turn spiritual qi into one's own magic power. Otherwise, if one took medicine pills and didn't spend time to refine spiritual qi afterwards, it would be of no effect and wouldn't increase one's magic power in the slightest. After all, external spiritual qi and one's magic power were fundamentally 2 different things. There were also ancient records of people who took heaven-defying medicine pills, resulting in their bodies exploding. As a result, one use of medicine pill beyond one's limits could be extremely dangerous. In addition to increasing magic power, when one encountered a bottleneck, using the spiritual power of the medicine pill to break through was a common action taken by many cultivators. Its common use further proved its efficacy. Cultivators who could break through bottlenecks without drawing the support of medicinal power were far too few in number in the cultivation world. Furthermore, they were all geniuses who appeared only once every 100 years. Those possessing heavenly spiritual roots were the ones with the greatest aptitude, but when those possessing mutated spiritual roots came across a bottleneck, they had no method to break through without using medicine pills. They were similar to those possessing ordinary spiritual roots in this aspect. This cultivator Lei Wanha happened to have come across this sort of bottleneck. Thus, in order to refine supplementary medicine pills, he had gone on a search in the secular world and had just returned. However, on this trip, he didn't have much luck at all. Apart from 2 medicinal herbs that were slightly older than 400 years old, he had ended up empty-handed. This caused him to hold a belly full of grievances. This was also the primary reason why he immediately killed the cultivators from the 1,000 Bamboo School when he laid eyes on them.
If he hadn't vented his feelings at that very moment, his mood would likely not have improved for quite a long time.
It could only be said that Huang Long and his company were too unfortunate and happened to run into this foul-mood demon. Up to this moment, Lei Wanha's mood was continuously fluctuating. In his 300-year-long experience as a cultivator, he had never seen such spiritual herbs before.
When these two spiritual herbs entered his eyes, he immediately made an accurate judgment of their age. He couldn't help but become exalted after doing so. He was currently planning to refine soul-strengthening pills but was lacking medicinal herbs that had reached a maturity of 500 years. Thus, he went on this trip that had nearly taken a full year. However, after browsing everywhere, including the state-of-use large and small market cities as well as the great medicine stores of the mortal world, he still hadn't found any medicinal ingredients that satisfied him. He could only reluctantly take the two mediocre 400-year-old herbs and make his preparations. However, he knew in his heart that using these spiritual herbs to refine the soul-strengthening pills wouldn't be enough. Perhaps their medicinal efficacy would be greatly reduced when he created them and wouldn't be of much assistance to him. However, he truly did not have any appropriate core medicines at hand. Could he even refine them? He continued his search, but he only ended up squandering his time. Even if a great medicinal ingredient had actually appeared somewhere, it would have long been hastily acquired by a cultivation sect or clan. By the time he arrived, there wouldn't be a single strand of medicine left. As for the cultivation worlds of nearby countries, looking there would be even more uncertain. That was why when he heard that this martial nephew had medicinal ingredients of a certain maturity, his heart beat. He decided to take a look, entering the incomparably crude and simple cave dwelling. Actually, Lei Wanha thought to himself, how could a foundation establishment disciple possibly stumble on good medicinal ingredients? It's most likely a 200- or 300-year-old medicinal herb. After all, he had searched for such a long time but could only acquire 400-year-old medicinal ingredients. This was also because he was a core formation expert. No one dared to compete with him over them.
All of a sudden, this pair of 600- to 700-year-old medicinal herbs before him. This caused him to become absolutely baffled and overly joyous from the surprise. Thus, although it seemed that his eyes were staring at the two medicinal herbs appraising it, he was actually already considering how he would ask this martial nephew to hand it over to him. After all, leaving such rare items in this martial nephew's hand would be far too much of a waste. They would reach their greatest potential in the hands of this great cultivator Lei if he refined them into pills. However, he was also an old fox of many years. He had already thought of a good excuse in the blink of an eye.
He coughed 2 times, and after reluctantly returning the medicinal herbs to the case, he turned his nearly obscured neck toward Han Li and amiably said, "These 2 medicinal herbs are truly rarely seen items of value. They are over 600 and 700 years of age. Martial nephew must have spilled quite a bit of blood to acquire them." That's right. This disciple spent quite a bit of strength to acquire them from an auction at a secret store. At that time, there was also a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb that appeared. Unfortunately, this disciple lacked the power to acquire it. He could only helplessly look on as others bought it. This caused disciple to feel rather regretful. Han Li replied with half-truths. A secret store even had 1,000-year-old herbs. When the fatty heard this, he nearly jumped up from his stone seat. Hearing Han Li speak of this regretful affair, he felt so much distress. It was as if his heart was being gouged out.
To think that a core formation cultivator who racked his brain on how to find spiritual herbs and spiritual medicines and visited secret stores of all locations and even 7 or 8 clans could miss such a fortuitous event such as this?
If he had been there, no such treasure would be able to escape his grasp. Even if he had to spend more spirit stones, he absolutely would be willing to. As he thought of such an extremely rare and great opportunity, he looked at the brat before him who had let it go. Panting with rage, the fatty wanted to boldly hold Han Li's neck in his hands and interrogate him. He would do this despite clearly knowing that the other party was a foundation establishment disciple who couldn't afford such an extremely expensive item. Fine. A miss is a miss.
Perhaps there will be another opportunity in the future. The fatty eventually calmed himself down and had no choice but to reluctantly say a few words of comfort toward Han Li. After all, he still planned to acquire his 2 spiritual herbs. He couldn't let these herbs slip from his fingers. Martial nephew Han, how do you intend to use these 2 spiritual herbs? Could it be that you're thinking of handing it over to the sex pill refining experts? But as your martial senior, I must warn you that the pill refining experts in our Yellow Maple Valley are truly terrible. If you were to deliver such precious items to them, they would absolutely extort you. Your losses would be truly great, the fatty advised, using the sincere and earnest manner of an elder. How could I give it to them to refine? Disciple intended to use these spiritual medicines to exchange for a few items. After all, just to buy these medicinal herbs, this disciple nearly lost a family fortune. How could I easily squander them? Hanli shook his head. His words caused Lei Wanha to feel greatly surprised, making him choke on his previously prepared script. However, the fatty had a second thought. This martial nephew wants items in exchange for the medicinal herbs? Is that all he wants? On the basis of my own status as a core formation expert, apart from those extremely scarce pill and tool refining ingredients, how could I not satisfy this disciple? This is a good opportunity to fairly and honorably exchange for it. With this thought, Lei Wanha's eyes grew more squinted from smiling, making him appear increasingly more amiable. What items does martial nephew Han want? The collection that this martial senior has procured over the past several hundred years is not small. Perhaps I have items that will satisfy martial nephew. The fatty happily stated as he blinked his small eyes. Ah, could it be that martial senior wants these spiritual herbs? If it's like that, this disciple can give a herb to martial senior as a junior's filial offering. At this moment, Hanli appeared to have realized this and quickly spoke with reverence. When Lei Wanha saw that Hanli was so quick-witted to actually not bring up the matter of the exchange and instead immediately offer an herb as a gift, he could not help but feel greatly happy. Hanli also became increasingly more pleasant to look at. However, the fatty's goal was both of the herbs. There was still 1 herb left, and he would hate to have to let it go. As a result, Lei Wanha waved his hand and grandly said, "Martial nephew Han, what is this? Could it be that I, Lei Wanha, am someone who covets the items of his juniors? Do not hesitate to say what you need. Martial Senior will immediately find it and exchange with you fairly. I absolutely won't let Martial Nephew suffer any losses. Do you want to exchange it for a top-grade magic tool? Or any medicinal pills that you currently need?" When Hanli heard the other party's grand words, he grew greatly happy. He had maneuvered in such a large circle, waiting for these words to be spoken out loud. However, with his outward appearance hesitant, he said in embarrassment, "I will not hide this from Martial Senior Lei. Disciple is very interesting in the Tao of pill refinement. However, the storage room in Yulu Hall doesn't have any practical pill refining recipes." Disciple later found out that the pill refining skills of ancient times has nearly died out. The current pill refining skills of my fellow martial disciples and seniors were all either bitterly researched for several tens of generations or happened to be discovered from ancient ruins. Each are as precious as one's own life and are not easily acquired. Thus, Disciple intended to use these 2 spiritual herbs to exchange for pill formulas that he could use for himself. Exchange for pill formulas? The fatty's originally smiling expression instantly froze. This disciple knows that pill formulas are precious to every martial brother and senior, so I won't be too picky. It's enough as long as it can slightly raise this disciple's cultivating speed in foundation establishment. I will definitely not pick and choose, Hanli said very sincerely. After a certain conversation with the small old man from whom Hanli had learned about the circumstances behind pill formulas in the cultivating world, he racked his brains on how to obtain a few pill formulas for his own uses. After all, he owned a secret technique for ripening medicinal herbs. How could he not exploit this advantage as much as he could? However, the slightly better pill formulas all landed in the hands of core formation cultivators. Even if foundation establishment disciples had 1 or 2 pill formulas, they could only refine insignificant medicine pills. Thus, his original plan was based off of his master, Li Huayuan, but since he had run into this Martial Senior Lei, Hanli immediately changed the target of his plan. No matter how one looked at it, this Martial Senior Lei was easier to manipulate than that master of his. This was not merely Hanli's intuition. Li Huayuan was truly too stingy towards this unnamed disciple of his. In addition, he was even more demanding and restricting because of their master-disciple relationship. Most likely, if today's methods had been used on Li Huayuan, Han Li's master would only need to make an understatement and say, "Good filial piety," taking away these two spiritual medicines in a justified way. Han Li would have to act as if he had been moved to tears and thank his master for kindly accepting his offering. Now, with great difficulty, he had finally encountered another core formation cultivator. So naturally, he wanted to seize this rare opportunity. You want to exchange medicinal formulas? This truly is a very tricky matter. Lei Wanha's expression finally eased up after he seemingly thought of something. Then his eyebrows became tightly knit as if he were uncertain about it. Upon seeing this, Han Li did not feel disappointed. In fact, he began to yell, "There's a chance," in his heart. Otherwise, this martial senior Lei would not have this kind of an expression. As long as it's useful to this disciple, any pill formula is fine. Martial nephew won't make things difficult for Martial senior. Han Li hurriedly lowered his demands a notch. "Martial nephew Han, Martial senior does have some pretty good pill formulas, but these things are all the foundational, secretly transmitted formulas that only my clan possesses. I truly cannot bring them out to exchange with you," Lei Wanha said with regret, shaking his head. Han Li was incredibly disappointed after hearing this. He didn't attempt to cover up any of his emotions. So when the fatty noticed this, he began to laugh and said, "Although I cannot exchange my clan's pill formulas with you, I still have a few ancient formulas on hand. Some I found within historical ruins, while others I obtained by exchanging with friends. There'd be no problem if I were to exchange them with you." "Really? Then this disciple thanks Martial Senior," Han Li hurriedly thanked with joy. "Wait until I finish speaking. It's still too early to thank me," the fatty interjected disapprovingly, waving his hand. "Since we are going to make an exchange as a Martial Senior, I need to make one thing clear," the fatty said seriously, causing Han Li to be startled slightly. "Please, Martial Senior. Say it. This disciple will definitely listen to your teachings." Han Li immediately answered respectfully. "What do you mean listening to my teachings?" "I want to tell you the bad news first before you regret it in the future." Lei Wanha glanced at Han Li and added indifferently, "If you follow these ancient formulas to refine medicinal pills, the result will all be genuine top-grade spiritual pills. But most importantly, the ingredients of these pill formulas are truly too difficult to find. I don't know if you will be able to obtain these items. Of course, although these ingredients are difficult to find, they definitely do exist in this realm. It's not the same as some other ancient formulas, where the ingredients have already gone extinct for an unknown number of years. In reality, many of the newly researched pill formulas are only the results of testing many ancient formulas with substitute ingredients. So although the ingredients for refining pills are there, the pill's effectiveness decreased significantly. This is truly something that the cultivation world can do nothing about." The fatty's words shocked Han Li multiple times upon hearing them. However, he still understood the other person's meaning. Martial Senior's meaning is? It's very easy. After you obtain the pill formulas, if you truly can't find all the ingredients to refine the pills, look for a substitute and try it out. Who knows, there might be a chance you'll succeed, the fatty solemnly said to Han Li. When Han Li heard this, he was speechless. However, he was clear in his heart that this Martial Senior probably felt that the ingredients for the pill formulas he was about to exchange for were truly too difficult to obtain. Most likely, he felt somewhat sorry. Thus, he gave Han Li a reminder. It seemed in this way that Martial Senior Lei's integrity was not too bad. Han Li secretly thought this, but he nonetheless put on a lovable outward appearance, repeatedly saying okay, demonstrating that he was not considering backing out from the exchange. Seeing this, Lei Wanha was extremely happy in his heart. He still felt that he had taken advantage of this martial nephew too much and felt somewhat sorry. After thinking for a moment, he spoke once again. "How about this? You have 2 spiritual herbs here. We'll exchange 1 herb for 1 formula. This Martial Senior can't let you take too much of a loss." When Han Li heard this, he stared blankly for a moment. However, immediately afterward he began to exult with joy, and his positive feeling for this Martial Senior Lei instantly increased greatly. He repeatedly thanked Lei Wanha. This time, Han Li said it out of complete sincerity without any pretense. "Enough. This is the list of pill formulas. Pick 2. All of the medicinal pill attributes and the necessary ingredients are listed in there.
When you have finished picking, I will give you the actual pill formulas. Saying this, the fatty pulled out a jade slip and tossed it towards Han Li. When Han Li excitedly received this item, he felt that something was strange. When had this Marshall Sr. prepared this catalog? But this question only flashed briefly in the back of his mind. Han Li received the jade slip, then very carefully scanned it, looking for any appropriate pill formulas. This spirit-gathering pill and this qi refining powder. Han Li retrieved his consciousness from the jade slip, then excitedly exclaimed, "Spirit-gathering pill, qi refining powder?" The fatty indifferently nodded his head after hearing this and didn't say anything. He immediately pulled out 2 more jade slips from his storage pouch and tossed them out. "All right, it's no longer early. I should be heading back." The fatty happily stored the spiritual herbs on the table, then immediately said his goodbyes and left. Now that he had gathered all his ingredients, he hurried back to refine his own soul-strengthening pill. Upon hearing this, Han Li hurriedly stood up to escort him out. However, when Han Li was escorting him to the cave entrance, he suddenly remembered something. He then asked the other person about the whereabouts and cave location of his master, Li Huayuan. When the fatty heard that Han Li was actually Li Huayuan's in-name disciple, his shock was not small. However, he still told Han Li the location, then flew away on a streak of silver light. Han Li watched Lei Wanhe completely disappear before happily pulling out the jade slips with the pill formulas on them, playing around with them for a while. After a long time, he turned around, wanting to return to his cave. However, Han Li had only taken 2 steps before an object near the cave attracted his attention. With a glance, it was actually Senior Marshal Brother Lin's body lying on the ground, curled up. It even preserved the posture of having been thrown out by the fatty. Han Li started for a moment, then walked towards it without hesitation. When he reached the corpse, he bent down and began to search. He remembered very clearly that Marshal Senior Lei had not touched anything on the corpse. He didn't know whether it was because he was too ashamed to do it in front of a junior like him, or if the items of a Foundation establishment disciple simply couldn't enter his eyes. As expected, Han Li found a storage pouch on the corpse's waist. This caused Han Li to begin to grin widely. After all, he was very interested in those puppets. The other person's storage pouch should have a huge pile of them. But when Han Li examined the storage pouch, the smile on his face gradually disappeared. The storage pouch actually did not have a single puppet inside of it. Apart from a few spirit stones and 2 bottles of regular medicinal pills, there was only an unassuming jade slip inside. This caused Han Li's fired-up mood to immediately be extinguished. He clearly controlled so many puppets that day. How could all of them have disappeared? Could they all have been destroyed? Han Li muttered to himself with an unhappy expression on his face. Han Li's guess was actually pretty much correct. On that day, Senior Marshal Brother Lin had controlled numerous puppets and was able to fight evenly with his opponents. However, when the quadruplets from the Thousand Bamboo sect killed the 2 escaping cultivators, they hurried over to harass him. Senior Marshal Brother Lin, seeing that the circumstances were not good, immediately detonated all of his puppets. He then took advantage of the confusion and rushed out into the forest. Thus, not even a single mechanical puppet could be found in his storage pouch. In his disappointment, Han Li carelessly pulled out that jade slip. Then, as if it were a routine, he sent his consciousness into it, then carelessly gave it a few cursory glances. All of a sudden, Han Li's eyes greatly widened, and the lazy expression on his face instantly froze. This was because as soon as his divine sense entered the jade slip, 3 golden words emerged: Great Development Technique. Great Development Technique. This was what Han Li had repeatedly heard of from Senior Marshal Brother Lin, the cultivation technique that the primordial soul tried to entice him with. He was actually able to rummage through his body as he wished and easily found it. This caused Han Li to feel ecstatic beyond belief. This great development technique had actually been carried on Senior Marshal Lin's body. This truly went against his expectations. Han Li truly didn't know whether this Senior Marshal Brother Lin had been extremely stupid or extremely clever. He quickly skimmed through the jade slip with the great development technique once through and found that it was as Senior Marshal Lin had said. There truly were only incantations up to the 4th layer. However, what appeared next caused Han Li to feel even more shocked. After he finished completely looking through the great development technique, A scripture called the True Puppet Insights appeared immediately afterward, completely instructing him on how to refine puppet beasts and soldiers of all grades. It was a very detailed and extraordinary puppet creation collection. After Han Li looked through it for a moment, he immediately withdrew his excited consciousness and wore an extremely happy expression. But after he looked at the jade slip in his hand, he soon thought of something, and his expression suddenly became strange. The Great Development Technique and the True Puppet Insights were a pair. If he simultaneously cultivated them, they would be flawless together. So long as he cultivated the both of them to a certain layer, he would surely be like Huang Long, a single person who relied on a great amount of puppets to remain unwavering against several cultivators of the same strength level and didn't give them the slightest opportunity to resist. This kind of power that suppressed other Foundation establishment cultivators caused Han Li's heart to thump. However, he was very clear that there was a certain flaw. It was very possible that it would interfere with his own cultivation and cause his originally indistinct chances of core formation to be completely null. This was a matter where the gains did not make up for the losses. As for the odds that the Great Development Technique could promote core formation, Han Li simply did not trust that kind of baseless nonsense. Han Li lowered his head and pondered for a moment. This was a very hard choice. He shook his head and first put away the jade slip into his storage bag before deciding to deal with it in the future. After all, deciding whether to cultivate the Great Development Technique along with the puppet creation technique that had dropped from the sky was a bit too sudden. This was a matter to be thought over after his heart calmed down. Regardless, this harvest had caused Han Li to be excited. He suddenly thought that although the storage pouches of Huang Long and his fellow disciples had all been thoroughly decimated by Lei Wanha's lightning attribute Sword Light, there were a few puppets that they had not retrieved in time still standing outside the formation. These were good items that would be a waste not to acquire. With this thought, Han Li left the Great Formation in a good mood. As expected, not far from the formation's outer boundary, he found many palm-sized puppet soldiers and mechanical beasts that had shrunk since nobody was controlling them. However, there weren't as many as Han Li had imagined, only about 20. The rest had been turned to ash by Lei Wanha's sword light. But even if that was the case, Han Li collected them one by one while in high spirits. In one moment, he managed to sweep up so many good items. Han Li still wished to continue, wishing for hundreds of more puppet soldiers to appear before his eyes so he could gather them all. Han Li found this attitude of his to be laughable. This greed was truly insatiable. After a few words of self-mockery, Han Li returned to his Immortal's cave and prepared to study the ancient formulas. The next day he would go to where his master, Li Huayuan, lived and see whether or not he could get some decent cultivation techniques. The morning of the next day, Han Li stood on his divine wind boat and flew straight toward the eastern part of the Taiyu mountain range. Yesterday, Lei Wanha had told him that his master's Immortal's cave was located at the peak of a particular mountain. It also seemed that Li Huayuan was busy with something inside his Immortal's cave. If there was a moment to go find him, now was the time. With the speed of the divine wind boat, Han Li didn't have to spend much time to find the region that Lei Wanha had pointed out. As expected, the location was well hidden by an azure mountain and green rivers. Han Li stood at the mountain peak above a huge waterfall and took out a sound transmission talisman from his bosom. He softly spoke a few words and then threw it out. The talisman then turned into a stream of fiery light, rushing toward the huge waterfall and disappearing from sight. After the time it took an incense stick to burn, the curtain of water separated, revealing a large cave. Then from within, a slim Confucian scholar who appeared over 30 years old flew out. When he saw Han Li, he immediately gave a warm greeting. "Are you Junior Marshal Disciple Han? This one is Master's eldest disciple, Yu Kuan. You can call me Senior Marshal Brother Yu." After the Confucian scholar said this, he flew down with great ease, arriving by Han Li's side. He then looked at Han Li with a wide smile. "I pay respects to eldest Senior Marshal Brother." Han Li shouted this out of extremely caution. When this eldest Senior Marshal Brother Yu Kuan saw Han Li's expression and his well-behaved greeting, his smile became even stronger. He said even more amiably, "Don't call me eldest Senior Marshal Brother." "Eldest Senior Marshal Brother? That is far too formal. Just address me as Senior Marshal Brother Yu. I have already heard of Junior Marshal Brother's situation from Master.
Junior Marshal Brother Han was actually able to acquire such a large harvest from the trial by blood and fire. That truly was a remarkable feat. Yukuin repeatedly praised him. Han Li played along with a few forced laughs. He didn't know why this person was so courteous to this unnamed disciple. It caused him to be quite uneasy. I originally heard that junior martial disciples' aptitude wasn't very good. But now, I see you have actually reached foundation establishment. This is truly a matter worthy of celebration. Yukuin seemed to have been long aware that Han Li had reached foundation establishment. As a result, he hadn't expressed any surprise toward Han Li's success in entering foundation establishment. However, he still incessantly congratulated Han Li. This caused Han Li to become even more suspicious and vigilant. That's right. Master is still waiting inside the cave for junior martial disciple. It's better to not let our elders wait for long. Let's first enter the Green Ripple Cave. It seemed Yukuin had just thought of something. After he patted the back of his head, he said this with a chuckle. When Han Li saw the other party's expression, the corner of his mouth twitched, but his face maintained a solemn and respectful expression. He agreed at once and flew through the water curtain. After he passed through the water curtain, a small, naturally formed valley appeared before his eyes. Not only was it as beautiful as a spring day, but the trees were green and the water clear. Furthermore, there were a few remarkably strange small animals jumping about in an adorable manner. This is? Han Li's mind tumbled. The scene before him, could it be that his own master, a respected expert, was fond of raising small animals? The thought barged into Han Li's mind unexpectedly. Hee. What? Is Junior Marshal Brother surprised? You're not the only one who reacted this way. Every visitor that comes is astonished. However, these weren't raised by Master, but rather are the treasures of Master's wife. You mustn't harm them by any means, else the mistress will absolutely end you. Yukuin chuckled, revealing an "I already knew you would be greatly surprised" expression. Master's wife. That's right. Although Mistress Zan is only at mid-stage foundation establishment, the Master dotes on her very much. You must act good-natured and get along well with her. Yukuin said this as he shrugged his shoulders. Yukuin brought him further into the large cave, where much to Han Li's surprise, he saw not only his master, Li Huayuan, but also a young, beautiful, 27 or 28-year-old woman. Nothing needed to be said about his own master's ice-cold face, but when he saw Han Li, Li Huayuan revealed a slight smile. Although Han Li thought the young woman was beautiful, how could he dare to look in front of Li Huayuan? He only took a quick look and stepped forward, respectfully saluting. Disciple Han Li greets Master. "N. You've come. This is your master's wife, greet her as well." Li Huayuan was greatly satisfied with Han Li's respectful and solemn bearing and pointed to the young woman at his side. Disciple pays respects to master's wife. Han Li inwardly sighed. He could only salute to this woman who didn't seem much older than himself. That's enough, no need to be overly polite. When the young woman saw Han Li step forward to pay his respects, she said this with a smile. Her voice was soft and pleasant, displaying the sweet temper of a woman from a river village. As expected, she was an extremely dainty woman. Han Li, I've only heard of the matter of your success into foundation establishment a few days ago. To tell the truth, this matter was rather hard for me to believe and amazed me by no small amount. Li Huayuan said this with a smile and an incomparably gentle tone. This caused Han Li to truly feel overwhelmed by his superior's favor. This was disciple's fluke. Achieving foundation establishment also shocked this disciple. Han Li's face was slightly red, appearing as if he were embarrassed. Hee. Great luck also reflects one's own aptitude. Otherwise, wouldn't those born with outstanding aptitudes have even greater luck? Li Huayuan shook his head and said this with a smile. This. Not once did Han Li think he would feel so embarrassed and be rendered speechless. Humph, this fellow has only been a disciple for a short while. Don't use a lecturing tone immediately upon meeting him, the young woman said gently to Li Huayuan upon seeing Han Li's uncomfortable appearance, a trace of laughter in her eyes. Okay. Husband knows. No matter what, this good disciple is also my wife's savior. As his master, I must compensate him well. Li Huayuan glanced at the young woman with a tender gaze.
then turned around and said to Yukuin standing to the side, "You can withdraw for now. Your master's wife and I are going to talk individually with your junior martial brother Han. Don't let anybody disturb us." "As you command, master," Yukuin respectfully replied, then stole an envious glance at Han Li before quietly withdrawing. Savior? Reward. Now, Han Li was truly stunned. He really didn't know when these two words had suddenly become related to him. When had he earned a reward for saving someone, and how could he himself not know about it? Seeing Han Li's confused appearance, the young woman couldn't help but laugh and said, "Lord husband, why don't you explain it to him? Your disciple doesn't know anything yet. Don't let his head be filled with fog." Hearing the young woman's words, Li Huayuan lightly smiled and explained to Han Li, nodding, "Han Li, by now you should know the reason why I accepted you as my disciple back then. There's no embarrassment for me to talk about it. As your elder, I truly did covet your spiritual medicines. Thus, I used the excuse of receiving you as my disciple to take away a half of your portion. Otherwise, you should have received 2 foundation establishment pills, not just 1. However, although I confess that I caused your rewards to decrease for no apparent reason, you could have in turn also used my reputation to your advantage, and people wouldn't lightly offend you. This could be considered my way of making things up to you. After all, with regards to your natural talent back then, even if you were to have an extra foundation establishment pill, it seemed like your chances of successfully establishing your foundation were non-existent," Li Huayuan said, his expression nonchalant, as if he did not feel that there was anything inappropriate about what he had done. But soon after, the situation changed. Not long after I obtained these spiritual medicines and was about to refine them into pills that could increase one's magic power, an accident suddenly occurred while my wife was cultivating, plunging her into danger. Luckily, I hadn't used your spiritual medicines yet, and thus I was able to temporarily preserve her life. In the few years afterward, I was able to use the remaining spiritual medicines to refine a pill that could save her, causing my wife to finally recover in the past few days. Because of this, when I told my wife about the origins of these spiritual medicines, my wife immediately expressed that I must reward you. After all, her life was preserved solely because of your spiritual medicines. You could also be considered her savior. When Li Huayuan talked about the young woman's life-threatening condition, his expression changed, as if he were reliving the dangerous circumstances of those times. It seemed as if he really dearly loved the young woman beside him. After I heard her say that, I felt that what she said was very reasonable, and so I wanted to officially accept you as my disciple before you reached the foundation establishment stage. But who knew that before I could make a move, I had already received the news that you had successfully established your foundation. This really surprised me. After all, I had previously said that as long as you entered the foundation establishment stage, I would officially accept you as my disciple. Thus, this could no longer be considered some kind of reward. I could only think of other ways within my abilities to reward you. Li Huayuan finally explained the whole situation once, causing Han Li to become somewhat dazed upon hearing it. He never expected that meat pies falling from the sky could actually land on his head. Even when he heard Li Huayuan personally say that he would reward him, Han Li still did not dare to believe it. Instead, he could only stand there, stunned. What about this? Since it seems you haven't thought it through yet, you can think about it in your cave for a day. Tomorrow morning, you can come to your master and raise a request. You have to think about it carefully. Normally, your master is not a very generous person, so this is an opportunity that is hard to come by, the young woman gently said to Han Li, glancing at Li Huayuan. This caused Li Huayuan to dryly laugh a few times as if he were somewhat embarrassed. Han Li, who finally regained consciousness, hesitated for a moment. Originally, he wanted to request a cultivation technique, but upon being reminded by his master's wife, he could not refuse the other person's good intentions. So he nodded his head and accepted. Then, Li Huayuan called Yukuin to give Han Li a tour of the cave. This senior martial brother immediately agreed with a smile, then brought Han Li and walked out. They had not yet left the large lobby when he had already begun to introduce Han Li to the entire cave. Master, your green ripple cave is about a few hundred acres in size. As for rooms, the young woman, after seeing Han Li and Yukuin walk far away, suddenly said to Li Huayuan with a smile, "Do you think our new disciple can handle Yukuin's harassment?" Every time I see Yukuin open his mouth, I feel a headache coming on even if he hasn't said anything yet.
Yukuin's long-windedness truly causes many headaches.
Not to mention you, even I have no way of dealing with him. Han Li definitely cannot endure for too long, Li Huayuan said with helplessness. This is also true.
But what kind of request do you think this disciple of yours will make? The young woman suddenly asked as she opened her round eyes. A trace of cunning could be found within them. What requests could he make besides pills, cultivation techniques, magic tools, and the sort?
If it weren't for Madame's relentless requests to reward this disciple, I really would not be willing to be so generous. Li Huayuan had not even handed anything out yet, but he already appeared to be in excruciating pain. What are you talking about? If you don't repay his saving grace, the ice heart technique that I cultivate would contain many leaks, and I would not be able to cultivate it to the great circle of completion. Then, in the future, how could I enter the core formation stage and spend the rest of my life with you? The young woman first gave Li Huayuan a haughty look, but her next sentence was filled with deep affection, causing Li Huayuan to feel greatly moved upon hearing it. He thumped his chest and expressed that he would definitely fulfill Han Li's requests and that he would not allow any troubles to be left in the way of his wife's cultivation. Han Li naturally did not know that the huge meat pie that fell on his head was actually related to the young woman's cultivation technique. At that moment, he was following senior martial brother Yu, wandering around, but in his heart, he still felt that the arrival of this kind of good fortune was too sudden. This caused him to feel strangely unsettled.
Senior martial brother Yu has time to come to the sword discussion hall. How about a senior martial brothers exchange a few magic techniques? When Yukuin had brought Han Li near an extremely large stone room, an extremely buff man just so happened to be walking out of it. When he saw Yukuin, he carelessly said this. However, his gaze was constantly sweeping over Han Li, who hasn't heard about the combat strength of 4th Junior Martial Brothers' 5 Elements magic technique?
It is the number 1 under Master's family.
I think I'll pass and not make a fool of myself. Yukuin's expression first changed upon hearing the man's words, then laughed and refused.
However, he suddenly turned around and pointed at Han Li while laughing. I still haven't introduced 4th Junior Martial Brother to this individual. He is the new disciple that Master is going to accept. He is the Junior Martial Brother Han, who is soon to become our 8th Junior Martial Brother. And this is your 4th Senior Martial Brother Song Meng. You can just call him Senior Martial Brother Song. Everyone come meet each other. After today, we will all be martial brothers from the same family. 8th Junior Martial Brother. When this 4th Junior Martial Brother heard these words, a radiant light shone out from his eyes, focusing directly on Han Li. Han Li's expression did not change, but in his heart, he quietly sighed. This individual was clearly a battle-crazy individual. Being gazed at him could not have any good outcomes. Thus, before this individual even opened his mouth, Han Li spoke first. Greetings, 4th Senior Martial Brother.
Junior Martial Brother has just recently entered the Foundation establishment stage. I ask that Senior Martial Brother take good care of me. Having said this, Han Li greeted him. However, these words from Han Li caused this man to reveal a disappointed expression. He lost interest in Han Li, and after indifferently nodding his head a few times, he didn't glance at Han Li even once. Then he coldly walked directly between the two of them, leaving to attend to his own business. Only Han Li and Yukuin remained, and they looked at each other in dismay for quite some time. Haha, Junior Martial Brother Han, please don't take offense. Junior Martial Brother Song just has this kind of a strange temper.
Although outwardly he appears somewhat cold, in actuality his personality is pretty good. It was still Yukuin who recovered first, and with a few sentences he shook off the awkward atmosphere. Han Li naturally adopted an understanding attitude, and the two of them immediately continued on their way, laughing and talking. Although the cave was not small, apart from Li Huayuan and his wife as well as that Song Meng, there were no other people in such a large place.
Han Li did not encounter any of the other 5 Senior Martial Brothers. Afterwards, Han Li learned that the other 5 were all like him and had their own caves outside. They would occasionally come to pay their respects to Li Huayuan and his wife. As for Yukuin and Song Meng, they had grown up next to Li Huayuan and his wife. As such, they already had very deep feelings for them, so they naturally would stay in this place instead of building their own cave. As Han Li was idly chatting with Yukuan, he finally gained some understanding of the other few cultivators. However, he had unwittingly finished touring the entire cave. This eldest senior martial brother's spirits seemed to rise the more he spoke, so he just pulled Han Li and began to walk towards his own room, wanting to continue their extended discussion. Although Han Li felt slightly surprised, he didn't mind, and so he indifferently followed him over. After all, this person was the eldest senior martial brother, so he still had to give him this face. In the beginning, he was intently listening to this eldest senior martial brother, hoping to find a few pieces of useful information. But not too long after, the senior martial brother Yu's ability to chatter away was revealed to be truly frightening, and Han Li slowly began to experience it firsthand. The endless flow of words snuck into his head like evil spirits, causing Han Li's head to begin to hurt, having heard them for numerous hours. It wasn't until this moment that Han Li finally realized the truth. The attitude this eldest senior martial brother had shown when he had come to pick Han Li up was not enthusiasm. It was clearly that a hard-to-find guest had finally appeared to satisfy his addiction to flapping his lips. After another moment, Han Li could not longer take it, his physical fatigue finally growing too extreme. He hurriedly escaped from the other person's room, then found a room used to accommodate guests and collapsed. Hearing this senior martial brother use verbal attack was truly damaging to one's soul. Han Li had completely served this person's urges. Han Li's horizons had been broadened. This world actually contained men who could chatter like this. After a day in the Immortal's cave, Han Li stood in front of his master Li Huayuan and his wife. He then heard his master indifferently say, "Han Li, have you finished thinking about what you want your master to give you? You can say it now. Disciple wants a cultivation art compatible with him. He hopes master can give one or two of them. This didn't need to be deeply thought about." Han Li, who had long known this answer, immediately blurted it out. When Li Huayuan heard this, he didn't show any surprise and instead faintly smiled to his wife at the side. He seemed to be saying, "How about it? I wasn't wrong." He wanted a cultivation art as expected. Then he returned his gaze to Han Li and calmly said, Your choice isn't bad. First, let master examine your spiritual roots, and then I will decide what cultivation art to give you." When Han Li heard this, he didn't dare to hesitate and immediately approached him. His master grabbed his wrist and quickly circulated energy around his meridians. Apart from metal cultivation techniques, all other attributes can be cultivated. You actually had 4 attribute spiritual roots. How shocking. On that day, I only saw that you had false spiritual roots, but I didn't think it'd be to such a degree. After a moment of examination, Li Huayuan's expression grew slightly strange, and he sighed. When the young woman at the side heard this, she also revealed an expression of slight surprise. She remained silent and could not help but size up Han Li. Disciple's aptitude is inferior and has disappointed master. Han Li's face was a bit red as he replied this with slight shame. This is nothing. Since the heavens have allowed you to reach foundation establishment, you surely have your own luck. But since it is like this, your choices for cultivation are a bit troublesome. What do you mean? When Han Li heard this, he blinked. Although Han Li did not take the initiative to ask, he displayed great doubt. Really? Give disciple a proper explanation. You are always so vague. Actually, what your master means was that he originally wanted to let you choose a decent cultivation art, but now that he has seen your spiritual root attributes, he's hesitant. After all, the better the cultivation art, the harder it is to cultivate. It would be better to let you cultivate a simpler cultivation art so that you advance a bit more quickly. The young woman rebuked Li Huayuan and gave Han Li an explanation with a warm tone. That's right. My wife read my thoughts. Li Huayuan repeatedly nodded his head. He then continued to explain, the cultivation arts of immortal cultivators can generally be classified into 3 main types in accordance with speed and effects. For the first time after it is cultivated, one's magic power progresses at a speed that is similar to that of inferior cultivation arts. However, it grants a supplementary divine ability that can suppress enemies and seize victory. Its power is likely to be outstanding and extremely suitable for combat. If one's magic power is at a lower layer, they will be able to, with slight difficulty, prevail against cultivators of a higher layer. Thus, cultivators who know they are unable to enter core formation most likely choose this type of cultivation art. The second type of cultivation technique is the exact opposite. These cultivation techniques progress one's magic powers at an astonishing rate and are easy to cultivate.
But naturally there is a flaw. The advantage of the first type of cultivation technique is precisely this type's fatal flaw.
Furthermore, although those who cultivate the second type come across far fewer bottlenecks than those who use the first type of cultivation techniques, this kind of cultivation art has no powerful self-defense methods and their divine abilities are pathetic.
Those who choose this method are doomed to spend their life cultivating and are the weaker among cultivators of the same grade. But similarly, they wish to cultivate to the highest layer in vain pursuit of the heavenly Tao. Those who choose this path are not few.
After all, this is the easiest method to approach core formation. After Li Huayuan said this, he stopped for a moment and then looked at Han Li with a smile. What kind of magic technique does disciple wish to use?
Perhaps there is a type between these two that fits you. When Han Li heard this, he paused for a moment and couldn't help but hesitate. He asked, "Master, were there not 3 kinds?
Why have you only explained 2? When they both heard Han Li's question, the young woman gave a knowing smile. Li Huayuan faced Han Li and answered, apart from the first 2 types, there are the extraordinarily few cultivation arts that exist of the third type. Many cultivators pursue these top-grade cultivation arts. However, as your master, I do not recommend you cultivate these.
Furthermore, none of your 7 senior martial brothers chose to cultivate these cultivation arts. Although they combine the several strong aspects of the first 2 type of cultivation arts, having both great power and astonishing magic progression, they have many restrictions. They are increasingly difficult as one progresses, and they are very dangerous to cultivate. If one is not careful, they will be beyond hope.
Your master's wife cultivates such a top-grade cultivation art, but she was not careful and nearly died. Thus, if one cultivates these cultivation arts without transcendent aptitude, it would be a near equivalent to suicide. Although I have 2 or 3 of such top-grade cultivation arts, would you be able to succeed with them?
Naturally, because I do owe you compensation, if you must choose these top-grade cultivation methods, Master will give them to you. However, if you encounter dangers or difficulties in the future, you will only be able to rely on yourself. Li Huayuan clearly did not approve of Han Li selecting these last types of cultivation arts and warned Han Li in advance. Han Li wrinkled his brow and sunk his head in thought. This was a truly hard decision. But not long after, Han Li lifted his head with clear eyes. It was obvious that he made his decision. Master, please forgive this disciple's rudeness. Disciple wishes to ask in advance, what cultivation art did Master cultivate? Han Li suddenly asked. He. Your master cultivated the top-grade cultivation technique, True Sun Arts. However, your master has a body only second to that of heavenly spiritual Poots. A 3-yang body.
Cultivating this art suited me like a fish to water and was far superior to other cultivation arts.
Otherwise, how could Master form his golden core? Although Li Huayuan did not predict Han Li's question, he had still arrogantly replied, Disciple understands. Then disciple will select the second type of magic techniques. Han Li said with a peaceful expression. The second type? Li Huayuan's expression slightly changed, but after a second, it returned to normal. Under the appearance of deep thought, he re-examined Han Li. When the young woman at the side heard this, she also wore a rather interested expression. You chose the second choice, so how could Master say anything against this? If your cultivator's heart is resolute, then Master will truly be grateful. However, you should know the so-called easy refinement of magic power only applies to those with rather good aptitudes. Furthermore, even if they have outstanding aptitudes, only a few of them will be able to cultivate to the peak of foundation establishment. Thus, your master leans toward you choosing the first type of cultivation arts. With your prospects of achieving core formation so uncertain, at the very least, you'll be able to hold your head high among your fellow foundation establishment cultivators and accept no humiliation. In truth, regardless of what type of cultivation art is chosen, those who achieve core formation are few in number.
Li Huayuan thought to give Han Li a few words of advice, but as he said this, he seemed to have recalled something. With his mood serious, he actually remained silent. When the young woman to the side saw this, she lightly sighed and said to Han Li, think of this well, what kind of cultivation art do you truly want? Although your choice does not match our thoughts,
If your cultivator's heart is truly resolute, your master will naturally not oppose you. If you overestimate your own abilities and absolutely insist on choosing the top-grade magic techniques, although we as husband and wife will not object, we will be greatly troubled. After all, it would no longer be a question of the resolution of one's cultivator's heart, but rather that of biting off far more than one can chew. Correct? Your master's wife has spoken your master's thoughts. Your master will not say more. I will only ask you once more, is that your final decision? Li Huayuan's attention returned just as the young woman finished speaking, and he nodded his head in approval. Yes, disciple has firmly decided. After Han Li calmly listened to Li Huayuan's wife's words, he replied with a deep tone. Since you've made up your mind, follow me to my library. Madam, please wait here. Han Li and I will return in a moment. When Li Huayuan heard this, he said no more and stood up, bringing Han Li out and leaving the young woman to wait behind. The library room wasn't far away from the main hall and also wasn't very large. It was only a normal-looking short stone room. However, the stone room had a flaming barrier protecting it, denying entry to outsiders. Li Huayuan stood in front of the barrier. Without care, he extended his finger toward the surface of the barrier and casually swiped, causing the barrier to immediately open a 3-meter gap, just enough for 2 people to enter through. He then easily pushed open the stone door and led Han Li in. After Han Li entered, his eyes greatly widened. Inside the room, all sorts of jade slips, book pages, boxes, and collections were suspended in midair, displaying strange lights of all colors. There were more than 60 items. They were Li Huayuan's collection of cultivation techniques that he had gathered over several hundred years. All the items here are under my restrictions. If someone aside from me or my wife personally reaches within, the formation spell within the stone room will immediately activate and they will be completely trapped inside. Li Huayuan explained to Han Li with satisfaction. However, Han Li heard the trace of warning within those words, so he repeatedly nodded his head, expressing his understanding. Seeing that Han Li was quite discreet, Li Huayuan revealed an expression of satisfaction. Then he reached his hand out in midair and gently grabbed at something. Instantly, a red streak of cloud flew out from his hand, wrapped around a jade slip and brought it back to his hand. Li Huayuan didn't even glance at it and directly handed it to Han Li. Then, he used the same method to grab 7 or 8 items in a row before halting. At this time, Han Li was already holding a huge pile of items, too many for his eyes to take in. These cultivation techniques can all progress one's magic power quickly, and they are also easy to cultivate. Pick one to use as your main cultivation technique. You have to put the other ones back in their original position. When you have finished picking one out, come tell me, Li Huayuan said to Han Li indifferently. Then he sat down cross-legged on a prayer mat in the stone room. Han Li felt that his eyes were seeing stars. Although there weren't many cultivation techniques, they all had their own unique attributes. For example, one of them, the essence gathering technique, apart from having a decent speed in increasing one's magic power, also had the essence gathering spirit armor, an incredibly practical minor divine ability. When facing an enemy, in addition to the protection of a defensive magic technique, one could condense one's magic power into spirit armor as an additional layer of protection. Could serve as a life-saving technique, and the spirit armor's defense could also slowly increase as one progressed in the essence gathering technique. Another jade slip recorded the just as impressive Mirage spirit art, which also included the Mirage shadow ability. One could produce an avatar exactly like oneself at any time to confuse enemies. The higher one's cultivating layer was, the more avatars one could produce, which would confuse enemies even more. Apart from these 2 kinds of cultivation techniques, the other cultivation techniques included small abilities that were extremely suited for escaping despite not being too powerful. It seemed as if the creators of these cultivation techniques were also very clear that these cultivation techniques would not allow individuals to fight fiercely against others. Instead, it was more important to flee with one's small life. However, after Han Li had browsed through all of them once, a golden page inside a jade box jolted Han Li awake. That was because this page's script and size were too familiar. Han Li confirmed that it was identical to the silver page that he himself possessed. The only difference was that this page seemed to be thinner, and its surface did not have those strange patterns. Instead,
It was covered with densely packed ancient writings. But when he took a closer look, the technique that was recorded was a common magic technique, the essence concentration technique. Its ability was also an extremely average support technique called the spirit gathering technique, and could only increase the speed at which spiritual chi was gathered. Han Li studied the golden page numerous times, but doing so only increased the uncertainty in his heart. However, he also knew that even though he had a strong urge to pull out the silver page in his storage pouch and compare the two of them, now was not the time to solve this mystery. Regardless, he had to make a decision now, otherwise he would arouse his master's suspicions. With this in mind, Han Li hefted this golden page in his hand and made his decision. As such, he opened his mouth and said to Li Huayuan, who was resting with his eyes closed, "Master, I have made a decision. I choose this cultivation technique." When Li Huayuan heard this, he opened his eyes. Seeing the golden page in his hand, he was slightly startled, but he didn't say anything. He simply nodded his head and brought him out of the stone room. The young woman had been waiting for the master-disciple pair. When she saw them return, she smiled warmly before asking, "How is it? Did you make a decision?" "Many thanks for madam's concern. This disciple has already made a selection," Han Li respectfully answered. "Then I can be at peace." Hearing this, the young woman smiled happily again. It was as if she cared even more about this matter than Han Li did, which surprised him. "All right, since you have been repaid for saving my wife, let us talk about the matter of officially accepting you under my guidance. Are you genuinely willing to enter my tutelage and officially become my disciple?" Li Huayuan suddenly asked, his expression thickening. Han Li's heart trembled, and he hurriedly stepped forth, knelt, and said, "Disciple Han Li's heart is genuine. I do not dare to have even a trace of pretense." Although Han Li spoke in this way, in actuality he began to mutter in his heart, "If you genuinely take care of me, I will naturally be 100% sincere and willingly be your disciple until the very end. However, if you have any bad intentions, I will not be so silly as to be manipulated by you." Li Huayuan naturally did not know the thoughts in Han Li's heart. Otherwise, he would have exterminated Han Li with one hand a long time ago. "Right, us cultivators are simple people. From today onwards you are Li Huayuan's official disciple. I hope that you'll diligently cultivate in the future so that my reputation doesn't wane." Li Huayuan lightly smiled with a warm expression. Han Li and Li Huayuan fulfilled the roles of a filial disciple and a compassionate master for a while, but soon after receiving Li Huayuan's instructions, Han Li bid farewell and left. As he was leaving the cave, he happened to run into that eldest martial brother Yu. In the end, this individual insisted on sending his junior martial brother out. However, how could Han Li, who had just yesterday experienced firsthand the devilish, unceasing chattering, inflict such pain upon himself? He declined profusely on the spot. In the end, the other person left with a regretful expression, and Han Li was able to escape the entanglement. As Han Li stood upon the small boat, he couldn't help but think about all that had happened in the past 2 days. His impression of his master, Li Huayuan, was much better than it had been before, especially since his master's attitude sharply differed from the indifference he showed during the expedition to the Forbidden Area. He didn't know if it was because he had saved his master's wife or because he had successfully established his foundation, but now he was finally being viewed with importance by this core formation cultivator. Regardless, Han Li finally felt that this trip had not been in vain. Not only did he obtain a large backer in the cultivation world, he also obtained that golden page. Now he could hope to reveal the secrets hidden in the silver page. Even if he had no way of unraveling its mysteries, Han Li did not mind. At the very last, he would cultivate the essence concentration technique. Although this cultivation technique didn't have any great effects, Han Li had other ways of protecting himself, so he did not worry about this matter. When he returned to his own cave, Han Li immediately went into his own room and hurriedly pulled out the gold and silver pages from his storage pouch, carefully comparing the two. The silver page was still the same as the last time he studied it. Han Li placed both the silver page and the gold page in front of his eyes and superimposed the two. As expected, they were identical in size. With one glance, one could tell that they were closely linked. Han Li took these 2 pages, one on the left and one on the right, weighing them individually in each hand. He judged that the silver page was slightly heavier. It seemed as if his speculation that the golden page was somewhat thinner was not incorrect, their thickness was truly different. Han tilted his head and thought for a moment. Suddenly, he took only the silver page and raised it to his eye, carefully scrutinizing the strange patterns on it and stroking it with his hand incessantly. At this time, his eyes twinkled indefinitely, as if there was a very difficult problem ahead of him that he could not make a decision about. However, an unwavering expression still appeared on Han Li's face. He suddenly placed the page between his two hands. Then he gently rubbed his hands together. Instantly, the silver page was enveloped in a fierce flame, casting a red glow onto Han Li's face. However, he did not care at all, instead staring at the page in the flames without blinking. At this time, the surface of the page was beginning to melt due to high temperatures. Suddenly, Han Li's expression changed, and then an expression of joy surfaced on his face because the silver page, now with its surface layer melted, actually revealed a golden light. Sure enough, the page contained a secret. Seeing this situation, Han Li carefully controlled the flames, not allowing the golden layer to also be damaged. However, Han Li clearly was overly worried. The newly revealed golden page seemingly didn't fear being roasted by the fierce flames and didn't warp at all. When a brand new golden page was completely revealed, Han Li waved his hand and the flames immediately disappeared. Then he began to read the newly obtained page, his heart beating like crazy. He only read the first few words before he froze, stunned. His expression instantly became extremely unsightly. That was because this page was actually a manual written to teach people how to control flying swords and was specifically geared towards those who cultivate sword arts. Although it appeared to be extremely remarkable, it was something that Han Li simply did not need. It seemed as if that barefooted man from the giant sword sect had cultivated the page's contents. However, though these techniques may have been considered treasures to Qi condensation disciples, to Han Li, who had reached the great success stage of foundation establishment, they were only average and simply had no way of piquing his interest. Han Li was still unwilling to give up. He closely examined it one more time, even going so far as to use the fierce flames to burn it again, but he made no further discoveries. The more Han Li looked at this golden page, the more he felt resentful. He had busied himself with this for the greater half of the day. Having wasted so much time, he actually obtained such a useless item. How could he not feel extremely depressed? Han Li was especially provoked upon seeing the two words sword art because he had already cultivated an Azure Essence sword art. Could it be that he would have to cultivate yet another sword art? The gloomy-faced Han Li suddenly grabbed the page and threw it into midair. Immediately afterward, he used his right hand and pointed, shooting out an azure sword edge as wide as a bowl, directly hitting the page. Han Li decided to completely destroy this thing, lest he become angry just from looking at it. Whoosh! The explosion that Han Li had expected did not appear. Instead, the azure sword streak disappeared into page upon contact as if it had been absorbed. This is... Han Li was very shocked, but immediately after, his heart stirred with anticipation. He raised his hand and cast a floating technique on the golden page that had fallen in his hand, causing it to float many feet in the air, acting as a target. He then began to use small bursts of Azure Essence sword streaks to attack it bit by bit, eagerly gazing at the page which seemed to absorb all of the sword streaks like a bottomless pit. While doing this, Han Li had also tried to shoot an ice arrow towards it to see if that magic spell could also be absorbed. In the end, one arrow caused the page to go flying, ending Han Li's experiences with a fright. Instead, he obediently continued to shoot sword streaks into it. Han Li's Azure Essence sword streaks of the fourth layer should have been quite powerful, but the page had yet to respond as he was on the edge of exhaustion. Han Li bitterly complained as a result. He truly did not know whether or not all his hard work would go to waste if he didn't satisfy this page's absorption of sword streaks all in one go. Just as Han Li was conflicted about whether to proceed or stop, the page finally began to change and the golden light on the page's surface exploded out. The page was no longer able to absorb the sword streaks, instead it began to reflect them, carving quite a few holes in the walls of the cave. Han Li repressed the excitement in his heart, and he watched the page's transformation without blinking at all. The light on the page slowly began to retreat and converged into words of light as large as ants. The page soon became densely dotted with golden light, like the stars in the sky, causing Han Li to feel great shock. Then, with a patter, the floating spell suddenly lost its effectiveness and the golden page fell straight to the ground. Han Li, still in shock, instinctively and immediately stretched out and grabbed the golden page. But just when Han Li's fingers made contact with this item, it was as if the words of light had found an outlet and rushed in through that hand, fiercely channeling themselves throughout his entire body. Han Li was greatly shocked and the color drained from his face. He hurriedly wanted to toss aside the page, but the page forcibly stuck itself onto Han Li's hand as if it were alive. Han Li was unable to shake it off despite his best efforts. The transmission of the words of light was just too fast. In an instant, all of the words of light had crawled all over Han Li. Glistening words of light covered Han Li's body from head to toe, appearing incomparably strange. Han Li was helpless and scared witless. Suddenly, the words of light appeared to have received a command and flocked toward his head. The countless words seeped into his brain in an instant, but because of the sudden rush, Han Li immediately held his head while screaming in pain. If the current circumstances continued for even a bit longer, Han Li's brain would most likely violently burst. Fortunately, the pain only lasted a short moment before the words of light all finished entering his head. Han Li then weakly fell to the ground and was unable to move in the slightest. After no less than the quarter of an hour, Han Li regained some of his spirit and was finally barely able to stand. Although the pain inside his head had greatly alleviated, buzzing still lingered, and his nerves were stretched thin. Han Li hurriedly climbed into the stone bed, closed his eyes, and regulated his breathing, allowing his mind to completely relax. Han Li meditated like that for 3 days and 3 nights. Not only did all feeling of discomfort disappear from his head, but he also figured out the reason behind the overflow of words of light. Azure Essence Sword Art. Furthermore, it was the complete magic art, all 13 layers without any gaps or lost sections. It could even be cultivated all the way until the legendary deity transformation stage without question. These were the words that were brought forth from the words of light. Just as Han Li started to receive this information, he was faintly shocked, but his face didn't show a shred of happiness. This was because of the supplementary cultivation technique at the very end, the 3 essence revolutions technique. At first, this piqued Han Li's interest, so he looked through it as he wished. After browsing the first few passages, he blankly stared for a moment. He believed that he had misunderstood, but after he read through that part several more times, he was convinced that he was not mistaken, causing Han Li to enter a state of raging ecstasy. This 3 essence revolutions technique actually possessed the miraculous, heaven-shaking effect of evading the core formation stage bottleneck. This information seemed like a voice from the heavens, causing Han Li to believe that it was a dream. Ever since he entered the world of cultivation, nearly every cultivator had talked about the problems of core formation. Everyone had sighed and shook their heads. All have said that breaking through to core formation was basically reliant on one's luck. It was a matter completely decided by the heavens. Naturally, those with excellent aptitude had already cultivated to the peak of foundation establishment and possessed the qualifications for core formation. In addition, those possessing heavenly spiritual roots naturally did not have any problems in this area. To be blunt, Han Li's confidence in achieving core formation was almost nil. With great difficulty, he spent all his life trying to find a way, so at this point, he was truly reluctant to give up. But despite this, Han Li was unwilling to so passively renounce the pursuit of eternal life merely because it was difficult. Even as hopeless as it was, his thirst for core formation and his will to struggle only grew stronger. But now a straight path to core formation appeared before him, allowing him to bypass the bottleneck. How could Han Li not be in ecstasy? But regardless of Han Li's excitement, this cultivation art couldn't be considered a shortcut. In fact, it was completely unverified. The expert who created this cultivation technique and the Azure Essence Sword Art had long since reached core formation when he created these techniques, which he based on an insane idea about core formation. He stated at the very end of the cultivation technique that even if one completely followed the cultivation technique and fulfilled all that was required, the odds of immediate formation of a core was only 1/2. However, this was enough for Han Li. Even if one were to say only 1 in 10 instead of 1 in 2 odds, it would be enough for Han Li to pursue it without hesitation. But after Han Li's moment of ecstasy, he carefully analyzed the cultivation technique, and what he found decimated his hopes. Even if Han Li were a person with strong aspirations, he could not help but appear to have taken a direct blow, his face increasingly pale. Those cultivating the three essence revolutions technique obviously needed to first cultivate the Azure Essence Sword Art, since this technique was originally founded on its basis. Although the Azure Essence Sword Art was extraordinarily difficult to practice, that was not the most important point. What caused Han Li's face to become unsightly was due to the meaning behind the technique's name. The individual must first cultivate to the 6th layer of the Azure Essence Sword Art, then disperse their sword art cultivation, after which they must cultivate all over again. According to its founder, only like this would someone be able to use the three essence revolutions technique. By repeating cultivating his magic power, his true essence would able to further compress and have his magic power become several times more pure. After doing this 3 times in succession and cultivating back to the peak of foundation establishment, he would be able to form a core in his dantian with ease. According to this expert's conjectures, a gold core was originally created by solidifying one's true essence and condensing it. If the true essence was already solidified, forming a core would naturally be effortless. Even if Han Li felt that what this expert said was reasonable, he was truly hesitant to foolishly disperse his own cultivation. This wasn't because Han Li was scared of the hardship of regaining his lost cultivation, but rather because he wasn't confident that he would be able to cultivate 3 times within his lifespan. Even if he had the assistance of the small mysterious bottle, this was a matter of extreme risk. After all, according to the expert's plan, it would take longer and longer to cultivate, as he would need to condense and compress his true essence more each time. The great benefits of doing this were, without a doubt, extremely great. It would allow him to have true essence and magic power several times greater than that of common cultivators, but at the same time, he would certainly be required to spend more time than common cultivators. With a trifling 200 years of life, would he be able to do all of this? Han Li truly did not know. After a moment of indecision, Han Li looked toward the golden page that he received from Li Huayuan. Only after an inspection of what it contained would he be able to come to a decision. As a result, an equivalent sword stream entered the gold page and was rewarded with an equivalent headache. Han Li experienced it once more, accepting the contents of the other gold page. Azure Bamboo Cloud's Worm Sword. This was what entered in Han Li's mind. Han Li became extremely interested and patiently arranged the words of light before poring through it. It turned out that inside the gold page were actually instructions for how to refine a core formation flying sword magic treasure called Azure Bamboo Cloud's Worm Sword. This would attribute flying sword was actually quite similar to Han Li's gold beetle swarm blades, as it was refined as a set of magic treasures. At least 12 would attribute flying swords were required to form a set. It was quite strange. Naturally, if he were able to collect enough materials and had enough true essence, he could theoretically refine 36 or even 72 as a set. Han Li carefully put away for the 2 golden book pages and planned his future actions meticulously. Since he wanted to cultivate the 3 essence revolutions technique, the small mysterious bottle's green liquid must be used to its full extent. Thus, he quickly gathered together the materials for the 2 ancient formulas. If it could be bought, it was bought. He let nothing slip away. With this said, apart from spiritual power, the green liquid also had other components, but they still remained a complete mystery to him. There was no way that spiritual qi by itself was able to miraculously mature plants. After entering Yellow Maple Valley, he had researched it several times. Regardless of how diluted the spiritual liquid was, with just a tiny drop of green liquid mixed with water, all the animals that tasted it had similarly exploded. It wasn't a matter of how diluted the green liquid was, but rather its unknown components running rampant. After receiving several similar results, Han Li was forced to begrudgingly give up. But using the mysterious small bottle to simply refine pills was a bit narrow. Han Li felt that using its wondrous effects to mature plants had many more uses. To use it just for pills seemed wasteful. After a moment of consideration, Han Li felt that with foundation establishment battles, apart from magic tools and cultivation techniques, mid-grade or higher talismans were an absolute necessity. However, these mid-grade talismans were extremely expensive. A single talisman often cost several tens of spirit stones. Han Li could only shake his head repeatedly. A good number of these mid or higher grade 5 elements talismans had truly great power. They could take the place of incisive Taoist magics,
capable of saving one's life. If a magic technique's grade was too high, then even if a foundation establishment cultivator were to use it, it would require no small amount of magic power and time. As such, purchasing a few of these talismans was essential as a life-preserving last resort. Thus, Han Li decided to create talismans, actual mid-grade talismans. Because creating talismans required blank talisman paper refined from spirit herbs of a certain maturity, Han Li wanted to bring out the bottle and make full use of its wondrous effects. Naturally, high-grade talismans couldn't be made with this method. Those required spirit hides of a few particular demonic beasts, and Han Li was currently not capable of acquiring such hides. As for the cinnabar used to create talismans, there was no need to be picky since most of the supply was refined from the blood of a few spirit beast species, the majority being extracted from domesticated spirit beasts. It fundamentally wasn't worth much. One had to be somewhat selective with the talisman brushes used to make talismans. However, Han Li already had the golden sincerity brush, which should suit his needs. When Han Li thought of the golden sincerity brush, he naturally thought of that young, easily embarrassed Han Yunji and couldn't help but slightly smile. At this moment, she was probably at Spirit Beast Mountain. But in the blink of an eye, Han Li regained his focus and once again pondered about the feasibility and risks of creating talismans. He had the tools and an unending supply of materials. The fundamental problem of a talisman creation expert having enough materials was no problem for him. Currently, the only restriction he had was his cultivation of mid-grade and higher Taoist magics. Talisman creation experts must first be able to use a magic technique before refining it onto a talisman. Otherwise, there would be nothing to inscribe onto the talisman paper. After all, talismans were only a method of sealing a magic technique in advance. When he thought of having to cultivate mid-grade magic techniques, Han Li felt a pounding headache. He didn't know whether it had to do with his spiritual roots, but when he practiced Taoist magics of the 5 elements, he felt that his talent was extremely lacking. Even after spending several times more effort and time than other cultivators, he wouldn't make the slightest of gains and remained completely ignorant of the magic's essence. However, after he entered Foundation Establishment, he was able to easily learn those few elementary magic techniques. Furthermore, he was proficient enough to perform most of them in the blink of an eye. But for mid-grade magic techniques, it was the same as before. He could only look up to the sky and sigh. Han Li knew that if he arduously cultivated a few mid-grade magic techniques, he would most likely be able to seal and imprint a few talismans. He had no extravagant hopes of being able to refine all of the mid-grade magic techniques he wished. With a great amount of mid-grade talismans, not only would he have a great advantage in battle, but he could also sell them openly without arousing the suspicion of others. Thus, Han Li was freed from the plight of lacking spiritual stones. He currently didn't dare to conspicuously take out spiritual herbs to trade for spirit stones. Furthermore, Han Li had further thoughts. If his cultivation truly scattered and he had to cultivate back what he lost during that time, he would unquestionably be at his weakest. If an enemy or someone with a grudge found him, how wouldn't he be in great danger? After all, the world of cultivation wasn't some peaceful world, anything could happen. But if he had a lot of talismans on hand, he would be able to preserve a certain amount of strength. Even if he couldn't subdue an enemy with the assistance of talismans, he could most likely escape with them. Although learning how to create talismans would surely interfere with the advancement of his magic power, regardless of how he saw it, it would only take up some of his time. The gains were greater than the losses. After Han Li tossed and turned several times in his chambers, he decided to simultaneously cultivate the Azure Essence Sword Art and practice talisman creation. Having made his decision after much deliberation, Han Li immediately set into motion. During the next few days, he made 2 trips to his own sex market city, as well as the Heavenly Star Sex Market City to look for seeds and sprouts of spiritual herbs used in talisman paper refinement. The materials written in the ancient pill formulas were naturally extremely rare and priceless materials. Fortunately, Han Li didn't have any problems with the maturity of these medicinal herbs and was fortunate enough to gather enough materials for the qi refining powder, causing him to be overjoyed. As for the materials for the talisman paper, because he was starting with low-grade talismans, they were easily required. Of course, a large amount of cinnabar was indispensable. After 3 or 4 days, Han Li created an opening in his great formation outside his Immortal's cave and entered it, closing it behind him. Then he entered secluded cultivation for his first time after reaching foundation establishment. Time does not stop for cultivation.
For years passed in the blink of an eye. Underneath the concealment of the formation spell, the cave's entrance had been tightly closed since that day and hadn't been opened since. Then one day, a blue streak of light suddenly flew from the distant horizon. After it circled several times around the great formation, it turned into a chuckling Confucian scholar holding a blue wooden board in his hand. "So this is young junior Marshall Brothers' Immortal's cave. Why did you pick such a remote place? Furthermore, the spiritual chi also isn't very abundant. If Marshall Senior Lay hadn't given me a few directions, it would have truly been hard to find," the Confucian scholar muttered to himself with an expression of surprise. Soon after, the Confucian scholar sized up the great formation outside the Immortal's cave, suddenly displaying a desire to test it out. Marshall Senior Lay said this young junior Marshall Brothers' great defensive formation was incomparably ferocious, and that if a core formation cultivator were to come, they wouldn't necessarily be able to break through. This must truly be false. How could it possibly be so ferocious? Should I give it a try? But after a bit of consideration, the Confucian scholar dejectedly hung his head and said to himself, "Forget about it. This will interfere with Master's plans." With that said, he took out a sound transmission talisman and looked at Han Li's great formation. The sound transmission talisman suddenly turned into a streak of fiery light and silently entered the formation. Then the Confucian scholar immediately threw the wooden board in his hand into the air and left, flying away on his flying magic tool. At this moment, in the secluded room with the spirit well spring, Han Li was meditating with his eyes closed. His appearance was actually exactly the same as 4 years ago, without the slightest of change. However, his body was enveloped in a layer of faint azure light that continuously flickered, appearing as if it were an exceptionally beautiful illusion. But if someone were to look at around, they would be beyond speechless. That was because there were talismans of all grades scattered around Han Li, from the elementary low-grade fireball and ice arrow techniques to the elementary high-grade techniques, earth wall, and fire cloud, and more. It seemed as if this were a large storehouse for talismans. In addition, there were a few empty boxes of cinnabar as well as stacks of blank talisman paper scattered about, appearing extremely messy. Not knowing how much time had passed, Han Li wrinkled his brow in response to something and opened his eyes. After a moment of thought, he suddenly stood and walked out of the seclusion chamber. As soon as he stood, all of the talismans and other items on the floor silently entered his storage pouch. His room instantly became spotless. As he walked out of the seclusion chamber, Han Li waved his hand, and a small yellow flag appeared in it. Then he threw it out, turning the small flag into a streak of yellow light that flew outwards. Before Han Li could finish walking to his bedroom, the small flag that had turned into a yellow light returned with a streak of fiery light in tow. When Han Li saw this, he calmly moved his hand and summoned the small flag into it. He opened his other hand and shot out azure light toward the fiery light before him. Han Li flicked his finger, and the streak of azure light flew into the flame. With a bang, the flames shot up a few feet, and Li Huayuan's voice suddenly came out of it clearly. "Immediately come to Green Ripple Cave. Your master has something to talk to you about." After these words, that streak of flame light immediately exploded into a shower of sparks that filled the sky, dissipating without a trace. After Han Li heard the message, he rubbed his nose and entered his own room, his expression calm. Upon entering his room, Han Li pulled out a small wooden trunk from underneath the stone bed. The trunk contained 10 or so different styles of storage pouches. Han Li pulled out the one that he was currently carrying, then dumped out the large pile that had been stored inside the trunk. Then, he divided them individually by type and quality, placing them into different locations. Next, Han Li shoved the trunk back into its original place, hesitated for a brief moment, then headed directly for the main entrance to the cave. Standing on the divine wind boat, Han Li began to recall the circumstances of his cultivation and talisman manufacturing during these past 4 years, his expression somewhat heavy. When Han Li sealed his cave, he had set up a small, very well-hidden medicinal garden in his cave. Although it wasn't large, it was enough for him to nurture his medicinal herbs while cultivating. The benefits of doing it this way were that when he was behind closed doors, he wouldn't have to worry about the medicinal herbs he was ripening being discovered. There would be no need for him to leave his cave, and he could be completely self-sufficient. For this, he had purposefully opened countless small hidden holes in the rock wall near the medicinal garden to allow sunlight to enter, which the little bottle could use to absorb spiritual qi. Of course, the locations of these small holes were all definitely in the effective range of the Great Formation, so he didn't need to be concerned about others finding it. As for the large medicinal garden outside, Han Li naturally planned to use it as a protective decoy. With the small medicinal garden, Han Li could assuredly ripen his spiritual medicines while refining medicinal pills using innate true fire. Although true fire was somewhat worse than earth fire, it was superior in its stability and safety. In addition, Han Li wouldn't have to worry about the number of times that he failed to refine them. The medicinal pills refined from the ancient recipes were, as expected, no small matter. After Han Li had refined the qi refining powder and consumed it, he experienced afresh the kind of explosion of spiritual qi that he had felt when establishing his foundation, causing him to immediately sit down in shock and begin to refine it, not daring to have the slightest amount of neglect. This shocking outcome naturally caused his magic power within the first year of closed-door cultivation to vigorously shoot up, far outstripping any of his expectations. Extravagantly ingesting medicine saved Han Li the time he would have spent on absorbing spiritual qi and allowed him to throw himself directly into refining it into magic power. His efficiency in increasing his magic power naturally multiplied many times. This caused Han Li to be unable to contain his joy. Recultivating the Azure Essence Sword art 3 times suddenly became a very realizable prospect. Although the Azure Essence Sword art truly did strangely cause a portion of one's magic power to dissipate every few days just like how he had been told, with 1 pouch of qi refining powder every 6 or 7 days, this defect could be completely overlooked. During this time, Han Li also ingested a foundation establishment pill out of curiosity. In the end, its effect was minimal, so Han Li completely gave up on this train of thought. However, in the latter 3 years, a matter that greatly surprised Han Li occurred. Starting from the 2nd year, the surge of spiritual qi when ingesting the qi refining powder gradually decreased year after year until the 4th year, when the same thing that had happened to the yellow dragon pellet and the golden essence pill back then happened once again. The qi refining powder lost all of its effectiveness. No matter how many pouches Han Li ingested, he could not feel any spiritual qi. Han Li's head hurt, and he also began to feel greatly distressed. That was because this was definitely not because the qi refining powder was insufficient to keep up with his rate of growth. Based on this qi refining powder's medicinal properties, using it all the way to the late stages of foundation establishment should not have posed any problems. After all, it was a pill based on the ancient formula. Even for core formation cultivators, it might be quite useful. The circumstances were completely different than with the yellow dragon pellet and golden essence pill. Those pills couldn't keep up with his cultivation layers, and he had anticipated their failures a long time ago. After musing over it hundreds of times, Han Li used the medical arts that he had learned before to draw a conclusion. Perhaps he had used the overly powerful qi refining powder too frequently, finally causing his body to generate a natural resistance to its medicinal properties. Thus, this kind of medicinal pill gradually lost its efficacy for him. Han Li was unable to determine the veracity of this conclusion. After all, in the cultivation world, no one else was able to extravagantly consume medicinal pills every few days. Naturally, he had no precedent to compare to, nor could he borrow someone else's experiences. However, Han Li still hoped that if he stopped using this medicinal pill for a certain period of time, the qi refining powder would regain its effectiveness. Holding on to this kind of thinking, Han Li stopped using medicinal pills in the remaining year, switching over to conventional methods to cultivate the Azure Essence Sword art. However, having become accustomed to the speed of magic power increase when taking spiritual medicines, it was very difficult for him to endure the slow speeds of obediently cultivating using conventional methods. Even more so, using this method to cultivate based on his natural talent, it would be a miracle if he could cultivate it once in his lifetime, let alone 3 times. After enduring a year of cultivating at the speed of a turtle, the results still brought Han Li great disappointment. Upon ingesting the qi refining powder again, it still had no effect. It seemed as if this medicinal pill had completely lost its effectiveness. He could only search for other spiritual medicines. As a result, even if Li Huayuan had not used a sound transmission talisman to call him, Han Li had already decided to take a trip outside his cave. After all, he still possessed another ancient recipe for which he had not yet prepared raw ingredients for. Only by refining this kind of spiritual pill could his magic power vigorously shoot up again. In addition, he planned on searching for a few more pill recipes. If the spirit-gathering pill also lost its effectiveness like the qi-refining powder, Han Li could only resort to taking another kind of pill every few years. As for refining talismans, the process went extremely smoothly. Every day, he would set aside the first half of a day, starting by practicing low-grade magic techniques that he could already perform, not treasuring the raw materials and crazily refining talismans non-stop. This kind of wasteful method, which other talisman refinement masters could not even conceive of, caused Han Li's skill in talisman refinement to rise continuously. Now, he could just barely refine elementary high-grade talismans even though his success rates were still pitifully low. He had already decided that the next time he cultivated behind closed doors, he would begin to practice refining mid-tier magic spells and attempt to refine mid-grade talismans. These were his primary goals for talisman refinement. In addition, while he was behind closed doors, Han Li also refined 7 or 8 face-setting pills in his free time apart from qi-refining pills and ingested one out of curiosity. If it could truly preserve his appearance, Han Li naturally would feel extremely happy. After all, nobody would wish for the day when one becomes white-haired, even if cultivators' fleshly bodies aged at an extremely slow pace. At this time, because his pill had lost its effectiveness, Han Li was incredibly depressed in flight. However, he was still somewhat curious about why his master Li Huayuan would suddenly want to see him. He couldn't help but guess reasons as to why after 4 years he would take the initiative to seek him out. In this way, Han Li arrived at the Green Ripple Cave, his mind preoccupied with many things. Only after sending a voice transmission did he realize that the one who opened the restrictions for him was no longer that eldest brother Yu, but rather a 20-year-old handsome male with red lips and white teeth. Before Han Li was even able to open his mouth, this youth first said to him indifferently, "It's junior brother Han, right? I am Wu Xian, Master's 6th disciple. Master wanted me to wait here for you for a while. Come with me." After Wu Xian said this, he didn't even glance at Han Li once and turned around, then left. This caused Han Li to rub his face, baffled. "My face isn't that unpleasant, is it?" Han Li could only somewhat helplessly and unhappily follow closely after him. Naturally, there were no words spoken between them and they directly arrived at the guest lobby just like that. 3 people were sitting on the chairs in the lobby and 2 people stood beside them. The people sitting were Li Huayuan, his wife, and a red-clad woman around 30 years old. Although her appearance was decent and she still possessed some charm, her face was icy cold, faintly revealing a killing intent rarely possessed by cultivators. At this time, Li Huayuan was seemingly saying something to the woman. Based on his expression and words, he seemed to respect this woman very much. As for the 2 people standing to the side, one was the 4th senior marshal brother Song Meng that he had met before, the other was an 18 or 19-year-old young woman who was also fully clothed in red. Her face could be considered pretty, but she wore a flirty expression, and it seemed from her appearance that she was very closely related to the red-clothed woman. "Han Li, come over and meet your marshal senior Hong Fu." Li Huayuan, upon seeing Han Li walk in, immediately called him over with a happy tone. Then Wu Xian silently walked over to Song Meng's side, standing with his hands clasped together. Marshal Senior Hong Fu. Although Han Li didn't know what was going on, he naturally would not lack respect when it was necessary. The red-clothed woman, upon hearing Han Li's greeting, did not immediately indicate anything. Instead, she closely inspected Han Li from head to toe. After a long while, her face finally revealed a trace of a slight smile, and she said with a somewhat harsh voice, "And very good. Hee. It seems like Marshal Senior Hong Fu is very satisfied. Although this disciple of mine only has an average appearance, he is genuinely a foundation establishment cultivator. He's also very lovable and clever, having won my heart." Seeing the red-clothed woman's satisfied expression, Li Huayuan instantly broke out into a smile and began to heap praises upon Han Li. Han Li felt as if he had been drenched in cold water, not knowing the reason why. Satisfied? What does he meaning, satisfied? When Han Li heard this,
He did not know why he felt uneasy. All he knew was that when he heard Li Huayuan incessantly praise him again, he had an even worse premonition. Furthermore, he already discovered that ever since he entered the room, that young woman had shot several stealthy glances at him with an expression of complete discontent. In addition, when this martial senior Hong Fu said that he was very good, his figure slightly shook and he hastily lowered his head. Meanwhile, a gaze filled with hostility swept toward Han Li, frightening him for a moment. He couldn't help but return the gaze. It was actually 7th senior martial brother Wuxia who had previously introduced him. When Wuxia saw Han Li respond to his gaze, his face contorted with surprise. He immediately shifted his gaze with a guilty appearance. When Han Li saw this, he was filled with suspicion. However, his expression maintained his usual patient and calm expression. Seeing him instinctively maintain his calm, the red-clothed woman inwardly continued to nod her head. It will be this child. I feel like he is very suitable. I will first return with Xianxia and will calmly wait for good news from martial disciple. The red-clothed woman suddenly said as she nodded her head. Senior martial sister, be at ease. I will surely make the proper arrangements. Li Huayuan saw that the woman wanted to leave, so he hastily consented and saw them both out. As Han Li regained his senses, martial senior Hong Fu had already left with that young woman. When Li Huayuan and his wife brought Han Li and the others to the main hall, they were beaming with happiness, both smiling without saying a word. The two returned to their seats and sized up Han Li without end. It was unknown what intention they had. Han Li, as your master, I must first congratulate you. Li Huayuan happily looked at Han Li for a moment before suddenly saying such senseless words. This caused Han Li's heart to beat harder and be even more uneasy. Disciple truly doesn't know what to be happy about. Master, please enlighten me, Han Li respectfully said with a dark foreboding dwelling in his heart. Cici, this is an extraordinary matter. When your martial senior Hong Fu saw you, she was interested in having you and that disciple of hers to form a bond as pair cultivation companions. The young woman did not wait for Li Huayuan to reply and was the first to unravel the riddle, causing Han Li to become dumbstruck. Become pair cultivation companions? Han Li muttered and became despondent. This was far too surprising. What is this? This is a fine thing that others dream of having but can't obtain. You should know that female cultivation disciples are originally few in number. Those capable of cultivating to foundation establishment are pathetically fewer. Also, pair cultivation a mutually beneficial method to enormously advance the cultivation of both sides. Others will not be able to find such a boon even with a lantern, Li Huayuan said with a happy expression. With what he said, to be able to form a relationship with martial ancestor Hong Fu who possessed profound magic power was greatly advantageous. Who didn't know that this female immortal Hong Fu stood near the top of ratings in the state of view for core formation cultivators? In Yellow Maple Valley, her magic power was only second to the great ancestor. After thinking about the benefits of forming a close relationship between disciples, Li Huayuan had a dignified, old-fashioned bearing and chuckled continuously. This disciple had never thought of pair cultivation before. This is truly unexpected. Moreover, there are so many male cultivators with appearances and aptitudes far greater than this disciple. How could she come to find me? With his wits returned, Han Li could only bravely reply to his question. However, this caused him to remain greatly perplexed. Hee, this is disciple's good luck. Your martial ancestor Hong Fu previously had an emotional wound when she was young and came to completely loathe frivolous, handsome men. Thus, she came to select a companion for her disciple. Naturally, males she finds unpleasant to the eye were beneath her consideration. As such, finding a disciple with a similar age and looks that do not disgust her could not be found with the several hundreds of foundation establishment disciples inside Yellow Maple Valley. Your martial senior Hong Fu has visited several immortals' caves similar to your master's, and you were the first one she saw that she was completely satisfied with, Li Huayuan said with satisfaction. As for aptitude, your martial senior isn't particularly picky. The disciple of your martial senior, that young woman who stood at her side today, although her aptitude isn't nearly as ridiculous as your own, she is also mediocre and isn't exceptional in any way. I heard that she had to take 3 foundation establishment pills and many precious medicines in order to barely reach foundation establishment.
If it weren't for the fact that she was a close descendant of your martial ancestor, there absolutely wouldn't be much reason to spend such a large amount of attention on that girl, but because of their relationship, the girl received much favor. Li Huiyuan explained to Han Li. He then nodded for a moment and sighed, continuing, Actually, in the start, I hadn't thought to recommend you but instead call forth your 7th senior martial brother. After all, whether it's appearance or aptitude, your senior martial brother Wu Xian exceeds you by no small amount. Although I knew that your martial senior Hong Fu has some prejudice against handsome men, I held a slight hope to try for a fluke. You should know what resulted. Your senior martial brother Wu was unable to pass by your martial senior and was denied, though I did see that Dong girl greatly approve. After Li Huayuan said this, he looked at Wu Xian, causing his face to become very red and be at a complete loss. Han Li suddenly realized why his senior martial brother was hostile and cold towards him. It was because he had been eliminated as a candidate. It seemed he and the young woman had taken a liking to each other. However, Li Huayuan's words, Dong girl, caused Han Li to recall of the matter of senior martial brother Lu, whom he had previously killed. On the night of senior martial brother Lu brutal display, he seemed to have mentioned the name of that Dong girl and martial ancestor Hong Fu. Could it be that this girl had been on good terms with that wretched ingrate? With that thought, Han Li felt uncomfortable from head to toe. His impression of martial senior Hong Fu's disciple immediately dropped down without the slightest good opinion towards her. After he heard Li Huayuan's analysis, he felt that he had to thoroughly extinguishing this matter. In truth, Han Li wasn't particularly opposed to pair cultivation, let alone if the other party was a disciple of a core formation cultivator. Becoming a Dao companion with such a figure would bring endless benefits. He didn't immediately agree with apprehension as the secrets he held were too many. He truly couldn't allow for anyone to stick close to him. As of current, Han Li couldn't agree to such an absurd matter. He had no interest in picking up a companion. Furthermore, that Dong girl should have a favorable impression toward young, confident, and handsome men. She simply wouldn't fancy him. With this thought, Han Li hesitated for a moment and said somewhat unnaturally, Disciple feels that this is somewhat inappropriate. On one hand, this is somewhat too unexpected. Disciple hadn't prepared himself in the slightest. On the other hand, Disciple saw that martial senior Hong Fu's disciple wasn't satisfied toward this disciple. Although senior Hong Fu may be strongly pressuring her, creating a good chance for disciple, in the end a strongly wrung melon isn't sweet. Master, please look for another disciple and give him a try. Perhaps there would be a more appropriate candidate than this disciple. When those words left Han Li's mouth, the intent of rejection in those words was undoubtable, slightly surprising Li Huayuan and his wife. The young woman seemed to have thought of something but didn't speak. His master wrinkled his brow and seemed somewhat irritated. You hear this out? Your master has already patted his chest, agreeing to this matter with your martial senior Hong Fu. How could I go back on it? Even if there were more appropriate candidates, your master would not go back on his word. As for your worries that the girl isn't willing, that is a matter not worth fussing about. Of us cultivators, how many Dao companions are there that immediately have affinity for one another? Even if they spent a long time with each other, they naturally wouldn't all be completely harmonious. Li Huayuan had a somewhat strict tone. His words faintly carried a trace of rebuke. When Han Li heard this, he inwardly complained without end. But when he immediately searched for an excuse, he was unable to find one. But at this moment, the young woman suddenly said a few words that startled Li Huayuan, finally breaking the siege on Han Li. Han Li, you and that Dong girl entered the sect around the same time. And your time to enter Foundation establishment wasn't too far from hers as well. During this time, have you heard the rumors flowing around? Rumors. The young woman's words stunned Li Huayuan. He couldn't help but ask this with surprise. When he saw Han Li's silent tacit agreement, he felt even more surprised. This was something that several close friends and I chatted about a few times. I heard a few bits of rumors, but they most certainly couldn't be true. The young woman faintly bit her lips as if she were embarrassed to have said this. You too, leave for a bit. Han Li by himself will be enough. When Li Huayuan saw his wife act as such, he muttered to himself for a moment. Then he waved his hand, gesturing for Song Meng and Wu Xian to leave the guest room. Han Li was now the only disciple inside. Song Meng was indifferent. When he heard the order, he saluted and asked to be excused. Although that Wuxian didn't dare to disobey his master and closely followed behind Song Meng, there was a trace of unwillingness on his face. He looked at Han Li with a rather peculiar gaze. After Han Li noticed this, he sunk into deep thought. Now there are no outsiders here anymore. Why doesn't Madam speak the truth? That way, I can determine what appropriate action to take. Lest there be anything that I didn't consider appropriately, Li Huayuan said, his expression respectful. When the young wife heard this, she glanced at Han Li, who was scratching his head and smiling bitterly, then finally opened her mouth and said, "In the past 2 years, I unintentionally heard a few pieces of information concerning this matter, but whether they're true or not, I don't know. From hearsay, this Marshal Senior Hong Fu's female disciple is not restrained at all in the matters between males and females. When she was in the qi condensation stage, she had unclear relationships with numerous males. People have even privately fought for her, almost leading to disciples from the same sect killing each other. In the end, Marshal Senior Hong Fu flew into a rage when she found out, grounding her to the confines of her cave and increasing supervision until she established her foundation, at which point she was released again. But not too long after, word spread that she had gotten into a relationship with the young master of the Feng clan and seemingly intended to cultivate as a pair with him. However, Marshal Senior Hong Fu hates people from the Feng clan the most, so she naturally would not agree to this matter and locked her up again. In the past 2 years, no such news has spread. Because there was no solid evidence to support these claims, I never paid any attention to them. Thus, when Marshal Senior Hong Fu took her disciple along to visit, I didn't think about this matter. Now, seeing Han Li's extremely unhappy appearance, I felt that it was somewhat strange and suddenly remembered the rumors. The young woman's somewhat apologetic remarks caused both Han Li and Li Huayuan to become slightly dazed upon hearing them. Li Huayuan had never expected that the young woman surnamed Dong would actually have such a sloppy reputation, yet he had so hastily agreed to Marshal Senior Hong Fu's requests. How could this be a good thing? Likewise, Han Li naturally did not expect that this young woman not only had an unclear relationship with Senior Marshal Brother Lu, but she actually had such a long string of lovers that even Han Li did not know how extensive it was. This rendered him to speechless once again. Wife, are you speaking the truth? Is Marshal Senior Hong Fu's disciple's reputation really so poor? Li Huayuan asked in disbelief. He could restrain himself no longer and stood up, then began to pace anxiously around the room continuously. This was no longer simply a question of whether or not Han Li was willing to pair cultivate anymore. If he really allowed his own disciple to accept such a woman, his own reputation would definitely not improve. I don't know, because this matter was somewhat carelessly mentioned by someone else. Perhaps even the person who told me this doesn't know whether it's true or not. The young woman sighed helplessly. Upon hearing these words, Han Li rolled his eyes and cried out loudly in his heart, "What do you mean you don't know if it's real or not? At least this little girl definitely had an unclear relationship with Senior Marshal Brother Lu, otherwise how could he so easily try to kill his former female companion?" Of course, Han Li wouldn't say these words out loud. Instead, he stood awkwardly in the same spot, acting as if he were saying, "As long as you know about this matter, I'll be okay, madam." This caused Li Huayuan to immediately feel a headache coming on upon seeing him. Now that he knew about what had happened, Li Huayuan naturally would not force Han Li to agree to this matter. Even he had intentions of reneging. However, this Marshal Senior Hong Fu was not a person to carelessly slander. In addition, his reason for reneging was not appropriate to talk about plainly. How could he not feel incredibly vexed? After Li Huayuan paced around the room a number of times, he still couldn't think of any strategies. After his eyes slanted, he discovered that Han Li was still standing to the side, eagerly awaiting for his reply as his master. He couldn't help but feel even more dispirited in his heart and said with no happiness, "You can return first. When your master's wife and I have discussed this matter, we will let you know how we are going to deal with this matter. All right?" Anxiously standing to the side, Han Li was also worried that the other person wouldn't care about the facts of the situation, forcing him to agree to this matter of pair cultivation. But now, upon hearing Li Huayuan's instructions, his heart relaxed, knowing that this matter would most likely not go through. Thus, he agreed extremely happily and slipped out, Then Han Li hurriedly flew away from the cave under the watchful gazes of Song Meng and Wu Xian, who were standing guard outside the large lobby. Han Li finally received Li Huayuan's voice transmission talisman after 3 uneasy days. In the end, upon hearing the results of the negotiations between his master and Marshal Senior Hong Fu, Han Li couldn't help but look up at the sky and let out a huge sigh. Half a month later, in front of Green Ripple Cave's waterfall, Li Huayuan and his wife, as well as female Immortal Hong Fu, were all there to send 2 people off. These 2 people were about to undertake a long journey but wore somewhat stiff expressions, only submissively answering incessantly. They did not possess any of the excitement that people who were about to take a long journey would normally have. This male and female pair was Han Li and female Immortal Hong Fu's disciple Dong Xianer. Han Li, on this trip you two must be careful and help each other out. I heard that the cultivation world hasn't been so peaceful lately and cultivators will often disappear. At first, it was just Qi condensation disciples, but recently even Foundation establishment cultivators have been involved in accidents. Although Li Huayuan had only exhorted Han Li simply with a few sentences before the 2 of them left, Han Li still felt quite moved in his heart. However, Marshal Senior Hong Fu's words to the young woman were a big eye-opener to Han Li. During this entire trip, you have to listen to your senior marshal brother Han's words and behave yourself. If anything happens this time, don't blame me on not speaking my feelings as your master. Marshal Senior Hong Fu's extremely blunt words caused the young woman's face to turn deathly pale and she repeatedly nodded her head, wearing an extremely pitiful appearance. Han Li and Dong Xianer both flew into the air on their magic tools, then flew towards the south, disappearing along the horizon. As Li Huayuan watched the dots of light from these 2 people slowly disappear, he suddenly and somewhat anxiously said to female Immortal Hong Fu, "Does Marshal Senior really have the faith to allow those 2 people represent you and me at the Yen clan's treasure-seizing assembly? You surely know that those 2 have only just established their foundations not too long ago. They don't even stand a chance. What? Does Marshal Junior Li fear that not sending competent disciples will damage your reputation? Or are you regretful about the Yin Yang Tower treasure talisman that the Yen clan is taking out this time?" Female Immortal Hong Fu rebuked. Glancing sideways at Li Huayuan, this caused him to laugh bitterly. "Of course my husband does not have this intention. But I wonder why didn't Marshal Senior Hong Fu send out her strongest disciples?" Han Li and young Lady Dong, when compared to those true Foundation establishment experts, definitely won't withstand even a single blow. "Does Marshal Senior want to use this opportunity to pair the 2 together?" the young woman gently explained for Li Huayuan after gently laughing once. "Junior Marshal Brother Li, your wife really is a good wife. It's not like I didn't have this kind of intention. Of course it would be best if she could develop a relationship with your disciple along the way. However, this was not my original intention. My main purpose is still for Xianer to experience some setbacks during this trip to the Yen clan and kill off some of her arrogance. I heard that the Yen clan has a young woman with heavenly spiritual roots who will also be attending this treasure-seizing assembly. In this way, Xianer will be able to realize the difference between her and true geniuses instead of believing that she is extraordinary among female Foundation establishment cultivators and not knowing how things really stand. Because she was the only descendant of my deceased elder brother. I've pampered her too much. She actually dared to do such indecent things, creating such scandals by mixing with a few male disciples. She completely corrupted her clean reputation as a woman. If I hadn't examined her body many times to ensure that she had preserved her virginity, I would have exterminated her with one palm, lest others think that our Dong clan produced such a dishonest woman." The red-clothed woman said these things coldly, but at the very end it seemed as if her words were referring to something. This caused Li Huayuan and his wife to glance at each other, having understood the meaning in her words, their faces revealing awkward expressions. One day, Li Huayuan and his wife had gathered up their courage to stammeringly bring up the matter of reneging on the arrangement with this Marshal Senior Hong Fu. In the end, greatly outside of his expectations, this Marshal Senior of his, whose temper was normally not too good, actually let out a soft sigh and agreed. This caused the 2 of them to become extremely happy. However, Hong Fu still raised one condition, which was that Han Li would accompany Dong Xianer on a trip outside to attend the upcoming treasure-seizing assembly hosted by the Yen clan. The state of Yu's number 1 clan, the Yen clan, had invited disciples of core formation experts from the few neighboring states to gather together in their treasure-seizing assembly, most likely to improve relations with all the core formation cultivators and benefit the Yen clan's future expansion. They had even taken out the legendary Yin Yang Tower treasure talisman this time to serve as the #1 prize. Of course, there were also a substantial amount of other unique treasures, magic tools, and spiritual medicines. Thus, many core formation cultivators who received the invitation all sent out their strongest disciples to attend this great assembly. After all, that Yin Yang Tower treasure talisman was something that even core formation cultivators greatly coveted. Of course, because of distance constraints, the chance that core formation cultivators outside of the state of Yu would send people to participate was not too high. Instead, it was still cultivators from the state that made up the majority of the participants. When Li Huayuan heard the other person's conditions, he initially felt that to allow Han Li to participate with his weak cultivation base in this year's Great Assembly was truly too big of a waste. However, upon considering it once more, he realized that his two strongest disciples were out taking care of business and would not be able to rush to this year's Great Assembly. If he were to send other disciples, they definitely wouldn't stand a chance at taking first place. Even if they were to reach other rankings and received a few magic tools or the like, he looked upon them with disdain. Thus, he agreed. Li Huayuan and his wife originally believed that this matter was over, and so they had wanted to say their goodbyes and then leave. But who knew that female immortal Hongfu suddenly wanted his wife to stay for a while, saying that there were a few matters that she wanted to discuss with her alone. Having said this, she only chased out Li Huayuan, who had a stomach full of doubt. In the end, half a day later, the young master's wife, upon returning from Hongfu's cave, told Li Huayuan something that left him dumbstruck. This martial aunt Hongfu brought the young woman to the back room and had her examine the flawless arm of the deeply blushing Dong Xin'er. The gecko cinnabar on it revealed that her chastity was shown to actually be intact. This caused Han Li's master's wife to be greatly shocked. From the appearance of her flirtatious behavior, how could this Dong Xin'er possibility not have had intercourse? On the day that the couple tried to renege on the matter of pair cultivation, they had pretended to not know of the rumors and remained ambiguous. However, they completely didn't expect that the girl's reputation had long been common knowledge. This very matter was what drove the couple to renege on their agreement for the sake of their reputation. While the young woman was astonished, Hongfu explained to her. Because her disciple desired the wondrous effect of preserving her appearance, she had first cultivated the top-grade magic technique she had on hand, the spring transformation art, which altered the bearing of her appearance through cultivation. A few cultivators with women essence identification techniques had seen Dong Xin'er and assumed she had already lost her virginity, giving birth to many unflattering rumors. It was without a doubt that this disciple truly did not care much for her own reputation and actually had a rather familiar relationship with many male cultivators. However, because of the seductive effect of the spring transformation arts along with her extraordinary status, to have no illicit affairs with any of the male cultivators who were circling around her was a truly remarkable and unexpected matter. However, the male cultivators who stayed by her side grew more numerous as Dong Xin'er gradually formed a habit of shooting flirty looks at young men, immediately planting the strange notion that she wanted them to get underneath her skirt. This even went far enough as to cause discord between a few men, all rivals for her affection. Fortunately, as a prerequisite for Hongfu allowing this girl to cultivating the spring transformation art, she was not allowed to throw away her chastity. If she didn't find any trace of the gecko cinnabar, Master Hongfu would have immediately dispersed her magic power and would have forced her to live on as immortal. This was to prevent Dong Xin'er, who had bewitchment techniques from cultivating the spring transformation art, from ruining the principles of the Dong clan. Underneath very restrictive conditions, although Dong Xin'er had often sent flirting glances at these young men, she hadn't dared to step too far out of line. However, these small antics slowly reached Hongfu's ears and caused this female core formation cultivator to become furious. She firmly punished Dong Xin'er and immediately confined her in a restrictive formation for a period of time. But it was already too late, and Dong Xin'er's terrible reputation had already spread throughout Yellow Maple Valley. This rumor had quickly spread and was fundamentally impossible to stifle. Even the core formation cultivator Hongfu was unable to do anything about this. Currently,
Even if those cultivators who knew of her reputation found out that Dong Xian'er had truly remained chaste, they wouldn't dare to become pair cultivation companions for the sake of preserving their own reputation. However, she had reached a stage of cultivation for spring transformation where she was required to pair cultivate in order to progress her magic power, else it would regress. As for those cultivators who still sought Dong Xian'er, Hong Fu did not find any that satisfied her, finding faults in their moral character and lewd attempts. But eventually she made a trip to Li Huayuan's Immortal's cave and chose Han Li. Having heard all of this, the young woman wore a very embarrassed expression and returned to Li Huayuan's side. After she told her husband, they both remained silent for a good amount of time. Although the couple had truly mistaken Dong Xian'er's purity, it was as Hong Fu had said. Even if she had remained truly chaste, her reputation was truly spoiled, preventing Li Huayuan from willingly allowing his own disciple from being pair cultivation companions with her, since the damage to his own reputation would be far too great. Thus he could only feel guilt toward this martial and Hong Fu. In order to make up for his guilt toward Hong Fu, Li Huayuan naturally didn't obstruct Han Li's trip to the treasure-seizing assembly in the slightest. Instead, he spared no effort to facilitate this long trip for Han Li and Dong Xian'er. In Li Huayuan's mind, with regards toward Han Li's terrible impression toward Dong Xian'er, this long trip would change nothing. In truth, ever since his seventh disciple Wuxia had first seen Dong Xian'er, that girl had constantly remained in his mind. Several days before, he had actually summoned to courage to ask Li Huayuan whether or not he could raise the issue to Hong Fu to see if she would reconsider Wuxia. Naturally, Li Huayuan couldn't agree to such an absurd action. After fiercely rebuking this disciple, he sent the disciple out to handle external affairs to avoid having Wu Xian stir up trouble within the mountain. After the strict scolding, Wu Xian became much more obedient and obeyed orders to handle matters. But Li Huayuan was still clearly able to feel this disciple's wily thoughts were still present. He couldn't help but sense an oncoming headache. After seeing off the two young cultivators, female Immortal Hong Fu chatted with the husband and wife a bit more before departing. Li Huayuan and the young woman entered Green Ripple Cave and started their daily cultivation, as the matter of Han Li and Dong Xian'er had been set aside for the time being. The number one clan of the state of Yu, the Yen clan, had its foundation in the unremarkable Lin province. Not only was the area of this province ordinary, but the population was also of an average number. It could be said to be a completely ordinary land. Qingliang Town was a common small town of the Lin province. Were it not for the exceptional scenery of Yanliang Mountain, there wasn't anything that the population could have said to distinguish this place from any other. The Yen clan's most important location, Yanling Castle, was located within Yanliang Mountain. Currently, Han Li held a sheet of paper in his hand. This was the invitation letter to the treasure-seizing assembly. The location of the assembly's meeting place was written on it, Yanling Castle. After taking another look at the invitation letter and seeing that he wasn't mistaken, Han Li calmly put it away. Then he heard mocking words of ridicule from the girl at his side. "You really are a blockhead. You actually read the invitation letter 5 or 6 times through and still don't feel ease. You truly have no small amount of shortcomings." This young woman's voice was very soft, yet it contained a deep allure. It was very capable of charming males and would even drive younger men wilder. However, Han Li's expression didn't change in the slightest. It was as if he hadn't heard her. He unexpectedly raised his hand and shot 3 bowl-sized fireballs to the sky, erupting when they were high enough. He then insipidly said, "If the Yen clan still doesn't send people to us after another moment, then we will leave and wait until tomorrow. Junior Marshal sister, since you have enough energy to quarrel, you may as well keep an eye out at a higher area and see if there is anyone else nearby just in case. Senior Marshal brother Han's guts are truly very small. We are at the entrance of the Yen clan and you still believe there are any dangers? I see that you are a completely foolish and paranoid person." Dong Xian'er slanted her red lips and lazily said this. She leaned against a pine tree without the slightest intent of obeying. At this moment, Han Li and the young woman stood at the peak of a somewhat small mountain waiting for something to happen. This was where the invitation letter indicated they would pick up guests. However, the two had arrived a while ago, but they still hadn't seen anyone from the Yen clan. Han Li couldn't help but grow greatly alert for fear there would be some mishap. However, This little princess, Dong viewed Han Li's cautiousness with contempt, believing Han Li was merely cowardly. It has already been 7 or 8 days since they left Green Ripple Cave. But on the journey, perhaps due to having inharmonious dispositions, the two found each other rather displeasing to the eye. A man and a woman would have feelings toward each other during such a long journey. But with them, not the slightest feeling had developed. Dong Xian'er did not know why her bewitching flirts that had charmed hundreds of male cultivators hadn't the slightest effect on Han Li. Because of her wicked disposition, not long after she failed to control Han Li, she burst out, releasing a great temper. However, Han Li didn't pay attention to the young girl and fundamentally ignored her rudeness. He only uttered one sentence. "I can tell Martial Aunt Hong Fu the exact words you just said." This immediately stifled Dong Xian'er. Although the young woman was accustomed to being spoiled with affection, she knew that Hong Fu was truly furious regarding her own reputation. She truly took to heart the warning she was given when she had departed. If the loathable man before her truly told her master a few unpleasant words, heavy criticism would be unavoidable. Even locking her up again wouldn't be out of the question. Recalling her last period of confinement, Dong Xian'er couldn't help but shiver. Although she wasn't willing to be completely subdued, she didn't dare to act as recklessly as before. However, Han Li didn't make it too difficult for her, even allowing the girl to have cheap victories in verbal exchanges, not caring in the least. But if Dong Xian'er was the slightest bit excessive, he would bluntly bring up Martial Senior Hong Fu, immediately rigidly suppressing Dong Xian'er without the slightest leeway. After all, before departure, Hong Fu had spoken to the two, allowing Han Li to hear her stern warning. On the journey, as this girl eloquently mocked and taunted him without end as if he hadn't heard her words, Han Li only hurried on the journey. But when he insipidly mentioned Hong Fu's words, the originally eloquent Xian'er's expression greatly changed, and she didn't dare to be so impudent. Thus, the two hurried on their journey as they clashed during the day and slept during the night. Several days later, they eventually reached the peak of Yanliang Mountain. However, they were greeted by unexpected silence. The people from the Yan clan should have already appeared, but the two of them have had to wait for over half a day, causing them to be a bit impatient. Perhaps they had been too impatient, but to the sky west of the mountain peak, 2 black dots eventually appeared. 2 huge two-headed demonic birds gradually flew closer. They were the 2-headed ducks he had previously seen at the Great South Gathering. Saddled upon the demonic beasts were a man and a woman. When she saw that strangers had appeared, the originally lazy Dong Xian'er immediately roused her spirit and stood straight. She curiously stared at the large 2-headed birds as they approached. "We are truly sorry for having you two wait so long. This one is Yan Yu. The other is Yan Ling, my younger sister. We have come to bring you to Yan Ling Castle." When the 2 ducks flew onto the mountain peak, the man and woman immediately jumped off. The young man firmly stood and said this with an apologetic tone. "It is no matter, we also didn't wait very long." Before Han Li could even open his mouth, Dong Xian'er daintily said this with bright eyes after having seen this heroic-looking man. "Yan Yu." Her voice was extremely smooth, causing Han Li to raise his eyebrow upon hearing her. Hearing Dong Xian'er's new voice, it was as if the wicked and unruly woman he spent the past few days with had transformed into a girl from a noble house. Yan Yu naturally did not know of this. When he saw Dong Xian'er, a young woman as pretty as a flower, and heard her soft words aimed at him, his heart immediately shook, and a peculiar feeling rose. He straightened his back and brightly said, "Actually, there were Yan clan disciples waiting here for guests. However, the disciples that were waiting here had to take care of some mishap. As such, there was no one here and you two were neglected. On behalf of the Yan clan, I, Yan Yu, apologize to the two of you and hope you do not take offense." When Dong Xian'er heard this, she wore a smooth smile, and attraction flashed through her eyes. Just as she thought to say something else, Han Li's dull voice suddenly reached her ear. "With Junior Martial Sister's appearance, aren't you afraid of the repercussions from Martial Senior Hong Fu?" When she heard this, Dong Xian'er's expression greatly changed. Her mouth opened, but no words came out. This bizarre scene caused the Yan siblings to be a bit puzzled. Yan Ling was a young woman that was 15 or 16 years old. She seemed to be a lively and charming person. She continuously switched her gaze between Han Li and Dong Xin'er with her bright black eyes, giving people the impression that she was extremely clever. It was as Junior Marshal Sister Dong had said. It was nothing, you were only a bit late. This one is certain that the Yen clan wouldn't deliberately treat guests coldly. However, I am a bit baffled. What sort of mishap did the disciples who were originally here to receive guests encounter? Could it be that they clashed against guests? Stopping Dong Xin'er's careless use of the spring transformation art seduction, Han Li lightly coughed 2 times and said a few polite words. He then made an inquiry of this mishap that was mentioned under the guise of a joke. This? When Yen Yu heard Han Li's words, his face wore a difficult expression. It was as if he were troubled about something and couldn't say it clearly. Han Li, since it isn't convenient for this senior marshal brother you, don't bother him as you wish. We should first travel to Yanling Castle and take a look. There should already be quite a few people there, yes? That's right. Let us go to Yanling Castle. There have already been many guests who arrived. They are currently discussing cultivation insights and are making all kinds of exchanges. Let us go now, so you too should be able to participate. When Dong Xin'er saw Yen Yu hesitate a bit, she said a few friendly words on his behalf and caused that Yen clan disciple to greatly relax. He repeatedly agreed, and his good feelings toward Dong Xin'er grew even greater. At the side, Yen Ling faintly became aware of Dong Xin'er's bad intentions and unhappily pouted with her small mouth. At this moment, without paying heed to Dong Xin'er, Han Li only faintly smiled and nodded his head in agreement, saying, "Then I must ask Senior Marshal Brother Yen and Young Lady Yen to lead the way. Junior Marshal Sister Dong and I are fine following from behind." Noticing that Han Li didn't further press the question, Yen Yu grew happier. Then he said apologetically, "I will first lead the way. I must ask that you diligently keep close. I hope you do not take offense." Although Yen Yu said this politely, Han Li clearly sensed that his words were largely directed to Dong Xin'er. It seemed that this Yen clan disciple had already quickly fallen to Dong Xin'er's gentle grasp. Han Li inwardly laughed coldly several times. He was disinterested in getting involved with Dong Xin'er's absurd matters and feigned ignorance. Then he took out Li Huayuan's invitation letter, nimbly handing it over to Yen Yu. That Dong Xin'er also took out her invitation letter from female Immortal Hong Fu and handed it over with her slim lily-white hands. The alluring scent of her body and the luster of her jade-white skin dazzled Yen Yu for a moment, and he actually forgot to accept the letter. His little sister was no longer able to stand idle and angrily took the invitation in place of Yen Yu. Her elder brother was then woken up by Dong Xin'er's soft chuckles, causing him to deeply blush. There are no problems with Junior Marshal Brother Han and Junior Marshal Sister Dong's invitation cards. Let us set off then. After Yen Yu handed back their invitations, he mounted the 2-headed duck, feeling strange. He occasionally stole a few glances at Dong Xin'er on the way. But at this moment, that wicked and unruly girl was actually displaying a decent and honorable appearance. This caused the Yen clan elite's imagination to run wild. The 4 leaped off the ground in succession and headed straight back to where Yen clan siblings had come from. After flying for tens of kilometers, the group landed at an area between 2 mountains. At this moment, Yen Yu searched for a command tile he had on hand and firmly held it with both hands, violently pouring spiritual power into it. Suddenly, the command tile emitted a magnificent yellow mist of light over a large area, shooting toward the empty area ahead of them. When the yellow light swept past the originally empty area, a rainbow-colored thread of light suddenly appeared. Then this rainbow streak of light flashed and scattered before their eyes, revealing an imposing ancient castle in the originally empty mountain ridge. It seemed the huge walls reached about 100 meters in height. There were even countless tall buildings that reached over the walls. Han Li and Dong Xin'er felt this was rather unfamiliar and a bit too much to take in. This is our Yen clan's most important location, Yanling Castle. We are honored to welcome Junior Marshal Brother Han and Junior Marshal Sister Dong. Yen Yu suddenly straightened his appearance before solemnly saying this. Han Li smiled. Just as he thought to say something, at his side Dong Xin'er suddenly yelped "ee." She gazed at the castle with an expression full of shock. Seeing the girl with such an expression, Han Li naturally followed her gaze. He only saw a martial competition stage to the side of a castle with two floating, differently dressed male disciples in a confrontation. One was wearing the brown clothes of the Yen clan, a man with a swift and fierce appearance. The other had a curled beard, gray eyes, dark skin, and yellow hair. He was wearing an azure robe. He appeared quite strange. There was a giant barrier of white light enveloping the stage. The barrier seemed to be sparkling. Outside of the light barrier, there stood two crowds, one to the east and one to the west. What was most eye-catching were the types of clothing worn by the two crowds. One of the crowds were standing in formation and were absolutely silent, having the bearing of regular training. They were those from the Yen clan. The other crowd mostly consisted of eccentrics with curly beards. They were all wearing green robes and had green eyes and yellow hair. There were also a few average people in there. After Hanli clearly saw this, he wore a somewhat amazed expression. He could not help but look at the Yen siblings to his side. Perhaps they had an explanation? Without waiting for Hanli to open his mouth, Yen Yu's expression became a bit unnatural after watching the scene. To the side, Yen Ling clenched a fist and said completely furiously, they actually started another challenge. They even act so viciously. This is truly outrageous. When Hanli heard this, his heart shook. He then asked a probing question. Could it be that these people aren't the Yen clan's guests? Naturally, they aren't. These fellows came knocking on our door and injured two of our disciples. A 15-year-old junior martial brother and a 16-year-old junior martial brother. Furthermore, they insisted on participating in the treasure-seizing assembly. I don't know what the elders were thinking, but they actually agreed. This is truly infuriating. Yen Ling hadn't noticed Yen Yu's gaze, a clear sign for her to stop. But she continued unrestrained, releasing a girl's small temper. When Hanli saw this, he couldn't help but laugh. Yen Yu then wore an embarrassed expression, not knowing what to say. It seems this is the main reason why we were waiting on the mountain peak for so long. Could senior martial brother Yu tell Xian'er a few details? Without Hanli needing to inquire, Dong Xian'er curiously hooked onto Yen Yu as if she had bewitched him. After a moment of hesitation, Yen Yu gave a straightforward answer. These people arrived this morning at our Yanling castle. When they arrived outside the castle, they had no invitations and wanted to break through, injuring two of the junior martial brothers who were receiving guests. When the other disciples hurried after received the request for help, intending to teach these fellows a lesson, they did not think that these people would actually take out a letter and a token that actually made the squad elders grow solemn. They even swallowed their words and courteously invited them into the castle. However, these people didn't know their place, and immediately after entering Yanling Castle, they requested the Yen clan to exchange pointers with them. After some consideration from the elders, they agreed to give them a bit of difficulty. The competition would be 10 matches, all between Foundation Establishment disciples. I fought 2 competitions ago for several matches. As for the results, Yen Yu shook his head, his expression somewhat mournful. It was clear that the Yen clan was in a disadvantageous position. Normally in a competition, casualties and injuries are nothing, a very common matter. But these people don't cultivate any cultivation techniques. Each and every one of them uses poison and magic arts of the devilish Tao. All the disciples who went against them were defeated. They either indescribably fainted or were poisoned by mysterious means. All of their injuries were extremely cruel and are unable to be easily treated. But fortunately, because these people felt a bit of fear being inside Yanling Castle, there were no serious injuries or deaths. This really is the only silver lining. Sai, if you two currently saw the Yen clan on stage, it would truly be too shameful. Yen Yu said with an embarrassed expression. When we went left, we heard that the elders were no longer able to hold their ground and had already called elder brothers subordinates, the martial arms hall disciples. They are the elite disciples of the Yen clan, cultivating secret magics. They will certainly teach these fellows a lesson. Yen Ling could not help but say this, waving a clenched fist. Making trouble, what does a little girl know about fighting and killing? Right now, these guests have already had us come to receive them and bring them back. Hurry, have Uncle Li send more disciples to welcome the guests. Else would you have the other guests wait longer? Yen Yu stiffened his face and rebuked his little sister. Then he sent the unhappy young girl on her way. At that moment, Yen Yu turned towards Han Li and Dong Xian'er and explained. Because there had recently been many guests, There have been many shadier characters mixed in among them. As a result, a portion of the protection formation guarding the Yen clan castle has been activated. Currently within the castle, there has been many particular areas in the castle that no longer allow the use of sound transmission talismans and other long-distance magic techniques. Thus, I could only send my younger sister off. My younger sister and I weren't originally supposed to welcome guests. But the castle is currently short of hands, and there have been many people harboring malicious intentions dropping on our door, forcing us to temporarily lend a hand. After Yen Yu said this, his face sunk as he gazed into the distance, watching the magic battle between the Yen clan disciple and the eccentric. That being said, Senior Martial Brother Yu is an elite disciple of the Yen clan. Surely you are of a high position in the Yen clan. Dong Xian'er eyes gleamed as she said this with a sweet smile. Since she was already beautiful, this suddenly strong grace caused Yen Yu to despondently sink into her gaze for a moment. It's nothing, Yen Yu restlessly muttered to himself. He didn't know what to say. He only felt that this young Lady Dong was far too beautiful, as if she were the perfect sweetheart of his dreams. She giggled. Senior Brother Yen, I don't know if it is convenient, but could we go look at the competition over there? This one wants to see who dared to cause trouble at the sacred Yen clan. Dong Xian'er felt that Yen Yu's expression was rather amusing and laughed crisply several times. She wanted to tease him some more, but she did not think that Han Li would suddenly speak and interrupt what she was going to say next. Ah! You want to watch? Of course you can. This match is against my own senior cousin of the Martial Arms Hall. His Dao spells are refined to the point where he is among the top 10. Surely he can give his opponent a hard time. Han Li had roused Yen Yu. At first, he stared blankly, but he soon delightedly replied. When Han Li heard this, he inwardly smiled. On one hand, Han Li knew that he had no reason to deny Yen Yu. On the other, he felt that this time, the chances for victory against Dong Xian'er were great, allowing him to feel refreshed. As such, they flew toward the competition stage nearby and walked toward the crowd. After Han Li walked closer, he became startled upon discovering that there were no less than 100 cultivators watching. Furthermore, from their appearances, a majority of them weren't from the state of Yu but rather travelers from other countries. It was truly strange. Han Li was greatly puzzled, but as a guest, it wouldn't be proper for him to ask about too many things. He could only hold his curiosity in his belly and feign ignorance. As for Dong Xian'er at the side, she was smiling and happily chatting with Yen Yu. However, she gave a slight look at Han Li with surprise in her eyes. It seemed she wasn't just a pillow-embroidered pretty face after all. It was unknown what this wicked and unruly girl planned to do. But she was the same as Han Li. Although they felt that something was fishy, they didn't want to ask. This caused Han Li to be a bit gloomy. Xian'er, you also came. This is great. I thought Marshal Senior Hongfu hadn't released you. Of 3 people who walked by, one was a male cultivator with an elegant face who happened to turn his head and saw Dong Xian'er. This person immediately wore an extremely happy expression and quickly walked over, calling her with great affection. When this person ran over, Dong Xian'er stared with a smile, but Yen Yu grew somewhat annoyed. His gaze started to continuously flicker. As an outsider, Han Li's expression hadn't changed in the slightest. He clearly understood that this person was most likely one of Dong Xian'er's previous toys. Could this be the Feng clan youngster that his master's wife had previously mentioned? Senior Martial Brother Feng. I truly did not think that Martial Senior Du would send Senior Martial Brother to this assembly. An exceptional expression flashed on Dong Xian'er's face, and after she rolled her eyes, she calmly greeted him as if this person was an ordinary friend. This caused Yen Yu's expression to improve by much, but the Senior Martial Brother Feng was startled and immediately paid attention to Yen Yu and Han Li, who were at Dong Xian'er's side. Fortunately, Han Li saw this person's gaze. He then faintly smiled and took a half-step back from Dong Xian'er, revealing his innocence. But when he saw Yen Yu giving an unrestrained gaze in return, Senior Martial Brother Feng clearly knew who his enemy was. His expression immediately darkened as he sized up Yen Yu several times. Although Han Li found this scene somewhat funny, he was somewhat baffled. Rumors had it that Dong Xian'er and this Senior Martial Brother Feng had long wished to pair cultivate. But now, this wicked and unruly girl no longer treated the Senior Martial Brother Feng favorably. Could it be that the rumor was wrong?
As Hanli thought of this, Hanli shook his head, disinclined to further this matter. He didn't want to waste energy by pondering about such gossip. As a result, he walked a few steps away, leaving the three behind.
Hanli didn't care if this senior martial brother Feng and Yan Yu were rivals in love, and he cared even less about whether everything went Dong Shenner's way. At this moment, he was completely focused on the battle inside the light barrier. Yan Yu truly did not boast. This elder cousin of his was truly a sight to behold. The earth attribute Dao technique he used had reached perfection. He had rushed forth, summoning stones the size of several meters from his palm to smash the opposition. The barrage seemed endless. A yellow triangular banner was erected in front of him, summoning a yellow wind. The wind tightly wrapped around him as protection. However, this green-robed opponent wasn't going to take it lying down.
He madly hissed and fluttered like a viper, weaving a black net in front of him that wind and rain couldn't penetrate. The rocks were all bounced back by the net. A few happened to directly bounce back, keeping the hands and feet of that Yen clan elite busy.
As for magic tools, the green-robed opponent had 6 to 7 shining white magic skulls floating all around him. It was unknown what purpose they served. As such, one person wildly attacked and one steadily guarded. For the time being, a deadlock had occurred, but it was very clear that these two were probing each other out and hadn't made any real moves. As a result, although the scene was very lively with stones flying throughout the sky and surging black chi, they were both calm and composed, neither hurried nor impatient. The slightest appearance of strain was not shown. As Han Li watched, he was entranced. But then he heard Dong Shenner say, "Senior Martial Brother Han? What do you say?" This slightly distracted him. Without even turning his head, he reflexively replied, "Yeah."
But when he said yeah, Hanli immediately felt this was a mistake and hastily turned his head. He only saw those two, who should have been hostile rivals in love, suddenly show an undesirable expression towards him as if they were teaming up in opposition of a common enemy. It was obvious he had been framed by that wicked and unruly girl.
"You've heard it. Senior Martial Brother Han also admits it. I must keep close to him on this journey. This was an order that came from my own master." Dong Shenner lamented with a cute, pitiful appearance. She took advantage of the thoughtlessness from the two's infatuation and immediately had Han Li become the scapegoat, leaving him dumbfounded. During his time of carelessness, this Dong Shenner took advantage of this vulnerability and passed on 2 great annoyances onto him. It was obviously her revenge towards him because he had long used Hong Fu's name on the journey to greatly suppress her. Surely if those two taught him a lesson, her mood would greatly improve. Hanli looked at the two as they gazed onto him like prey and sighed. Just as he thought to say something, the two's expressions suddenly changed and their gaze shifted onto the stage behind Hanli. Yan Yu's expression became especially strained. Seeing this scene, Hanli naturally realized that something had happened and hurriedly turned his head. He saw the deadlock in the light barrier break. The person from the Yen clan had already stopped summoning the huge stones and was grasping a yellow-green paper fan with both hands. He strenuously waved his fan toward his opponent. This paper fan clearly should have been light, but every time he waved the fan, he seemed to consume a great amount of physical strength, causing his face to lace with sweat. With every wave of the fan, dense green fog shot out from the fan, directly heading toward the green-robed eccentric in front. With these 7 to 8 fan waves, the purple fog had long become incredibly thick and tightly enveloped the other person, forming a large purple sphere. The green-robed eccentric was enshrouded in a sphere of black chi, which blocked the green fog from entering it. The black chi and the green fog incessantly roiled and bit at each other, as if they were both alive. But regardless of how it was seen, under the control of the Yen clan disciple, the green fog had a large advantage and was steadily suppressing the black chi further and further. My cousin's bone-rotting treasure fan is an extremely well-known top-grade magic tool. If one comes into contact with even a tiny amount of the poisonous fog it releases, it will definitely melt away one's flesh. However, my cousin always used to believe that this fan is too vicious, and so he was unwilling to use it lightly. But now that he is taking this seriously and has used it immediately, it is apparent that he has already determined not to allow the other person to retreat with their entire body intact. Seeing this, Yan Yu smiled exuberantly, explaining to the Dongxianer standing to the side. Whoa, is this fan really so well known?
Do you know how it would compare to the famous wind lightning fan?
Which one is more powerful? Dongxianer lightly smiled, and the corner of her mouth raised slightly, putting on an exciting, foxy charm. Based on power alone, this fan may not be as strong as the wind lightning fan.
But as long as a cultivator with what attributes spiritual roots uses it, the magic tool can be easily controlled, unlike the wind lightning fan. Unless one has both wind and thunder attributes spiritual roots, one cannot release the wind lightning fan's full power. Thus, this bone-rotting fan's value is even above that of the wind lightning fan. Yanyu was barely able to suppress the fantasies in his thoughts and carefully explained it, his heart beating wildly upon seeing Dongxianer's enchanting smile.
What rubbish! This kind of a common top-grade magic tool, how can you even compare it to the wind lightning fan? To have even 1/10 of its power would already be considered decent.
In reality, I think that this fan is not even as powerful as the magic tool I possess, the purple light symbols. A jealous expression surfaced on Senior Marshal Brother Feng. Dongxianer and Yanyu were talking and laughing with one another, so he intentionally spoke sardonically.
You dare to look down upon the magic tools that my Yen clan refines? Good. Let me see the power of your purple light symbols. Then, Yanyu, hearing the other person belittle the bone-rotting fan's power like that, couldn't help but want to test the other person a little out of anger. Good. I was just wanting to experience the magic power of the Yen clan's gifted disciple anyways. Senior Marshal Brother Feng heard the other person's words, then coldly laughed once and immediately agreed. The two had seemingly forgotten all about their common enemy Han Li for the moment. Ah, forget about it. This junior sister was only carelessly asking, why is it necessary to become so enraged? The two senior martial brothers should each take a step back. Is this not possible? Dongxianer seemed as if she was discouraging them, but in reality this caused the two people to be unwilling to show weakness in front of their sweetheart. Neither of them was willing to lose face in front of Dongxianer. Of course, for these two people to immediately begin fighting was also not entirely likely. After all, the two of them were only jealous of each other. What they said earlier was all only said in a moment of anger. They were still aware of the misgivings in their heart. However, if Dongxianer were to tease both sides with a few more sentences, the outcome would be difficult to predict. Although Han Li did not care about this conflict, he still heard the things going on beside him very clearly and couldn't help but secretly shake his head. He felt that this wicked and unruly woman was truly a demon who stirred up trouble. Sure enough, there would be disturbances no matter where they went. No wonder that Hongfu always wanted him to control this little girl. Even so, both the one surnamed Feng and Yanyu both did not appear to be stupid people, so how come now they seem to be so impulsive and aggressive? Could this Dongxianer's seductive technique actually be so powerful? Would even late Foundation establishment cultivators unwittingly have their mental states affected? After Han Li thought about it again, he couldn't help but feel inwardly shocked. However, Han Li was disinclined to ask these two muddled people. As for which one of them survived, what did it matter to him? But Han Li also felt that it was somewhat strange. No matter how this flirtatious Dongxianer could bewitch people into falling head over heels for her, in his eyes, Dongxianer had no charm whatsoever, nor did he get aroused. In reality, Han Li wasn't the only one who wondered about this matter. Dongxianer was even more depressed. Her seduction technique, for some unknown reason, was actually completely ineffective against the most annoying person. Otherwise, she would have sent him turning about in circles. How could she let him be such threat on the journey here? Just when Han Li and Dongxianer were both thinking about such things, the situation in the arena suddenly drastically changed. The black chi enveloped by the green fog suddenly contracted and began to thinly spread out. In the blink of an eye, the green-robed person who was deeply hidden suddenly came into view. The few skulls surrounding him opened their mouths and began to furiously suck in the black chi all around, causing the black chi to thin. Although the opposing Yen clan member did not know what the other person intended to do, since the other person had destroyed his own defenses, he naturally would not be polite. He immediately pointed the fan in his hands, and the green fog immediately surged forwards just when the black chi had no power to respond.
Brat, you want to show off in front of me just based on some poisonous fog?
You are acting quite recklessly. You still don't know yet that we are all martial ancestors who play with poison. The green-robed person guffawed, laughing strangely a few times. Next, he stretched out a palm and quickly tapped the top of those skulls. These skulls immediately expanded to the size of chariot wheels. Their ghastly white exterior was then covered in a layer of black chi, appearing even more strange and malevolent. Suddenly, they sucked in all of the remaining black chi and abruptly opened their large mouths, absorbing the green fog that had originally been blocked outside into their mouths. In addition, with every breath they sucked in, they expanded slightly as if they were eating. Across from him, Yen Yu's elder cousin was shocked. He hurriedly directed the treasure fan in his hand, wanting to retrieve the green fog, but clearly he was already too late. Only 1/3 of the original poisonous fog could retreat. The majority was all swallowed up by the opponent's skulls. The yellow-green surface of the fan became pitch black, causing all the members of the Yen clan to feel pain in their hearts. They knew that from today onwards, the power of this bone-rotting fan would be greatly reduced. This Yen clan disciple had yet to pull himself together from the destruction of his magic tool when the aggressively expanding huge skulls, under the control of the green-robed person, flew towards him making woo-woo noises. In a flash, they appeared before his eyes, causing him to be greatly frightened, hurriedly reaching his hand towards his storage pouch. However, those skulls simultaneously opened their mouths, and numerous streaks of pitch-black columns of light simultaneously shot out, converging into a huge column of light. It actually instantaneously broke a hole in the Yen clan member's protective yellow wind, knocking him out. He lost consciousness and fell through the air with a gudong. A Yen clan disciple standing to the side, seeing that the victor had already been determined, was naturally unwilling to see a member of his clan fall and be severely injured, so he immediately flew out alone to catch Yen Yu's cousin, then flew back. The ghost spirit sect's profound techniques are, as expected, peerless and exquisite. Our Yen clan actually lost 4 out of 5 of the matches. Should we begin the 6th match next? A Yen clan elder stepped out and said coldly to those who called themselves the ghost spirit sect. Despite his aged appearance, his eyes shone brightly. Let's forget about it. It's not too late to hold the remaining 5 matches after the Yen clan's life and death hall's disciple comes. I have long heard of the great reputation of the Yen clan's blood cultivator. A mysterious person wearing a silver demonic mask stepped out from the group of ghost spirit sect disciples. From his gentle, refined, and rich voice, he seemed to be a very young male. Okay, since the young sect master really has such refined interest, my Yen clan is naturally willing to accommodate. Then, today's competition will temporarily end here. The elder was first shocked upon hearing this. However, unwilling to show weakness, he agreed, then waved his sleeve, turned around, and left. The young sect master did not mind. He gently laughed, then elegantly turned around and brought his men, leaving the area. The other onlooking cultivators, after taking in this treat for their eyes, also silently began to disappear. Han Li gently shook his head when he suddenly heard the sound of Yen Yu muttering to himself. How is this possible? My cousin actually also lost? He is an expert of our martial arms hall. What expert? Wasn't he still easily defeated by the opponent? Senior martial brother Feng curled his lips. He naturally would not easily let an opportunity to attack his love rival slip by. You? Yen Yu's face revealed an expression of rage which was about to flare up, but Dong Xian'er's following sentence immediately delighted him. Senior martial brother Yen Yu, I have been traveling for numerous days and am somewhat tired. Can you arrange for a suitable room to allow this junior sister to rest a moment? Any other exchange activities can wait until tomorrow. Dong Xian'er said lazily, suddenly stretching her lithe waist. Of course I can. Junior martial sister Dong, I will bring you to a room specifically prepared for female cultivators. Junior martial brother Han and others, do as you please. Yen Yu happily said, appearing as if he were putting on a show. Han Li lightly laughed. He didn't have any objections. He had already safely brought Dong Xian'er to Yanling Castle, thus successfully finishing his duty. As for any other matters, he couldn't worry about them, and he didn't want to worry about them. This being the case, he lightly mentioned that he wanted to take a look at the surroundings. then left the group of people. As Han Li wished to be far away from Dong Xian'er, senior martial brother Feng, and Yen Yu naturally looked forward to this. Thus, not only did Yen Yu not attempt to stop him, but he even very warmly gave him a jade slip containing a map of Yanling Castle so that Han Li could save some time and directly head to his destination instead of running all over the place like a dizzy fly. As for Dong Xian'er, although she felt very surprised that Han Li had suddenly let go and stopped restricting her, she was naturally very happy that she had regained her independence and, like a fish in water, could be among many male cultivators. Of course, she still used an astonished expression to glance at Han Li a few times. No matter how much she thought about it, she could not decipher the intentions behind his movements. Intentions? Humph, it's just that I don't want to carry around a burden with me. Also, moving as an individual is much more unrestrained. Han Li thought extremely leisurely while walking on the azure stone roads of Yanling Castle, his hands clasped behind his back. From time to time he would gaze at the shops to his left and right. These were all selling talisman, tool, and pill refinement materials, and there were also a few that sold low-grade magic tools. However, the store owners were mostly mortals with no magic power. This was not that strange. The land of the entire Yanling Castle was extremely large, and the population was around a few 100,000. However, those who had spiritual roots and could cultivate magic techniques were only a small portion. The vast majority were all mortals. Of these mortals, who originally should have been living in the secular world, some did not have spiritual roots but were of the bloodline of the Yen clan, while others were relatives of Yen clan disciples. After all, marriages only between fellow members of the Yen clan was something that was highly inappropriate, so they appropriately assimilated some new blood, allowing the Yen clan to continue to be preserved and strengthened. Of course, to maintain secrecy, these mortals who had entered the Yanling Castle could never leave the city. They could only grow old and die of sickness here. Although they no longer had to worry about basic necessities, it was still an extremely sorrowful matter. The new people who had been transferred in were not so bad. At least they had seen the teeming world outside. However, those who had been born in the castle but did not have spiritual roots did not have even a single opportunity to see the outside world. Even so, of the mortals who initially entered the castle, not a single one was coerced. They all were at the end of their ropes or had received the great aid of the Yen clan, and were willing for it to be this way. Adding on the fact that Yanling Castle was heavily guarded and was shrouded by formations, and mortals who tried to secretly leave the castle were immediately killed upon discovery. No one had heard yet of any mortal successfully escaping from this area. Of course, Han Li did not guess this information. Rather, it was a small piece of information included on the jade slip with the map. Thus, Han Li had a rough impression of this Yanling Castle in his mind. Now, he was headed to a tea house in the city. This was because, based on Han Li's understanding, the majority of cultivators like good tea very much, and a tea house was an essential location for all cultivators to visit. Han Li felt that he could perhaps meet up with some other cultivators there and join up with a small group. This was an opportunity to exchange that was very difficult to come by. After all, to completely ignore the outside world was also not desirable. At the end of the stone street, near a three-way intersection, one should be able to see the tea house sign. Han Li, thinking in this way, couldn't help but quicken his steps. However, the sound of an intense argument between a male and a female suddenly could be heard from some shop to the side. Next, following a male's angry howls, a dressed-up young woman angrily walked out from the room, directly rushing towards the stone road, and just so happened to run into a flabbergasted Han Li. This young woman was extremely beautiful, so Han Li, who possessed the same weakness as every other male, couldn't help but absent-mindedly glance at her. In the end, when Han Li saw clearly the young woman's appearance, he instantly stopped in place, shocked. The young woman, seeing Han Li's gazing at her without restraint, felt incredibly aggravated in her heart. However, she had also lived in the castle for a long time. Although she had no magic power, she could tell Han Li's identity as a cultivator based on his attire. Although because she was angry and humiliated, she did not pay attention to Han Li's appearance. Only feeling that he seemed somewhat familiar, she still strongly resisted her anger, gently lowering her head yet saying stiffly, "Esteemed cultivator, could you let this young woman pass? I am already married." This esteemed individual, gazing at a common young woman in this way, Are you not worried that you are lacking in proper manners? After saying this sentence, the young woman was not actually worried. After all, inside Yanling Castle, discipline was tight, and there were restrictions preventing cultivators from disturbing the lives of mortals. The punishment for disobeying this was extremely severe. Naturally, mortals also had to preserve their absolute respect for cultivators. If they neglected this, the cultivators could deal with them as they wished. In addition, because they were in a public place, she was even more unafraid that the other person would have any kind of improper conduct. But the young woman had lowered her head for a long time, yet she did not see the cultivator in front of her move at all. Since he did seem to intend to allow her to pass yet did not openly reprimand her either, this caused her to feel somewhat shocked. She couldn't help but raise her graceful body and glanced over. In the end, an impulsive face with an enigmatic smile appeared before her eyes. This face's familiarity immediately brought the young woman to a night in a rear courtyard 10 years ago. The scene of an incomparably stingy senior marshal brother and a clever, sly little girl arguing with each other was vivid in her mind. Senior marshal brother? Junior marshal sister? The young woman finally recognized this face that had not changed at all. Han Li, after hearing the other person call him senior marshal brother, became absolutely sure that this beautiful enough to eat young woman was truly the clever, sly little girl he had met many years ago. Saihuan, Dr. Mo's youngest daughter, the one whom he had personally called junior apprentice sister. Are you really senior marshal brother Han Li? Saihuan was first extremely stunned. She asked with mixed feelings, but she still appeared to not dare to believe it. Is the winding fragrance pill I gave you still effective? Han Li suddenly asked in a hushed tone. Senior marshal brother, it really is you. Seeing that Han Li had named the gift he had given her back then, Saihuan no longer had any doubt. Her eyes suddenly turned red and she began to sob as if she had been greatly wronged. Han Li was dumbfounded at the moment. After all, they were still on the stone road, so there were still passerbys and a few cultivators walking through. If this beautiful young woman were seen crying in front of him, wouldn't all kinds of assumptions made about him? Thinking of this, Han Li scratched his head, then summoned his courage and said to Saihuan, Junior Marshal's sister, how about we find a different place to talk? This does not seem to be the right place to have a conversation. I'll listen to Senior Marshal brother, Saihuan said obediently, temporarily stopping her crying. Her behavior just now greatly shocked Han Li. After all, the Saihuan in his memories was like a little demoness. For her to suddenly be so gentle and obedient was truly something that he was not used to. But what place was relatively peaceful? Han Li thought to himself and glanced at the street somewhat melancholically. Come to my house. My mother is also there. Saihuan suddenly opened her mouth and said after she had calmed down a little. Fourth Marshal Mother is also at Yanling Castle? Han Li was shocked. It seemed like something big had really happened at the Missouri estate. Otherwise, with Lady Yen being the head of the Missouri estate, they would not lightly leave that place. Yes, Senior Marshal brother. My mother is afflicted by a very severe illness. You must save her. Tears flashed in Saihuan's eyes as she bitterly begged him. Okay. If there's anything, we can talk about it once we reach your mother's place. As long as it isn't an incurable disease, Senior Marshal brother can still cure it. Seeing Saihuan's pitiful appearance, Han Li naturally thought of the carefree life that she led at the Missouri estate. Thus, his heart couldn't help but soften and he comforted her with his words. I trust Senior Marshal brother's words. That year, second elder sister said that Senior Marshal brother's medical technique was already above hers. Now that you're here, my mother can be saved. Hearing Han Li's promise, Saihuan stopped weeping and began to laugh. When he saw her tender and beautiful appearance, Han Li was unable to stop himself from becoming absent-minded. Luckily, he immediately sobered up before he made a fool of himself. Let's go, my house is not far from here. As soon as we pass through one more street, we'll be there. When my mother meets Senior Marshal brother, she will definitely be very happy. Saihuan very naturally pulled onto Han Li's sleeve, leading him forwards as they walked. She seemed to be elated, as if she had found a pillar to lean on. A young woman taking the initiative to pull along a male, walking on the street in public, naturally attracted the sidelong glances of many bystanders. Luckily, Han Li's attire as a cultivator meant that nobody dared to say anything unpleasant in front of the two of them. As for what they would discuss when they were far away, it would be difficult to say. Junior Marshall's sister, how did you and your mother end up here? Did something happen at the Missouri estate? Han Li and Emote Saihuan had been walking shoulder to shoulder. Just when Emote Saihuan was not paying attention, he gently retrieved his sleeve and asked, not revealing his thoughts. This matter will take a long time to explain. The Missouri estate was destroyed 7 years ago and the fearsome Flood Dragon Association was also expelled. Upon hearing this, Emote Saihuan faintly trembled and her expression darkened as she responded. Then what about the other two Mo Junior Marshall sisters and their mothers? Although Han Li had long since guessed the situation pretty well, he still sighed and asked about the situation of her other family members. Second and fifth mother both died, and I'm not sure about the rest. Because my mother and I had to kill our way out, and at the time everything was too messy. Everyone could only escape on their own. Emote Saihuan's voice began to shake. Clearly, she was suffering internally. Seeing Emote Saihuan's appearance, Han Li knew that now was not the time to ask for the whole story, so he no longer pursued it. Just like that, Emote Saihuan brought him to a small store on a side road, then stopped. This place. Han Li was slightly amazed, and he glanced at Emote Saihuan inquisitively. Yes, this is the place. My mother and I do some small business here. We only wanted to earn some spirit stones to buy some medicinal pills to suppress her illness, Emote Saihuan said, somewhat embarrassed as her face reddened. Then she took the lead and walked in. Seeing this, Han Li smiled. He didn't say anything and simply followed her inside. Mother, look who I've brought here. Han Li had just stepped into the store when he heard Emote Saihuan speak, as if she were presenting a treasure. Next, another female voice that Han Li was familiar with also spoke, but it was somewhat older. Who else could come? Ever since your eldest uncle Zhu died, only the neighbor and Xianxia has come to see us. There was no doubting that this voice was Lady Yan's voice, although it was much more hoarse than before. No, Senior Marshall Brother has come. I ran into Senior Marshall Brother in the castle. Emote Saihuan excitedly shouted. Senior Marshall Brother? Didn't your few Senior Marshall Brothers die a long time ago? You silly child, your mind is probably becoming muddled. Lady Yan brought up, clearly somewhat worried. At this time, Han Li was already clear on the circumstances in the store. A 60 or 70-foot small room, numerous wooden counters with neatly placed low-grade talismans placed on them, and a few unprofitable materials. There was also a wooden door leading to the inner rooms, and behind the wooden counter was a woman lying on a bamboo armchair gazing at Emote Saihuan in front of her with a worry-stricken face. This was none other than Lady Yan, whom he had not seen for nearly 10 years. However, her appearance had aged significantly, and from her face it was clear that she was ill. One could only see a shadow of the formerly beautiful woman between her eyebrows. Han Li's entrance naturally attracted the attention of Lady Yan. When she saw clearly that it was Han Li, she first was shocked and couldn't help but want to stand up. But this clearly was not something that she, with her severe sickness, could do. She only straightened half of her body before she once again fell back down. The nearby Emote Saihuan hurriedly reached out and held her up. You are Han Li? Lady Yan strenuously panted a few times. Like Emote Saihuan, her shock was not small, but in addition to her shock, a trace of expectation and happiness appeared on her face. Han Li naturally knew what the other person was thinking in her heart, but after hesitating for a moment, he still took a few steps over and greeted her respectfully. Fourth Marshal Mother, greetings. You are still willing to recognize me as your teacher's wife? You don't hold a grudge about what happened back then? Happiness flashed across Lady Yan's face upon hearing Han Li call her Fourth Marshal Mother, but she also asked this out of suspicion, not daring to believe it. What happened back then when we were determining who was in the wrong, me or Master Mo? We will not talk about it for now. However, the master-disciple relationship between me and Master Mo was genuine, thus I still should call you Marshal Mother, Han Li replied, his expression calm. As for the issue of the poison he forced into me, it's even more irrelevant. Aren't I standing here in perfect condition? Han Li added carelessly. Now, based on his identity as a Foundation establishment cultivator, he naturally did not need to hold a grudge against these mortals. The furious disputes he had with Lady Yan and his master's other wives, he naturally did not place them in his eyes. Yes, Based on your intellect, your life should be very good in the cultivating world. Not like me and your other martial mothers, who have all become stray dogs.
Sigh, Lady Yen had just sighed with regret when her face suddenly became blood-red and she was hit by a bout of coughing. Mother, you're okay, right? Senior Marshal Brother, Emote Saihuan began to panic and she hurriedly began to gently stroke Lady Yan's chest. Her gaze towards Han Li was filled with pleading.
Let me take a look. Han Li could not resist Emote Saihuan's grief-filled gaze. He gently sighed, then reached his hand out and grasped the pulse on Lady Yan's wrist. After a brief moment, his expression naturally relaxed, and then he said, "It's not serious. It's just that her old wound has begun to act up again. Her illness is a result of this wound compounded with the lack of rest and years of overly taxing her mind and body." "Is it easy to cure?" Emote Saihuan asked anxiously. "Don't worry. If I had to deal with these old wounds 10 years ago, it truly would have been somewhat difficult. But now it's a trivial matter," Han Li said comfortingly. Then, he took out a box of needles from his storage pouch and performed an acupuncture technique on Lady Yen, causing her to immediately stop coughing. "In the future, take 1 pill every day. After 10 or so days, you should be completely cured," Han Li said self-confidently as he pulled out a small bottle and handed it to Lady Yen. Lady Yan's whole body did not feel uncomfortable at all. The disease that had plagued her for years actually and truly had gone without returning. At this time, she glowed as if she had been revitalized and gotten a few years younger. Now that she received the bottle, she felt her mood surge even more. What was she to say? Han Li. Lady Yen had only just begun to express her gratitude when Han Li spoke and interrupted her. "Now, can you tell me exactly what happened to the Missouri estate, as well as how you guys arrived at Yanling Castle?" Han Li still wanted to understand exactly how this had occurred.
A sorrowful expression appeared on Lady Yan's face upon hearing this, and she slowly began to recount what happened that year.
It turned out that when Han Li had taken care of Ouyang Feitian of the Hegemon's villa, it truly had allowed the fearsome Flood Dragon Association, which had been prepared for it, to take a large advantage and swallow up the greater half of the land and benefits. However, the other overlord in the state of Lan, the Rainbow Sect, responded rather quickly as well, swallowing the remaining smaller half. In this way, the state of Lan now consisted of 2 powers living side by side.
But since the equilibrium between the 3 powers had been broken, naturally the same mountain could not house 2 tigers.
In the end, when the Mo estate-led fearsome Flood Dragon Association and the Rainbow Sect exchanged blows, they discovered that they had made a grave mistake. They should not have let Ouyang Feitian die like that.
This Rainbow Sect's strength had vastly exceeded the outward strength that they displayed. In just one battle, the fearsome Flood Dragon Association suffered a huge defeat. After that, the fearsome Flood Dragon Association was pulled up from its roots, and the Missouri estate also met with attacks from numerous experts. The helpless women could only break through the siege and run for their lives.
In the end, second wife Lady Li and fifth wife Lady Wang lost their lives when breaking through. And when the others escaped from the siege, they immediately split up and went into hiding. As a result of their actions, Lady Yen and Emote Saihuan were heavily pursued. Just when it seemed the two were about to lose their lives, a middle-aged man who called himself Yen Zhu saved Lady, and, upon obtaining their consent, brought them into Yanling Castle, becoming mortals of the Yen clan fortress. Yen Shu was only a qi condensation, low-status disciple in Yanling Castle, and his ability was limited, but he still treated both Lady Yen and her daughter very well. After a year, Lady Yen decided to bluntly marry this person to repay him for saving them.
But because Emote Saihuan's beauty was so moving, out of fear of it attracting trouble, Lady Yen decided to publicly proclaim that Emote Saihuan was a widow who had been married before. After cursing her husband to die, she entered within the castle. In this way, when Emote Saihuan had someone in her heart and wanted to genuinely marry someone, she could give up her surname to whomever she chose. Lady Yen and her daughter actually lived 2 peaceful years inside the castle.
Unfortunately, Yen Zhu was involved in an accident while carrying out a mission for the clan and was buried in a foreign land. Suddenly, Lady Yen and her daughter had no one to rely on, nor could they leave the castle. They could only continue to depend solely on Yanling Castle and use their pension of spirit stones to start up a small shop, doing whatever bleak business they could. As long as they continued like this, although the store's income was not great, it was enough to allow Lady Yen to see a doctor and buy medicine and keep the illness repressed. However, the store that always sent their store low-grade talismans suddenly became inaccessible to them, causing Lady Yan's small store to be on the verge of collapse. What kind of person was Lady Yan? She immediately saw through the core issue of the situation. After analyzing the situation, she discovered the person who was messing with their shop behind the scenes. As it turned out, some cultivator who lived nearby had taken a liking to Mo Saihuan after seeing the mother and daughter walk past his door often. He actually did not care about the rumors of Mo Saihuan having cursed her husband and directly proposed a request to marry Mo Saihuan. Lady Yen naturally would not agree, and so in the end, this cultivator left in a rage. As such, the person messing with things behind the scenes naturally was ready to emerge. When Hanli ran into Mo Saihuan on the street today, it just so happened to be when Mo Saihuan was looking for another supplier and had a large argument. Lady Yen thoroughly and slowly spoke, while Mo Saihuan occasionally added a few sentences. Han Li roughly understood the whole story at this point. However, when hearing that Mo Saihuan was being forced to marry someone, he couldn't help but gently laugh a few times. Who would expect that there were actually people who were willing to forcefully take the little demoness? However, this little demoness had truly grown into a big demoness in the years that he had not seen her, with a figure that could kill many people. Hanli, after so many years of cultivation, your cultivation should have advanced beyond the 9th layer, right? Lady Yen glanced over Hanli once again before politely asking. Having stayed in Yanling Castle over these years, although she had no way of cultivating, she knew quite a bit of common knowledge regarding the cultivation world. It's decent. Martial Mother no doubt wants me to deal with this cultivator's pestering. This person must be trouble, no? Han Li gently laughed before straightforwardly speaking. Hearing this, Lady Yen was somewhat embarrassed and relieved. From Han Li's tone, it seemed that he was willing to help. Do you know a bit about the details of this person's cultivation? If he isn't an important disciple or the Yen clan and his cultivation isn't high, I can go have a chat with him and should be able to smoothly resolve this, Hanli calmly said as he rubbed his nose. In fact, he clearly understood that being able to force a mortal girl required a high enough cultivation. Thus, he could only be a bit careful about this. I had Saihuan investigate this matter before. Apparently, his fundamental cultivation had reached the 5th layer. Although his surname is Yen, he is certain to be an unimportant character of the Yen clan. Otherwise, if he were an important disciple, why would he live among us mortals? Lady Yen was worthy of being the former head of the Missouri estate. Even though she had reached such dire straits, she managed to neatly arrange this matter and thoroughly understood it. This is of no question. In a moment, Junior Marshall's sister will just have to show me the way, then I'll go and settle this problem. When Hanli heard this, he nodded his head and replied, Many thanks, Senior Marshall brother. I knew that Senior Marshall brother was certain to help. When Mo Saihuan clearly heard this, she sweetly called out with extreme happiness. Hanli, we've truly troubled you. If we hadn't, how else could this mother and daughter possibly challenge a cultivator? Gratitude flashed through Lady Yan's eyes, but then she sighed and helplessly added, Although this place appears to restrict cultivators from harassing us mortals, there are far too many counts of cultivators humiliating mortals, but how could the Yen clan possibly punish all those cultivators? Moreover, if a mortal is not careful and actually start a feud with a cultivator, he would evaporate without a trace. This is a rather common occurrence. Han Li had heard the unwillingness to be powerless in her words. After all, compared to the grandeur of the ultimate power grasped by the Missouri estate, their current life of swallowing their anger was, as Lady Yen had described, truly humiliating. After Han Li heard this, he was silent for a moment, then he asked a few questions of his misgivings. Master's wife, Junior Marshall's sister, should have long reached a suitable age for marriage. Why hasn't she found a suitable partner within the castle yet? If she married a cultivator, wouldn't you have someone to rely on? Marry? I won't marry those Yen clan cultivators. Just as Han Li had finished speaking, Lady Yen bitterly smiled as Sai-Huan loudly rejected this with an entirely unhappy expression. Why? Han Li was somewhat astonished. Senior Martial Brother, the cultivators of the Yen clan fundamentally do not treat us mortal girls justly. If a mortal were to marry to them, she would basically be treated as a mortal slave, nothing more. It would be undesirable for any girl to be in this position since she would be beaten and scolded often. I would rather remain single for my entire life than marry. Sai-Huan's voice was quick and anxious. It was clear she greatly feared this. Han Li, you didn't know this, but your junior martial sister made a friend here, a mortal in this castle, and she was married to a Yen clan cultivator. The result was not as expected. She was frequently abused, and when her appearance aged, they found an excuse to abandon her, leaving her extremely miserable. That cultivator then married again to a young pretty woman. If only there were a good-natured cultivator like her stepfather. There are truly too few of them there. I am also unwilling to subject Sai-Huan to hardship. As for marrying her to a mortal, her perspective is too large. How could she possibly put them in her eyes? Lady Yen explained Sai-Huan's actions. So it's like that. But if that's the case, will Junior Martial's sister never get married her entire life? Han Li naturally asked, wrinkling his brow. When Han Li said this, Lady Yan's expression changed as if she wanted to say something. But after a moment of hesitation, she decided to not say it. It was unknown what Sai-Huan was thinking since she too lowered her head and remained silent. Then Han Li realized the atmosphere felt a bit amiss. As if he immediately broke the mood, saying, Junior Martial Sister, show your senior martial brother the way. Let's resolve this matter first and talk about this later. All right. Sai-Huan hesitated for a moment before agreeing. When Lady Yen saw this, she did not have any intention to oppose. Thus, Han Li and Sai-Huan departed from the store for the time being and went straight toward the cultivator's residence, which was quite far away. Senior Martial Brother, what layer is your cultivation? When you knocked on his door, it appeared to be like a mouse seeing a cat. He called you senior incessantly and bowed to you so many times. With that kind of respect, it was as if he saw his own ancestor. Sai-Huan returned to the lively bearing that Han Li remembered. On the desolate path on the way back, she continuously giggled. That was how a young 20-year-old woman should act. When Han Li saw this, he faintly smiled and humbly answered, It's nothing. I was just a layer higher. According to the customs of the cultivation world, he truly should be calling me senior. When Sai-Huan heard this, happiness flashed through her eyes, and she giggled even more. Regardless, when I remember that funny expression when he saw me, I can't help but laugh. This time, Han Li didn't say anything and only silently smiled toward Sai-Huan. After a moment, Sai-Huan became shy and turned her face away, saying nothing else. But a moment later, she said something that greatly surprised Han Li. Senior Martial Brother, without spiritual roots, is there truly no method to cultivate? I also want to be a cultivator like you. Sai-Huan turned her head toward him with a face of grief and a voice with hope. When Han Li saw this scene, he felt slight heartache but could only remain silent. Ever since ancient times, it was impossible to cultivate without spiritual roots. This has been a constant, rigid truth of the cultivation world for hundreds of thousands of years. How could he possibly have great enough ability to break this? When Sai-Huan saw Han Li's expression, her originally blazing heart grew cold. She knew that this extremely capable senior martial brother also to have no method for this. She could not help but become saddened, silently falling a few steps behind Han Li. The journey slowed and the two appeared to become quiet. When the two weren't far away from the small shop, Han Li suddenly stopped and turned towards Sai-Huan, saying, I still have matters to attend to and can't return to see Martial Mother. Let's depart here. Fortunately, I will be here at Yanling Castle for several more days. Perhaps there will be an opportunity to see you in the future. What? Senior Martial Brother wants to leave now. Sai-Huan was startled at first but then appeared greatly disappointed. And here are a few tens of spirit stones. Give them to Martial Mother to set them aside for emergencies. Right now, this is all I can do. Han Li took out a small leather pouch from his storage pouch and handed it over to Sai-Huan. Many thanks, Senior Martial Brother. Sai-Huan said this with a soft voice, appearing extremely feeble. Reluctance to separate appeared in her eyes. When Han Li saw this display, he didn't know why, but he felt a peculiar pain in his heart. After he hesitated for a moment, he took out a silver bottle and tossed out a pink pill. Take this. Although it won't make you a cultivator, it will make it so your appearance will never age and you will forever stay young. This can be considered my present to you as your senior martial brother, Han Li said with a solemn expression. Senior martial brother? I? When Saihuan heard this, she couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Her desire to say the words in her heart grew stronger. However, Han Li did not let her say them. He flicked his finger and the medicine pill flew into her mouth, causing her to involuntarily swallow. Junior martial sister, I am leaving. You and martial mother take care of yourselves. When these words were spoken, Han Li faintly shook and his appearance remained for a second. He then completely disappeared. Senior martial brother, Saihuan called out, astonished. She rushed forth several steps and looked around in every direction. Could there still be any trace of Han Li? Helpless, Saihuan could only slowly walk back to the store with a saddened expression. After a short moment, Han Li appeared in a room not too far away. After he silently looked on for a moment more, he disappeared again without hesitation. Although Han Li was not certain what this junior martial sister was going to say to him, he could make a fairly accurate guess. But unfortunately, while they were destined to meet, they were not fated to be together. His feelings toward her had not reached that stage. Not to mention his lifespan as a Foundation establishment cultivator was truly far too different from her own. That was also why he was unwilling to touch these feelings. After all, powerlessly seeing the people he loved wither before his eyes was truly something Han Li found intolerable. Heavenly Crane Residence, the name of this tea house, appeared before Han Li. It was an ancient building 3 stories high. As expected, it was somewhat imposing. With only a rough look, Han Li did not think deeper and entered. This was because he had already felt over 10 vibrations of magic power within the building, all of which were on par with his own. Only cultivators on the stage of Foundation establishment or greater could release such spiritual power. He entered the tea house and swept his gaze across without stopping in the slightest. Then he went up to the 2nd floor. This was because on the 1st floor, there were only mortals without the slightest magic power. Although there were a few cultivators on the 2nd floor, the majority of them were of the chi condensation stage. They were fundamentally unable to enter Han Li's eyes at this moment. Han Li felt the fluctuation of magic power grow greater as he approached the 3rd floor, Han Li's real objective. When Han Li entered the 3rd floor, he immediately felt several spiritual senses sweep past him, causing his heart to shiver. These investigators' magic power was of mid-Foundation establishment stage, far greater than an early Foundation establishment cultivator such as himself. During his 4 years of secluded cultivation in his Immortal's cave, his magic power had approached the mid-Foundation establishment stage, but he still had yet to pierce through a paper-thin bottleneck, much to Han Li's disappointment. However, these thoughts were rather ordinary. After all, with the speed of his 4 years of cultivation and having almost reached mid-Foundation establishment, he had already surpassed the speed of normal cultivators. Also, this final paper-thin bottleneck was the first he had encountered in Foundation establishment. This was not something that could be broken through solely with medicinal assistance. It also required an auspicious opportunity. If he were to just consume many different medicines, it would only deepen his magic power a bit, but he wouldn't be able to easily step over and advance through this layer. As Han Li thought of this, he acquired a rough understanding of the upper floors. The people of the 3rd floor were all Foundation establishment cultivators, but it was obvious that they were divided into 2 groups. One group was dressed in the style of the 7 great sect of the state of Yu. The others were disorderly dressed, marking them as foreign cultivators. There were only 5 cultivators from the 7 great sects. They all sat at a table and were talking about something with a soft voice. They seemed to be somewhat close. As for the other cultivators, there were 7 or 8 sitting alone or in pairs. They were drinking tea with cold faces and weren't whispering or talking. With such a contrast between movement and stillness, Han Li felt an oppressive, hostile atmosphere. Han Li's arrival naturally aroused the other cultivators' attention. Apart from the few who had examined him at the beginning, the others also turned to study him. Then, without hesitation, Han Li walked toward the table with cultivators from the 7 great sects. After all, he was one of them, an ally.
Han Li's movement caused the foreign cultivators to turn a blind eye to him. Then the people from the 7 sects stood up and welcomed him with a faint smile. Wearing the yellow Maple Valley uniform, Han Li naturally did not need to say anything about it. These people were already quite familiar with it. This one is Yellow Maple Valley's Han Li.
I see there are several senior martial brothers and sisters. Han Li bowed. Of the 5 before him, 3 were actually mid-foundation establishment and the other 2 were early foundation establishment like himself. Junior martial brother Han. This one is the clear void sex Wu Fatsi. This is junior martial brother Wu Yuzi.
These 3 are junior martial brother Wu of Spirit Beast Mountain, senior martial brother Ba of the Giant Sword Sect, and junior martial sister of Heavenly Imperial Castle. The eldest of the 2 Taoist priests sitting at the table politely saluted him and gave him a cursory introduction. Since junior martial brother has come, first sample the Yen clan's famed Snowbell tea. This tea house specializes in providing top-grade goods for us external cultivators. Cultivator Wu of Spirit Beast Mountain was a cheerful middle-aged man. Once Han Li sat down, he immediately took the teapot and poured Han Li a cup of cloudy white spiritual tea. Han Li nodded with a smile in response and then took a light sip. Regardless of whether this person had sincerely poured tea for him, their appearances were convincing. Good tea. Not paying particular attention to these people, Han Li could not help but praise the tea.
As the tea went down, he immediately a slight cold chill rise from his stomach. The tea had left a strong lingering fragrance throughout his mouth. When Cultivator Wu heard this, his smile grew slightly stronger. Junior martial brother Han's appearance is rather unfamiliar. Are you a newly accepted brilliant disciple of a Yellow Maple Valley martial senior? The 20-year-old junior martial sister Fong, with a common appearance, calmly asked. My master is Li Huayuan. I was formally accepted as his disciple upon achieving foundation establishment.
My age is but a few trifling years.
I hope senior martial brothers and sister will give me a pointer of 2. Han Li responded with a sincere expression. How could we possibly talk about giving pointers?
Everyone mutually exchanges a pointer or 2 with one another. Since junior martial brother Han was able to become martial senior Li's disciple and was even dispatched to this location when you were so young, you are certain to be outstanding.
There is no need to undervalue yourself so much. The one speaking this time was the middle-aged man from the Giant Sword Sect. Although he appeared sincere and considerate, the words coming out of his mouth revealed none of that, leaving Han Li somewhat surprised. Han Li naturally said a few more modest words. As such, apart from that thin, short, and silent Wu Yuzi, Han Li and the others broke into an excited discussion. What were you talking about just now? After a few more niceties, Han Li steered toward this topic, asking as he wished. It was nothing. We were guessing the reason as to why so many cultivators from foreign countries had come to Yanlin Castle. This is truly unusual.
Although the Yin-Yang Pagoda is very precious, it's certainly not this attractive. When Wu Fatsi heard Han Li's question, he answered with a solemn expression. These words dispelled Han Li's doubts. He could not help but repeatedly nod in agreement.
We made a few comments about it a moment ago, but weren't able to come to a conclusion. We all felt that the odds of an outstanding treasure appearing in this area were not high.
Because if this were the case, not only would there be foundation establishment cultivators, core formation stage experts would have already long arrived and wouldn't be nearly as peaceful. As for their true reasons, we have no way of knowing, said the Fong woman from Heavenly Imperial Castle. We shouldn't have careless suspicions. Surely in 2 days, on the start of the treasure-seizing assembly, everything will be made known. I actually feel a bit uneasy toward the Ghost Spirit sect cultivators who arrived today. Overall, I feel that these people are the wrong sort.
They actually repeatedly beat down the disciples of the Yen clan and truly caused too much mishap. Do any of you know their origins? The middle-aged man named Wu asked with a wrinkled brow. His chuckling smile could no longer be seen. It seems he was truly felt great unease toward these cultivators. Cultivator Wu's question immediately caused this group of cultivators to look at each other in dismay. This was the first time they had heard of this sect, but how could they be a righteous group with that name of theirs? They most likely tread the devil Dao. Nobody knew whether they were a sect from a nearby country, but regardless, they were able to cause a local powerhouse like the Yen clan to be afraid of the consequences and remain timid even after they injured so many of their disciples. It seemed their aggressive arrogance knew no end. The majority's expression had changed except for that of Wu Yuzi, who had yet to speak. Only his expression hadn't changed. It seemed he knew something of this ghost spirit sect, causing everyone to be somewhat expectant. Junior Marshal Brother, do you know of this ghost spirit sect? Wu Fatsi asked with great surprise. His junior marshal brother had never been fond of interacting with others, but he did enjoy flipping through all sorts of books. Perhaps he truly knew a thing or two. The ghost spirit sect, one of the 6 sects of the state of Tianluo. They are experts on controlling ghosts and enslaving demons. They are also proficient in poisonous techniques and a few dark techniques. Although they are the weakest of the 6 sects, they are more powerful and wealthier than the strongest sect in the state of Yu, the Masked Moon sect. After Wu Yuzi raised his head and coldly said this, he once again turned silent. However, these few words were enough to cause everyone's expression to greatly change. A devil sect of the state of Tianluo? No wonder the Yen clan submitted themselves to humiliation. They are absolutely several times more powerful than our own 7 sects. In our region, apart from the righteous Dao alliance of the state of Fengdu, no other country's cultivators would have the power to resist an invasion from them. The man from the giant sword sect turned pale as he mentioned this. We can't make a mistake about this. How would a great power suddenly come to our state of Yu and participate in such a small treasure-seizing assembly? The Fong woman asked, not daring to be fully convinced. Her words naturally carried some doubt. Heavenly South Letter, 2nd Scroll, Article 4. Wu Yuzi spoke with a cold voice. The female cultivator didn't understand at first, but after a moment, she understood his meaning. Every great sect had a set of ancient records, in particular about the customs and relationships of every country, as well as a few fantastic tales and interesting anecdotes. They also touched quite a bit on the affairs of the cultivation world. However, because there was far too much, the female cultivator had only hurriedly looked through a few books before she became disinclined to look further. Could it be that the matters of the ghost spirit sect could be found in these records? She wasn't the only one. The others also expressed doubt. Wu Yuzi then reluctantly said, on the 2nd scroll, not only does it detail the ghost spirit sect, but it also roughly introduces the other 5 sects of Tianluo. From Wu Yuzi's certain appearance, the others were convinced of his words. This time, apart from being shocked, the others began to ponder as to why the ghost spirit sect suddenly appeared at the Yen clan. Han Li habitually massaged his temples and sunk into deep thought. The state of Tianluo's 6 sects intended to invade the state of Yu? No, that's not right. The states of Yu and Tianluo were separated by 2 small countries, the states of Cheji and Jiang. Before invading the state of Yu, they must first invade these 2 small countries. Although these 2 countries are small, the strength of their cultivation worlds was not small at all. If they were to join with the 7 sects of the state of Yu, it would be extremely difficult for the 6 devil Dao sects to silently and easily invade the 2 countries. Besides, the nearby righteous Dao alliance of the state of Fengdu would look upon them with a careful eye. Surely they wouldn't give them the opportunity to expand their strength. After Hanli thought it through, Hanli ruled out the most terrible situation. Could it be that the ghost spirit sect was moving by itself, independently from the other 5 devil Dao sects? If this were the case, the righteous sects wouldn't need to fear much. Even the Yen clan had the power to deal with the people of the ghost spirit sect. After all, the Yen clan had many core formation cultivators on guard. After Han Li thought of this, he felt a bit more at ease. Even if the heavens were to truly fall upon them, those of high status would go to stop it. Whatever shady business the ghost spirit sect had, what did it have to do with a trifling foundation establishment disciple such as himself? Let the Yen clan deal with it. He only had to be a bit careful. After all, the fires that harm the gates affect the fish in the pond. He didn't know whether the others shared his thoughts. After a moment of fear, their expressions gradually become normal. Unexpectedly, no one further raised the subject. Instead, they chatted a bit about experiences and questions with regards to cultivation. All of this greatly interested Han Li, and he instantly joined in the discussion. Time passed very quickly and the sky gradually darkened.
The group had their fair share of talking, and the foreign cultivators left not long ago. It was time to bid farewell.
Their exchange of experiences left them with no small amount of gains, especially the means and opportunities used to make a breakthrough by the mid-foundation establishment cultivators.
This alone made this trip worth it for Han Li and the other early foundation establishment cultivators. The middle-aged man surnamed Wu, who clearly wished for this discussion to continue, raised the topic of another meeting.
Tomorrow, several of them would meet at a remote location and continue on with their long chat. Furthermore, they would also be holding a small-scale exchange of goods. How could this not be a wonderful opportunity? This suggestion received everyone's approval. Han Li naturally did not oppose. Thus, the discussion was complete, and they left one by one. Han Li then marked an inn that he passed by on his map. This inn specialized in receiving external cultivators.
This inn was located in the southeast corner of Yanling Castle. The rather unremarkable inn wasn't very large. It was clearly inferior to other inns, so not many cultivators went there. Despite of this, Han Li sought this place because it was peaceful and less popular.
Because there were fewer people, the odds of getting tied up into trouble was also smaller. Furthermore, the close proximity to the city walls meant that Han Li could easily escape if any mishap occurred. After all, the appearance of the cultivators from the ghost spirit sect had left Han Li uneasy. Making preparations for the unexpected in advance was a practice he often used to be careful. This pleased wine tavern didn't have many cultivators as expected. It also wasn't lively, and the people staying there were reclusive. Han Li got his own room without anyone making a fuss, much to his satisfaction. He immediately found a clean spot in his room to sit down. As for where that Dong Xianer was staying, Han Li did not care to look for her. After all, by the time the treasure-seizing assembly started, he would be certain to see her. When the time came, he only had to return to Yellow Maple Valley. As Han Li thought this, he fell into a deep sleep.
During the night, while many cultivators started to sleep or sat in meditation to refine qi at the tallest building in Yanling Tower, inside the heavily guarded room inside the Wind Cloud Pavilion, the command center of Yanling Castle, there was a red-haired old man who paced back and forth with both hands behind his back and a deadpan expression. Not far from him stood three gray-robed old men wearing extremely respectful expressions. Zijun, those ghost spirit sect youngsters truly wanted to come see me this night? The red-haired elder eventually stopped pacing and faintly looked at the elder in the middle. That is right, venerable ancestor.
After the young master of the ghost spirit sect concluded the martial competition, he told me this in private. This person respectfully answered. N. The red-haired elder expressionlessly nodded his head, but radiance flashed through his eyes. At this moment, a black-robed middle-aged man walked in and saluted, saying, "Venerable ancestor elders, the guest has arrived. We have already arranged the great hall, but his two bodyguards have said they are unwilling to wait outside the hall. A few guards tried to force them out, but instead they wouldn't budge. It seems at least one of them is at core formation. How do we deal with it?"
Venerable ancestor, please give us clear instructions. Core formation cultivator?
That's not odd at all. Without a bodyguard for a grand young sect master, how could that ghost spirit sect master feel at ease with him coming here?
Let us go and see.
I actually was curious to see what this young sect master looks like underneath his mask for quite a while. It turned out to be a sneaky ghost. After the red-haired elder heard the black-robed man's report, a trace of a scowl appeared on his face as he unpleasantly said this.
Afterwards, he took the initiative to walk out the room and the others naturally followed closely behind him. Upon entering the main hall, the red-haired elder saw a lanky youth wearing a silver devil mask. He was completely still, sitting in the guest seat.
There stood two green-robed men behind him. One of them had a face with many layers of wrinkles and a head of white hair. He couldn't have looked older. The other was a boy with white teeth, red lips, and two pigtails on his head. At the center of the hall, there were 7 or 8 black-clothed cultivators lying unconscious on the floor, each with a face filled with black qi. Who am I to compare? So it turned out to be the renowned brother Li. It is no wonder that you do not put my Yen clan into your eyes. When the red-haired elder saw the two green-robed men, His pupils slightly shrunk, but he still remained expressionless as he said this. He walked over to the master's seat, pulled up the sleeves of his jacket and sat down. He then lightly clapped his hands 2 times. Several black-clothed men walked into the hall, wordlessly dragging out the unconscious men. Hee, who would have thought that our brother's reputation would be so large? Everyone knows of the Yen clan's venerable ancestor. Ziz, we are truly honored to have you as our brother. However, right now us 2 brothers are responsible for protecting the young master, who is carrying out the master's affairs. If you have any business, senior brother Yen, please discuss it with our young master. After boy with the innocent appearance smiled, he spoke with a coarse voice like a broken gong. The Yen clan guards that heard this were greatly startled. When the red-haired elder heard what he said, his heart shivered. He had heard of the impressive reputation of these 2 devils. With this said, it seems this young master was not a simple character. His gaze then fell on the silver-masked youth. After sizing him up for a moment, he insipidly asked, "You are the young master of the ghost spirit sect? Why do you wear a mask? Could it be you have something shameful to hide? You are wrongly blaming this junior. This junior wears a mask for other, more difficult reasons, not because of something shameful. If senior truly wishes to see, then this junior will naturally take off his mask and let senior take a look," the young master of the ghost spirit sect said with a faintly cheerful voice. His words were neither humble nor arrogant. "Humph! What is so good about a man's appearance? This old man has no such inclinations. Why did your people from the ghost spirit sect suddenly come to our Yen clan from so far away? Furthermore, you've clearly shown you wanted to meet with me. My people have arrived as you have seen. Just say whatever superfluous words you prepared as you wish." This old man no longer has the patience to deal with you much longer. After the Yen clan's ancestor looked at the young master of the ghost spirit sect indifferently, he ruthlessly said this, layering his words with a hostility that matched his loftiness. Since Senior Yen has said as such, this junior will not beat around the bush and speak bluntly. My lord father wished for this junior to deliver a letter to senior. He also wished for junior to say 2 words for senior to hear. Even when the young master of the ghost spirit sect saw how the Yen clan ancestor treated him, he still remained calm and poised. "What letter? I have never seen your father before. What's more is that the Yen clan and your ghost spirit sect never had such friendly relations. What letter needs to be delivered to this old man? You even want to tell me 2 words in secret. Are you playing with me?" Old Yen looked at Brother Li for a moment and saw he hadn't moved in the slightest. The Yen clan ancestor found it hard to truly believe this was the ghost spirit sect's young master. Naturally, Brother Li saw the doubts of the Yen clan's ancestor and looked at him with a smile. He then made no further movements. At this moment, the ghost spirit sect's young master took out a jade slip he had on hand, stood up, and walked several steps forwards. But the Yen clan ancestor remained sitting and didn't have an intention of holding out his hand to receive it. Instead, after he took a look at the jade slip, he said extremely coldly, "I will see this letter later. First say those 2 words of yours. After this old man hears them, I will decide whether or not I want to look at the letter." When the ghost spirit sect's young master heard those words, he didn't move. Instead, he sighed behind his mask and slightly moved his lips, spitting out the 2 words for the old man to hear. Although those from the Yen clan could not hear those 2 words, after the Yen clan ancestor heard them, his body suddenly stirred. Letting out a deep breath, he stood from his chair, his expression extremely dark. "Give me the letter, then follow me to a private room." After a moment of uncertainty, the red-haired old man said this with fierce resolution. Thus, in the presence of many Yen clan disciples, the Yen clan ancestor brought the young master of the ghost spirit sect to a private room covered with layers of restriction spells. However, the 2 core formation cultivators who had accompanied him stayed outside. The slightest of unease could not be seen. It was as if they had full confidence in the security of the ghost spirit sect's young master. All of them waited through the entire night. Hanli glanced at the expert's pill formula before him and wrinkled his eyebrows, speechless. This was the 2nd afternoon since Hanli had arrived at Yanling Castle.
After participating in a fervent discussion with some newly joined members from morning till noon, the 10 or so cultivators from their various sects within the room began to exchange for items that they each needed. Every person took turns listing what items they required and what items they were willing to trade to see whether or not there were other cultivators present willing to exchange. In fact, even in this kind of a small-scale exchange meeting, there were a few cultivators who took out some high-quality items. For example, the woman from the heavenly imperial fortress surnamed Fong pulled out a heavenly flower stone. This was the best material to refine a top-grade earth attribute magic tool. It could also be used to refine average earth attribute magic treasures. Another new addition, a cultivator from Spirit Beast Mountain, pulled out the egg of an advanced grade 1 demonic beast, Whistling Wind Eagle. After it hatched, it would be a rather useful assistant to a cultivator capable of both acting as a sentry and searching for objects. The items the other people took out, although they were not as impressive as the previous two, were materials and items that would be quite hard to find in a market city. Among all of these items, Hanli actually did find a medicinal herb necessary to refine the spirit-gathering pill. This exceeded Hanli's expectations, causing him to excitedly exchange it for 7 or 8 elementary high-grade talismans. Of course, as its age was not sufficient, he would need to return to mature it. However, this trade left both sides grinning from ear to ear. When it was Hanli's turn to speak, he bluntly brought out his own elementary high-grade talismans for trade. He mentioned the medicine ingredients he was lacking for the 2 medicine pills, and after a moment of hesitation, he also mentioned that all sorts of pill formulas were available for trade. Hanli was not able to acquire all the materials required for the ancient pill formulas, but it was only natural since they were rarely seen. The majority of these cultivators had never even heard the names of the materials Hanli listed. Although a few had heard 1 or 2 of those names before, they had none of those materials on hand. As for pill formulas, these cultivators naturally would not exchange them for talismans. They all knew that Hanli had said it without much thought. Hanli, seeing that he had talked for a long time, yet no one stepped forwards to make an exchange, knew that he didn't have much hope. Thus, he disappointedly decided to sit back down when all of a sudden, someone unexpectedly opened his mouth and said, "Are you accepting all pill formulas? I have a pill formula here, but it's somewhat strange. Can you take a look and judge how many talismans it can be exchanged for?" Hearing this, Hanli became happy in his heart, and without thinking any further, he opened his mouth and said, "Of course it's fine. As long as it's a pill formula, I am willing to make a trade." After this was said, Hanli took note of the person who had wanted to trade a pill formula. It was actually that cold, reclusive Taoist priest Wu Yuzi. After Wu Yoshi heard Hanli's words, the trace of a rarely seen smile appeared on his face. Then he took out an azure jade slip and gave it to Hanli. When the other cultivators saw that there was someone who had exchanged a pill formula for talismans, they couldn't help but whisper for quite some time with astonished appearances. Wu Yuzi's senior marshal Bother Wu Fatsi then unexpectedly turned a blind eye and closed his eyes to rest. After Hanli scanned through the pill formula, he somewhat understood why Wu Yuzi had taken it out to exchange with him. This was actually an ancient pill formula. Not only that, but a pill used by ancient cultivators specialized in raising spirit beasts, the spirit feed pill. According to what was written on the formula, not only did a majority of demonic beasts greatly love to eat it, but after prolonged consumption it would have the wondrous effect of promoting the spirit beast's grade. It was the optimal medicine pill to nurture spirit beasts. Seeing this, Hanli was startled. How could this cultivator trade such a valuable pill formula? But when Hanli took a look at the materials required for refining it, he suddenly mocked himself. Now he knew why the other party didn't value this formula in the least. For average cultivators, the materials required to refine the spirit feed pill were truly astonishing. It required nearly as many precious and rare materials as Hanli's own qi refining powder. As for the materials that were hard to gather, even if one gathered enough of these rare materials, who would use them to refine this spirit feed pill? Naturally, a cultivator would keep the materials for use on his own body. After all, the progression of one's own magic power was more important than that of a spirit beast. Benefactor, you said that any pill formula is fine. You can't go back on your word. Although this lanky Taoist priest showed a trace of shrewdness, the originally honest and sincere impression he had given Han Li caused Han Li to bitterly smile. However, while this pill formula was of not use to others, it held obvious value to Han Li. Naturally, he wouldn't let it slip by. Han Li lowered his head in thought. He then took out 10 elementary high-grade talismans from his storage pouch and gave them to the Taoist priest. This should be enough to satisfy him. After all, common cultivators would have regarded this recipe as trash, else this Taoist priest would have long traded it with Spirit Beast Mountain instead of keeping it among his possessions to this day. As expected, Wu Fatsi took the talismans and did not speak further, satisfied. After Han Li sat down, a cultivator immediately stood up and said somewhat impatiently, "I have iron wood, aged several hundred years. The trade for this item caused the room's atmosphere to become even more fervent." Meanwhile, inside the Yen clan's Wind Cloud Pavilion's official hall, a secret clan assembly had convened. All of the stewards and elders who held power all sat down in 2 rows, attentively listening to the Yen clan ancestor. Beside the Yen clan ancestor stood an absolutely peerlessly stunning woman who appeared 17 or 18 years of age, beautiful as a fairy should be. The Ghost Spirit sect raised conditions for the Yen clan's return. They are rather generous. Not only will they lend us the 1,000 Spirit Sutras to the Yen clan, but they will also promise that a person from our Yen clan will serve as their deputy sect master. Their only request is that Yener must marry their young sect master and pair cultivate the great blood spirit arts with him. Furthermore, the position of the Yen clan master must be succeeded by their children. Naturally, the position of the Ghost Spirit Sect Master must also be succeeded. Similarly, the Yen clan ancestor calmly said this. Although his voice wasn't very loud, it had clearly reached everyone's ear, as if he were speaking right next to them. "Everyone speak. What path should our Yen clan proceed? You should all know that our late Yen clan ancestors were originally cultivators from the Ghost Spirit Sect who were at discord with other cultivators within the sect and established our estate in the state of Yu. The current Ghost Spirit Sect Master can be regarded as my martial nephew. Because of this, everyone shouldn't have any misgivings on those sentiments. Focus and consider only the benefits and losses to our Yen clan." Furthermore, the Ghost Spirit Sect's young master brought some information. The 6 devil sects of the state of Tianluo will invade the state of Yu in 5 days. The states of Jiang and Cheji already surrendered half a month ago, and most of the 2 countries' sects have been extinguished. The small portion that surrendered has become subordinate sects to the 6 devil sects. Thus, even if our Yen clan doesn't agree to the Ghost Spirit Sect's conditions, we must consider what happens after the 7 sects of the state of Yu are extinguished and how our Yen clan will survive. This is the problem that should be at the forefront of our consideration. Without waiting for the rest of the Yen clan to address the previous question, the Yen clan ancestor threw out an even more astonishing matter, causing everyone to madly comment on it. "What? The cultivation worlds of the states of Jian and Cheji have already been taken over? This is impossible. The strength of those 2 countries isn't weak at all. How could they fall against the 6 sects of the Devil Dao without years of resistance? How could you speak of them falling? How could they have won so quickly? Could it be there is something greater at play? A secret?" Clearly, those who held power in the Yen clan found it hard to believe this information. Enough! Those with questions should ask them one by one. How could we possibly move forward with all this ruckus? When the Yen clan martial ancestor saw this, he answered with a cold expression. After these words were spoken, the ruckus in the large hall was immediately silenced. Then all the gazes focused onto a middle-aged Confucian scholar sitting to the right of the red-haired elder. When the Yen clan ancestor clearly saw the situation, he wrinkled his brow and amiably said to the Confucian scholar, "Xianyi, how do you see things? You are the source of wisdom for our Yen clan. These matters relate to the life and death of the Yen clan. Please analyze them with all your heart." "Yes, venerable ancestor." The Confucian scholar didn't dare to be negligent and hastily replied. "However, can this descendant first ask a few questions before saying anything else?" "Yes, of course you can. Do not hesitate to ask any questions you have." "I will say all that I know," the Yen clan ancestor solemnly pledged. After receiving the Yen clan ancestor's reply, the Confucian scholar nodded his head and solemnly asked, First of all, is the might of this great blood spirit arts very great? Also, how will Nisa's heavenly spiritual roots affect the cultivation of this technique after she pair cultivates with their young master? Secondly, how did they find our Yen clan and know that we originally came from the ghost spirit sect? Lastly, were they the only ones who informed venerable ancestor of the occupation of the 6 devil Dao sects in the states of Jiang and Cheji? If this is true, shouldn't the righteous Dao alliance of the state of Feng do be hurrying to respond? In a single breath, the Confucian scholar asked 3 questions. When the Yen clan ancestor heard the Confucian scholar ask only the crucial points, he couldn't help revealing an expression of admiration and surprise. He then replied, "Great blood spirit arts." Although our late Yen clan ancestors did not carry this cultivation art, this letter seems to think extremely highly of this cultivation art, praising it as the #1 devil art of the 1,000 Spirit Sutras. After refining it, one could even take a leading role in the 6 sects of the devil Dao. It could also be said to be one of the most fearsome secret techniques. However, this technique is far too overbearing. In order to prevent any accidental harm, a man and a woman must pair cultivate it. It is also extremely important that their spiritual roots be of sufficient quality. If they are not, then it can only be cultivated to the 2nd or 3rd layer at the very most, simply nothing worthy of note. Thus, if one had captivating heavenly spiritual roots, they would absolutely become an ideal partner for pair cultivation. This young master of the ghost spirit sect happens to have extremely rare dark spirit roots, an ideal partner for cultivating the great blood spirit arts. If he and his partner had ideal peak aptitudes and truly cultivated the great blood spirit arts, they could cultivate this art to its very deepest and be put at the forefront of the 6 sects. As a result, this ghost spirit sect did not hesitate to rope us in, even risking telling us information on the eve of the invasion of the state of Yu to secure the opportunity for the ghost spirit sect to be proclaimed hegemon of the entire heavenly south region. As for how they knew of the history of the Yen clan, there is an even better explanation. Before our ancestors passed away, they already established contact with the ghost spirit sect. I suppose it was at that time that our Yen clan was brought to their attention. As for Yenner, it's likely they have conspired for quite some time, all in order to take advantage of this golden opportunity and have our Yen clan agree to this matter with both incentive and force. After the Yen clan ancestor said this, he bitterly smiled. It was clear that their late ancestors' rash contact with the ghost spirit sect had left them without much choice. Also, on the matter of the invasion of the 6 devil Dao sects, they were the ones who told me. But as for the seizure of the states of Jiang and Cheji, our Yen clan noticed something amiss several days before their arrival. The men we have stationed in those 2 countries should have sent us regularly scheduled information by now, but we have yet to receive any message. This should verify their story. As for how they easily seized the 2 countries, according to their explanation, the 6 sects had already bribed many members of the 2 countries' sects and clans in advance. As a result, with an ambush of formidable strength and the aid of several traitors, the 2 countries fell in one blow. Right now, the 6 sects should be purging the remnants who refused to pay allegiance. As for using us to prepare for the invasion of the state of Yu, this is naturally to avoid taking greater losses. As for the righteous Dao alliance in the state of Fengdu, you can't hope to count on them. Not long before this meeting, I received information that the righteous Dao alliance had already invaded a neighboring mid-class country and nearly seized all of it. It seems certain that these 2 great powers already made a deal under the table and have thus started their large-scale expansion operations. The Yen clan ancestor clearly listed explanations one after another. Those who heard this were shocked. The devil and righteous Dao have simultaneously started to expand their influence? If this is true, it is rather amusing. After the Confucian scholar listened to the Yen clan ancestor's answers, he said a few thought-provoking words with a smile. Xianxia, what meaning do your words carry? A white-haired Confucian scholar sitting across from him impatiently asked. Second uncle. It is nothing, merely a guess of mine. This guess has nothing to do with our Yen clan. Let's talk about the situation of our Yen clan first. The Confucian scholar responded, shaking his head and waving it off as he wished. Humph! The old man was met with a tactful rejection and resentfully glared at the Confucian scholar. But in front of the Yen clan ancestor, he could only angrily sit back down. After this meeting,
Can I hear this small guess of yours? The Yen clan ancestor asked with some interest. If venerable ancestor wishes to hear, Xianxia naturally won't hide it from you. When the Confucian scholar saw this, he hastily bowed and respectfully replied, Good. However, let's first talk about the matter before us.
If we were to make a wrong choice about this, it's not a matter of not being annexed, it's a matter of offending them and enduring a clan extermination under the combined might of the 6 sections. A trace of helplessness was revealed in the red-haired elder's words. After all, while the Yen clan's power wasn't too weak, even with the addition of their hidden strength, they wouldn't be able to put up the slightest resistance. Venerable ancestor is correct. Currently, the Yen clan must fear both ends. If we agree, they might take the opportunity to swallow us whole. If we refuse, then their strength will be far too great and will bring upon us endless trouble. The Confucian scholar wore an expression of contemplation.
Even so, my opinion is that we should still agree to their conditions and enter the ghost spirit sect. The Confucian scholar eventually gave a firm answer. Without waiting for the slightest of opposition from the Yen clan, he continued, Everyone has thought about it from the very start. If we refuse their conditions, what sort of fearsome consequences would occur? But did everyone think about whether we could extort enough benefits out of the 7 sects by refusing the ghost spirit sect? To the best of my knowledge, it seems we currently have good relations with the 7 sections. But secretly, they are scared that the power of our Yen clan will further grow and threaten their interests.
Thus in the recent years, they have already indistinctly suppressed us in all areas, even if we don't agree to the ghost spirit sect's conditions and leak the information of the Devil Dao invasion to the 7 sects. It is quite possible we wouldn't be able to fish for any advantages.
After all, the resources of the state of Yu have long been divided between the 7 sections. How could they spit out things for our Yen clan?
Furthermore, during the 6 sects invasion of the state of Yu, even if the 7 sects of the state of Yu were able to acquire the assistance of cultivators from other countries to resist the Devil Dao, their chances of victory aren't very high.
Clinging to victory is our Yen clan's path to survival. After all, the loser would be incapable of honoring its promise. Equivalently, agreeing to the ghost spirit sect doesn't come with just harm. We should also be aware of the benefits. Setting aside the benefits of Yener learning the great blood spirit arts and the position as deputy sect master, becoming a member of the ghost spirit sect is a golden opportunity to expand the influence of the Devil Dao. As such, after the Yen clan joins with them, we will be able to openly and brazenly expand our influence as well. Of course, we must be careful so we aren't considered weapons by the ghost spirit sect and consume our manpower in vain. As long as we can expand the power of the Yen clan until we can reach equal footing with the ghost spirit sect, they will naturally be unable to annex us.
If our power becomes far greater than their own, then perhaps we may have the ghost spirit sect be named Yen. The Confucian scholar said all of this frankly and with confidence, describing the prospect of a beautiful future and rousing the spirits of quite a few people.
Naturally, there were a few old men who still felt incomparably uneasy. After all, how could the ghost spirit sect have any good intentions towards them and sincerely give them the time to gradually strengthen themselves? However, the Confucian scholar's next words wiped away their doubts. Naturally, we can't leave ourselves too vulnerable. We don't have a single means of restricting them. If the other party truly wanted to have us submit to them, then let's have that young sect master and the 2 core formation cultivators accompanying him along with Rian and 2 elders exchange a life and death curse.
Thus, they wouldn't be able to harm our Yen clan for at least 200 to 300 years. During this time, our Yen clan will be able to greatly expand its influence. If the ghost spirit sect doesn't agree to this measure, then we fundamentally cannot rely on the other party's goodwill. This would prove all of your previous doubts that this was merely a trap for our Yen clan. The Confucian scholar provided a method to authenticate the other side's sincerity. The ancestor and others who listened repeatedly nodded their heads. They felt this method was very reliable.
Yener, Yen 1, Yen G. All of you go to the ghost spirit sect's guest room and sign a life and death contract with them. If they do not agree, immediately activate the great formation inside the hall and trap them there. After the Yen clan ancestor closed his eyes to think for a moment, he opened his eyes and gave his command. We follow your orders, venerable ancestor. The young girl next to the Yen clan ancestor sweetly smiled and gracefully walked to the front of the hall, accepting her orders. She was accompanied by two middle-aged men. Yenner, be careful. If something is amiss, you should first escape. I will arrange for elders to provide support from outside the hall. The Yen clan ancestor clearly doted in this young Yen clan girl, so much so that great concern was shown on his face. Be at ease, venerable ancestor. I have the protection of the violet cloud flag, so I'll definite escape should any danger show up. The young woman adorably comforted him and walked out of the hall with the two middle-aged men. As the old red-haired man saw his most favored female descendant walk out, he still felt uneasy. Then, without taking the time to think, he issued a series of commands and laid out an inescapable net surrounding the guest hall in order to rescue Ruyan if needed and prevent the other party from escaping. Inside the official hall, there was a tranquil atmosphere. All those within were waiting with anxiety for the return of Ruyan and the other two. After the time it took an incense stick to burn, a voice transmission talisman suddenly flew into the official hall and headed directly toward the Yen clan ancestor's hand. The ancestor lightly pinched the sound transmission talisman, and Yen Ruyan's sweet voice was heard. Venerable ancestor, the matter has concluded. The other party agreed to the contract that the two senior martial uncles and I proposed. The life and death contract was performed smoothly. I am currently keeping the other party company in the main hall. Because the other party still wishes to further speak to Venerable Ancestor, I request that Venerable Ancestor prepare. When the Yen clan ancestor and other Yen clan members heard that the life and death contract was successful, they all let out a sigh of relief. But when they heard that the other party wished to come to the main hall, everyone stared. Everyone is immediately dismissed. Only Xianxia will remain here with me. The Yen clan ancestor muttered to himself for a moment before firmly giving his command. At his command, the various elders and stewards within the hall immediately dispersed. The Yen clan ancestor and Confucian scholar both waited for a while before the ghost spirit sect's young master and Yen Ruyan walked into the debate hall. Since my Yen clan has already agreed to an alliance with your esteemed sect, does young sect master have any other comments? When the Yen clan's martial ancestor opened his mouth again, he was obviously much milder. Clearly, he was avoiding the fact that the Yen clan would be a subordinate of the ghost spirit sect in the future. Why does Elder Yen need to act so ceremoniously? Since Ruyan and I are now under a life and death oath, this can be considered our wedding contract. Elder Yen, in the future you can just call me Wang Chan, you don't have to call me young sect master. Wang Chan said as gracefully as the wind after gently bowing in greeting. How can this be allowed? You and Ruyaner have yet to wed each other. So how can I be so disrespectful to the young sect master? After all, the Yen clan now is about to become a branch of the ghost spirit sect. The Yen clan martial ancestor expressionlessly refuted, shaking his head and twirling the short beard hairs on his chin. Hearing the Yen clan's martial ancestor speak like that, the ghost spirit sect's young master knew that the other person's wariness towards him had not been completely dispelled yet. Thus, he didn't force the issue and laughed, then said, in reality, the reason why Wang Chan asked Martial Ancestor to come with Miss Ruyan and meet again was because I wanted to ask how Martial Ancestor was preparing to fulfill the arrangement. After all, in 5 days our 6 sects are going to officially attack the state of you. At that time, if the Yen clan doesn't promptly leave, it will become somewhat complicated. Young sect master can rest assured concerning this matter. Although our Yen clan appears to have many clan members, in reality we will abandon a few outer clan members who are too far removed from the bloodline, as well as commoners with no magic power. After all, transferring all the clan members at once is not quite realistic. The Yen clan is very clear about this matter, said the Confucian scholar first. Since Yen clan is prepared to sacrifice, this junior now can rest assured. After all, if the Yen clan were to move all at once, it would be impossible to not be noticed by the 7 sects. At that time, your leaked reputation won't be good. This individual should be the Yen clan's master Xianxia, the 100 untold secrets. It's an honor to meet you at last. The young sect master of the ghost spirit sect gently laughed and said as the eyes behind his mask sized up the Confucian scholar. The Confucian scholar's heart couldn't help but tremble upon seeing that the other person had called out his name and title with one glance. However, his face still wore a calm expression. Junior wanting to find martial ancestor was not just this. I also want to know how Yen clan is planning on handling the 200 Foundation establishment cultivators currently inside the castle. Many of them are the backbone disciples of the seven sects. Since the Yen clan must immediately leave within 2 days, running into them at that time would be extremely unfortunate, said the ghost spirit sect's young master without changing expression. However, the meaning in his words caused the Yen clan's martial ancestor and the Confucian scholar's expressions to change. Young sect master's meaning. The Yen clan's martial ancestor said somewhat gloomily, "What about this? To cultivate the great blood spirit arts requires the blood sacrifice of cultivators' souls in order to smoothly begin cultivation. What about giving us these cultivators to allow our ghost spirit sect's shadow flame great formation to refine their physical bodies and leave the souls for Miss Ruyan to begin establishing her foundation? So many thick souls of foundation establishment cultivators should definitely be enough for Miss to easily cultivate the first layer of the great blood spirit arts." The ghost spirit sect's young sect master indifferently proposed an incomparably vicious idea, causing the hearts of the Confucian scholar and Yen clan martial ancestor opposite him to feel a chill. Absolutely not. If it were just the people of the seven sects, then maybe it would be fine. There are only so many people gathered here because cultivators from other states received word that we would choose a paired cultivation partner for Ruyan. Our Yen clan definitely cannot do something that would offend everyone. After the Confucian scholar's shock, he hurriedly opened his mouth and spoke, as if he were afraid that the Yen clan's martial ancestor would actually agree to the proposition. "Xianyi, you don't have to be agitated. I haven't become confused to that stage yet," the Yen clan martial ancestor said, waving his hand at the Confucian scholar as his face darkened. Then, he said coldly to the ghost spirit sect's young sect master, "Young sect master's idea really is a good one, but if we truly did it your way, although the world is large, there will be no place for our Yen clan to appear ever again. The Yen clan will not take the initiative to make a move on the invited cultivators. However, I can send someone to gather the cultivators of the seven sects in one location. As for how to deal with them and whether we can gather that many, that will depend on your ability." The Confucian scholar, upon hearing the Yen clan's martial ancestor say this, let out a sigh and repeatedly agreed. When the ghost spirit sect's young master heard this, an unhappy light flickered through his eyes, and he slowly opened his mouth to speak, somewhat dissatisfied. "These cultivators' souls are to be used for Miss Ruyan, and the people who profit are the Yen clan's members. Yet the Yen clan is unwilling to provide any assistance? This behavior is too unjustifiable." The Yen clan's martial ancestor was startled slightly. However, the crafty him immediately said, his expression firm, "Ruyan is going to be married to young sect master soon and become young sect master's wife. If anyone were in your position and made some effort, this is seemingly right and proper. Of course, when our Yen clan officially becomes part of the ghost spirit sect, naturally we will not have mercy on the members of the seven sects. However, no matter how you say it, the seven sects disciples were invited by us this time. If our Yen clan were to make the first move, our reputation to the cultivators of other states would be unbearable. Of course, if we were to just let them go like this, it would also be somewhat improper. Thus, it's best if young sect master's men make a move. That way, our Yen clan can excuse ourselves to the cultivators from other states. In addition, I believe that, based on the two core formation experts at young sect master's sides, would be impossible for you to not capture a few tens of foundation establishment cultivators." The ghost spirit sect's young master glanced deeply at the Yen clan martial ancestor before lowering his head to contemplate. After a long while, he lifted his head and glanced at Yen Ruyan, who had not opened her mouth from the very beginning, then indifferently said, "Since martial ancestor says it like that, then our ghost spirit sect will act as the villains this time. All of these cultivators' souls can be the dowry that Wang Chan gives to Ruyan. Ha! This old man will accept young sect master's dowry for Ruyan. Ruyan, quickly pay your respects to young sect master. His dowry is no small matter. A trace of a smile emerged on the Yen clan's martial ancestor's face upon seeing that the Yen clan would not need to make a move against the cultivators in the castle. Thanks for young sect master's intentions. Rian will remember them in her heart. The stunning young woman gracefully stepped forwards and gently paid her respects as she spoke sweetly. Her face's seemingly bashful, delicate appearance caused a peculiar expression to flash across the eyes of the ghost spirit sect's young sect master.
Miss Rian being able to cultivate the great blood spirit arts as soon as possible is also a good thing for Wang, so there's no need to be so polite. Please, after martial ancestor has thought it through, tell Junior the location you are gathering the 7 sects cultivators to.
And then you can just wait for the good news. Now Wang Chan will leave first. The ghost spirit sect's young sect master politely and elegantly spoke a few sentences, then said his goodbyes, bowing the Yen clan ancestor.
The Yen clan martial ancestor and the Confucian scholar in the room glanced at each other with deep meaning.
Han Li felt a great headache. All of this pain originated from the confrontation involving the 3 familiar people and 1 stranger in front of him. The familiar people were Yen Yu and senior martial brother Feng, as well as Dong Shener, who was pressed against the bosom of an incomparably glamorous man. Glamorous. These 2 words immediately were attached to this man's figure when Han Li saw the man's face clearly. This man was truly too beautiful and androgynous. No doubt, his ability to hurt both men and women was extremely strong. If it weren't for the fact that he was wearing male attire, even if one were to treat him as a great beauty, perhaps one would not feel too surprised. However, what surprised people even more was that although his appearance was so exceptional, nobody felt that he was even slightly inappropriate. Everything was coordinated and decent. If it were under normal circumstances, Yen Yu and senior martial brother Feng would not have any ill feelings towards this kind of man. However, today, their eyes were almost spitting fire as they fiercely and relentlessly glared at this cultivator wearing purple clothing.
Not only was it because Dong Shener was being hugged by him, most importantly Dong Shener was foolishly gazing at the stranger's beautiful visage, a drunken expression on her face. Han Li glanced left and right, his eyebrows tightly knitted.
At the same time, he broke the silence in his heart and began to curse loudly. He only wanted to go down the nearby roads to return to the hotel after the meeting. Who knew that in such a remote alleyway, he would encounter such a scene of jealousy?
Today, even if he wanted to hide, he would have no way of doing so. After all, before leaving for Yanling Castle, Marshal Senior Hong Fu had urged him to control Dong Shener.
If he didn't see her, he could have pretended to not know about Dong Shener's preposterous behavior. However, now that he had run into her face to face, if he didn't ask at all, he would have no way to justify himself.
Even more, these 2 individuals had completely sunk beneath Dong Shener's dress. When they saw him, they first froze. Next, they actually ran over to him happily, wanting him to quickly pull Dong Shener away from that male cultivator.
After all, no matter how they looked at it, the danger Han Li posed to them was so small it could be ignored when compared to that glamorous male. It seemed like they had selected Han Li as their last resort.
As Han Li listened to complaints of the 2 cultivators who had become completely upset with jealousy, he closely sized up the glamorous male and Dong Shener's drunken expression.
Based on what these 2 said, they had accompanied Dong Shener in the afternoon to a few of the most reputable stores to buy some raw materials and talismans. But who knew that in one of the stores they would happen to meet this person? As soon as she saw that person, Dong Shener immediately became infatuated. She took the initiative to intertwine herself to the other person, and her movements became even more over the top.
The more they saw, the more their rage increased. What caused them to almost vomit blood was that, when this person saw Dong Shener wrap herself around him, he unreservedly accepted it, even going as far as having the notion of taking Dong Shener away.
How could these 2 accept this turn of events?
Thus, they blocked off this male in the small alley, wanting him to leave Dong Shener behind. But this male coldly laughed once, then said that as long as Dong Shener was willing, he absolutely would not obstruct her at all.
These words immediately caused the 2 to pitifully stand there in vain. No matter how they looked at Dong Shener's expression, she had thrown herself into his arms of her own accord. When Han Li more or less understood what had happened at the alley, he discovered quite a few oddities. First of all, he was unable to see the other party's approximate age from his beautiful appearance. From his smooth and delicate skin, he seemed to be about 20 years old. However, from his gaze and bearing, he seemed to be of about 30 or 40 years of age. His facial appearance seemed to faintly display some kind of frivolousness, as if he were a pompous young master. However, he was able to see with a glance that the other party was merely at the mid-foundation establishment stage. This was the reason Han Li dared to remain. If he were late foundation establishment stage, Han Li would have further considered whether or not he should be involved in such a contrived affair. Secondly, since the moment he appeared at this place, Dong Xian'er's detached gaze had swept past him, but still turned her head back to indulge in looking at this gorgeous man, as if Han Li had actually become a stranger. This was quite fishy. Who are you? Are you also be an admirer of this young lady? Let me, Tian, first say this clearly. Unless this young lady voluntarily leaves, nobody had better think of make this beauty leave my embrace. When the gorgeous man saw that Han Li, whose appearance was unremarkable, and noticed that his cultivation was only at early foundation establishment, he couldn't help but reveal an appearance of disdain. Then, after he patted Dong Xian'er's fragrant shoulder, he said this without concern. Despite seeing the other party show such scorn for him, the slightest of anger could not be seen on Han Li's face. During this time, his gaze repeatedly switched between this man and Dong Xian'er, observing them. He then darkly yelled, "Who is your esteemed self? To actually use bewitchment magic on a cultivator of our 7 sex. Your courage is quite great." When he heard Han Li's words, the glamorous man's expression slightly changed, but he immediately recovered. Then he said with a smooth expression, "You are babbling nonsense. This young woman and I are together because we find each other's company pleasant. If you all do not step aside, don't blame me for mercilessly taking action." Yan Yu and Senior Marshal Brother Feng, who had also heard Han Li's words, suddenly realized what had happened. They then aggressively surrounded the glamorous man and angrily said, "I was wondering why Dong Xian'er would suddenly not take notice of us as if she were possessed. It turns out that a despicable fellow like you used an evil spell to bewitch her. Quickly undo your magic technique, or don't blame me for being impolite with my violet light symbols." "Exactly, I also thought something was amiss. How could Dong Xian'er leave with a stranger like you without any reason? It turned out you were a sorcerer. I will teach you a lesson on behalf of young Lady Dong." As Senior Marshal Brother Feng and Yan Yu said this, they each took out their own magic tools, a pair of purple symbols and a short spear, intending to use them. Confronting the threats of an early foundation establishment and a mid-foundation establishment disciple, the glamorous man's face was covered with a layer of chilliness. He coldly said, "You overestimate yourselves." At this moment, Han Li felt that something was not right. He unconsciously felt that this glamorous man was extremely dangerous, and thus his mind churned for a moment. He suddenly transmitted his voice loudly towards Dong Xian'er's ear. "Dong Xian'er, I see you are doing fine. No? Are you not afraid of Marshal Senior Hongfu confining you?" Yan Yu and Senior Marshal Brother Feng didn't sense Han Li's voice transmission in the slightest, but the glamorous man seemed to have sensed something. After he glared at Han Li, he hastily lowered his head to look at Dong Xian'er. At this moment, Dong Xian'er's face revealed an expression of shock as she unexpectedly struggled fiercely to leave the gorgeous man's embrace, withdrawing several steps away. Her face then revealed a slight expression of confusion, as if she had woken up from a great dream. When Yan Yu and Senior Marshal Brother Feng saw this, they were greatly exalted. Seeing that the gorgeous man's expression had become unsightly and that he wanted to walk towards Dong Xian'er, the two instantly reacted, stepping forward and separating the glamorous man from Dong Xian'er. How could they possibly allow Dong Xian'er, who had broken free with difficulty, to once again come under his evil spell? After Dong Xian'er's consciousness had fully recovered, she seemed to have though of something extremely dreadful and did not dare to look at the glamorous man any further, abruptly running toward Han Li with panic. Then she hid several steps behind Han Li, thoroughly breaking away from the glamorous man's resentful gaze. At this moment, her body was incessantly trembling and her face wore an expression of fear. The slightest of her wicked and unruly behavior had vanished. The gorgeous man's expression grew dark. He looked at Yan Yu and Senior Marshal Feng with a malicious gaze and then finally rigidly stared at Han Li. Seeing these three look at him with a wary expression, He knew that seizing away Dong Xin'er today would be impossible. By the time Dong Xin'er's consciousness had returned, the three had tied him down and bothered him long enough for peach trees to fully blossom. Furthermore, if a fight occurred, it would attract a great number of cultivators. He did not wish to be recognized at this place. But ever since he was small, he had yet to let such a golden prize be snatched away from him. With this thought, the glamorous man's face became slightly twisted. He formidably declared, "Today's matter has yet to be concluded. I will remember you three. You should all prepare yourselves." With that said, the glamorous man's body flashed with a rainbow radiance and turned into a red light, flying off into the distance. Only Han Li and the others remained, albeit with squinted eyes. At the Pleased Wind Tavern where Han Li was staying, Han Li and the others heard Dong Xin'er's account of her bewitchment by the gorgeous man. I did not know why, but when I met his gaze, I immediately felt my mind slip away and couldn't think of anything. All I could think of was wanting to do my utmost to win his favor, hoping he would do anything to me. It was as if he were my fated master. I was unable to muster any resistance. However, this was definitely my first time seeing him. How could this have happened? I am certainly unwilling to become anybody's slave. When Dong Xin'er said this, her face became increasingly pale. It was obvious that the feeling of just having her body and mind controlled by that gorgeous man had caused her to feel a fear greater than her fear of death. Han Li and the two other males mutually looked at each other with unsightly faces and said nothing after a while. This glamorous man's bewitchment technique was far too difficult to deal with. If this magic technique were fully used on them three, they would also be unable to resist. Everyone, there's no need to be anxious. Although the other party's bewitchment technique was incredible, it should have no effect on us three. Han Li leisurely said after a moment of contemplation. How did Junior Marshal Brother Han come to have such a brilliant opinion? When Senior Marshal Brother Feng heard Han Li's words, his spirit shook. It's obvious. If his bewitchment technique could work on us males, do you believe he would have departed with that hateful gaze without using it on us? Perhaps he was lacking magic power and didn't have enough to use it again. However, when we were confronting him, we truly felt that his magic power was not lacking. Thus we can believe that the first case is most likely, Han Li calmly explained. Having heard these words, Senior Marshal Brother Feng and Yen Yu simultaneously let out a sigh of relief. Since the other party could only use this ferocious, bewildering technique against females, the two no longer feared the technique. As for his magic power and magic tools, the two had nothing to fear. Senior Marshal Brother Han, if us female cultivators come across this person, are we certain to be controlled for the rest of our lives? I cannot accept this. Dong Xin'er said this with a deathly pale complexion and looked as if she wanted to cry. This was the first time she had said Senior Marshal Brother Han with this much grief. When Han Li heard this, he remained silent. He wasn't an admirer of hers. If she wanted someone to protect her, then she shouldn't be looking at him. However, Han Li did not know that ever since Dong Xin'er had been rescued from that fearsome mind control, Dong Xin'er unconsciously became more dependent on Han Li. Seeing herself in this dangerous situation, she had automatically pleaded for him to take action. With Han Li having yet to come up with a response, the other two felt sour and patted their chests toward the sky, each expressing their desire to protect Dong Xin'er for the next few days and prevent that sorcerer from again succeeding by all means. When Dong Xin'er heard what they had to say, her heart grew slightly more eased. After all, with two Foundation establishment cultivators protecting her, it seemed she wouldn't have any problems. The first attempt to control her had gone smoothly as she had not expected it. But with her additional vigilance, the next attempt to control her would not be so easy. Thus, Dong Xin'er recovered a bit of her spirit. Not long after, she was laughing and playing around with the two. Her own charms had reached an extreme, mesmerizing them to the point where they didn't know which way was north. When Han Li saw this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It could be said this Dong Xin'er's cultivation art and that gorgeous man's bewildering technique were actually different methods that led to similar results, but the former wasn't nearly as overbearing. However, her charming technique was certain to be an extremely high-grade bewildering technique. It could completely bewilder a man and completely take away his body and mind. From what Han Li had seen, it wasn't different from that glamorous man in the slightest. They were equally as dangerous. However, even as Hanli sighed, he was somewhat puzzled. Although Hanli wasn't proficient in bewitchment techniques, Hanli knew a thing or two about them. Every cultivator mastered the Heaven's Eye technique. It could even be considered the most basic of bewitchment techniques. If the gap in magic power between two cultivators was far too great, and the stronger cultivator caught the other party off guard by looking at his eyes while activating the Heaven's Eye technique, then the cultivator on the receiving end would become stunned during a fight. Other kinds of bewitchment-type magic techniques also relied on a huge disparity in magic power in order to control the victim's mind by force. By common conventions, there wasn't a large enough gap between Dong Xian'er's early foundation establishment cultivation and that glamorous man's mid-foundation establishment cultivation where a gaze would immediately control her to such an absurd degree. If the other party were a core formation cultivator casting the bewitchment technique, then it would be somewhat possible. However, from that glamorous man's expression and his resentful expression when he departed, this did not seem to be the case at all. It was absolutely impossible that he was a core formation cultivator pretending to be a foundation establishment cultivator in order to play with them. With this thought, Hanli finally felt somewhat more at ease. After all, with that glamorous man's resentful expression when he left, Hanli would have to be diligently on guard. When he had lifted his head in contemplation, he noticed that Dong Xian'er's lovely, pitiful appearance had long disappeared as she was flirting with the other two. Seeing this scene, Hanli secretly let out a sigh and stood, wanting to head back to his room. However, when Hanli put his hand on the wooden door, having not yet opened it, he suddenly heard a man's loud voice from outside the inn. "Guests of the inn, listen well. Tomorrow, the treasure-seizing assembly will be divided into two divisions. The cultivators of this country will be conducted on the west side on Yanling Castle. The cultivators of other countries will be conducted on the east side. We request all guests to arrive early. Those that arrive late will automatically be disqualified." After this voice repeated this message 3 more times, the speaker seemed to have left. When Hanli heard these words, he was startled. But soon after, he didn't pay it any mind and walked into his room. Although Hanli was surprised at the separation of cultivators in the competition, he didn't sense that anything was inappropriate. After all, if cultivators of the 7 sects and foreign cultivators were to compete, they were certain to provoke no small amount of incidences. This kind of xenophobic mentality was common in all places. This could clearly be seen at the previous confrontational circumstances in the tea house. As Hanli though this, he sat cross-legged on his bed, intending to meditate and refine qi throughout the night as preparation for tomorrow's treasure-seizing assembly. In some room inside Yanling Castle, the glamorous, devilish man sat on his wooden chair. Several men and women in front of him respectively made reports. As the man listened expressionlessly, a slight radiance flashed through his eyes. No one knew why he then coldly smiled. At this moment, on the west side of Yanling Castle's mountain peak, there were over 10 green-robed ghost spirit sect cultivators bustling about, burying a few things underground. The ghost spirit sect's young master and the 2 core formation experts were indifferently looking down at the scene from the midair. "How are things? This last-minute fire great formation is so feeble. Will it be effective?" the ghost spirit sect's young master suddenly asked. The old man of the Li brothers coughed a few times. He said while shaking his head, "Young sect master, be at ease. There is no problem at all. Although this is a last-minute formation spell, our disciples are managing it. It will be able to display its trapping efficacy." Naturally, if the late foundation establishment cultivators in the formation used the might of some particularly astonishing magic tools, this may not be the case, but the large majority of these cultivators are certain to be unable to escape. And I am feeling relieved. The 12 guards I brought from the ghost spirit sect won't remain idle. That should be more than enough to handle the stragglers who escape the net, the ghost spirit sect's young master said without worry. The Li brothers felt there was no problem and didn't further speak. In truth, if they didn't require the souls and primordial spirits of these cultivators to be completely intact, the 2 Li brothers would be able to take care of it. Exterminating a few foundation establishment cultivators was a trivial matter, but how could they be bothered to do so? The Li brothers thought with pride. Several thousands of kilometers away, in a secret room of Yellow Maple Valley, 7 to 8 core formation experts had gathered together, nervously listening to a spotlessly clean yellow-robed old man speak. After listening to the old man's words, all of their complexions grew extremely dark. Han Li's master Li Huayuan, female immortal Hong Bai, and even that fatty Lei Wanhe was among them. Their expressions were all extremely disturbed.
Not long after the cultivators left the secret room, the entirety of Yellow Maple Valley flurried with zeal. Sound transmission talismans fluttered down throughout the whole sky. Below the storm of talismans, a storm of cultivators was disorderly rushing about on flying magic tools.
A few moments later, groups of cultivators left Yellow Maple Valley during that very night, separately rushing forth in different directions. This very scene equivalently unfolded in the other 6 sections. Furthermore, every sect had messengers rushing back and forth without end.
It seemed as if the cultivation world of the State of You had become bloodthirsty overnight. In the following days, clans of all sizes in the State of You received a conscription order sealed by a sect master of the 7 great sects, calling upon each of the clan's outstanding disciples. Disobedience would be met with violent extermination from an enforcement squad. Naturally, when the conscription order arrived at the Yen clan 3 days later, no one responded. By the time, the Yen clan was already deserted.
Because Han Li and the other 7 sect cultivators were too far away, they naturally did not know of this matter. As a result, on the 2nd day, just as light had begun to shine, a few cultivators had arrived on the west side of the mountain peak.
A huge spell formation had already been established at that location. At the center of the formation were 2 middle-aged men dressed in Yen clan apparel with their eyes closed. At the back of the spell formation was a short stone platform.
On that stone platform stood over 10 Yen clan members faintly covered in mist, talking about something. It seemed they were waiting for all the cultivators to all be present before starting the assembly. Han Li had already arrived on the mountain peak.
He hadn't appeared with Dong Xianer but rather arrived early by himself. On the mountain peak, he ran into a middle-aged giant sword sect disciple surnamed Ba who had also arrived early. The two were chatting when something suddenly came to Han Li's mind.
Elder brother Ba, what does this spell formation do? Do you know? After Han Li sized up the huge spell formation several times, he had found it irksome each time. After a moment of chatting, he couldn't help but ask this. I am embarrassed. This one doesn't understand much about spell formations, but I reckon it should be a protective barrier type restriction.
After all, a competition between Foundation establishment disciples must be contained, else the small mountain wouldn't be able to withstand our bustling. The cultivator surnamed Ba stoked his chin, not paying it much mind.
Oh,
that seems likely. Although Han Li said this, he faintly felt an uneasy air from the spell formation. This was not something he could sense with the deepness of his magic power, but rather a reaction completely stemming from his intuition. Han Li wrinkled his brow and looked in every direction.
At this moment, over 30 cultivators had already arrived. The Taoist priests from the Clear Void sect, that woman surnamed Fong from Heavenly Imperial Castle, and others he recognized began to appear. Furthermore, they all gathered into groups of 3 and 4 to talk about a few things. Brother Han, let us greet them. Wu Fatsi and the other have already arrived. The cultivator surnamed Ba saw the others assemble and suggested this to Han Li with a smile. Brother Ba, do not hesitate to go.
This little brother still has a few things to think about. Please do not let me trouble you. Han Li lightly shook his head, unwilling to join together with so many people. It seemed a bit too troublesome. The giant sword sect disciple shrugged his shoulders.
Although he was a bit puzzled, he walked over by himself. After all, such good opportunities to make friends with cultivators from other sects were hard to come by, so he wouldn't lightly let it go. When Han Li saw the man surnamed Ba leave, he didn't stay at that location. Instead, he habitually sought a secluded location and walked to the farthest corner away from the spell formation. Then he indifferently looked at the movements of the other cultivators. An hour later, Dong Xianer and that senior martial brother Feng had finally arrived.
Furthermore, after they arrived, they entered the crowd of Yellow Maple Valley cultivators. Not long after, Dong Xianer stirred up many intimate reactions from several men as if she were a fish in water. In addition, there was no trace of that Yan Yu who originally kept close to her side.
Han Li felt somewhat surprised from this. At this moment, the many cultivators who donned Yen clan clothing on the stone platform were actually ghost spirit sect cultivators, counting the number of people that appeared. Young master, we are still short 2 people. Furthermore, it is not longer early. Should we further wait? After they counted the number of people, a ghost spirit sect cultivator reported this to the ghost spirit sect's young master. We don't need to wait any longer. Immediately notify the 2 elders to start the Great Formation. If time runs too long, a few clever cultivators may sense that something isn't right. That would be even worse. As for those 2 cultivators who didn't appear from the 12 guards, have Guard 8 and Guard 12 go and exterminate them. Regardless of the reason why they didn't appear, do not let them leave Yanling Castle alive. The ghost spirit sect's young master didn't hesitate to give his command. Killing intent permeated throughout his words. The cultivators beside the ghost spirit sect's young master accepted their orders, transmitting a message to Brother Leisure while still under disguise. But with a startled expression, they turned their face to the ghost spirit sect's young master and further asked for directions. Young sect master. The 2 elders said there are 3 cultivators who are too far away from the spell formation. If we start, they will not be restricted by the formation spell. Please instruct us on how to draw those 3 closer. The ghost spirit sect's young master eyes showed some amazement. He inwardly wrinkled his brow. These circumstances were beyond his expectations. It could be said that the range of the last-minute Fire Great Formation restriction range was not small, but there were still people that weren't within scope. This was quite strange. With this thought, the ghost spirit sect's young sect master Wang Chan first raised his head and took a look. Sure enough, he discovered 3 people who weren't within range of the spell formation. 2 of these people were a man and a woman from the Masked Moon sect. They were kissing outside the northeast corner of the formation and whispering sweet nonsense underneath a large tree. The feeling of love was dense there, and they kept away from the crowd. In the west, next to some mountain rock over 30 meters away from the formation boundary, stood a yellow-robed male youth who looked rather ordinary. The one who was insipidly observing the mountain peak was Han Li, who valued carefulness above all else. So it's those 3, Wang Chan said to himself thoughtfully. After he muttered to himself, he quietly said a few words to the ghost spirit sect cultivator next to him. The subordinate who heard him incessantly nodded his head in agreement. This ghost spirit sect cultivator dressed in Yen clan attire walked onto the earth platform and into the mist. Then he stood not far away from the spell formation and started loudly shouting, "All guests that have come to participate in the assembly, come forth to register your name. After everyone has been accounted for, the treasure-seizing assembly will formally start." This person's shout immediately attracted the attention of the other cultivators. They couldn't help but draw closer to the spell formation one by one. The couple from the Masked Moon sect somewhat unwillingly walked forward into the range of the spell formation's restrictions. Seeing this scene, Wang Chan couldn't help but faintly smile underneath his mask. However, when his gaze turned to Han Li in the west, his cold smile immediately ceased. That was because Han Li actually didn't move in the slightest. He didn't have the slightest intention of registering his name. He had unexpectedly folded his arms and was engrossed in watching the crowd of cultivators gather together. What sect is that disciple from? After a while, Wang Chan coldly asked this. From his clothing, he should be a cultivator from Yellow Maple Valley. A ghost spirit sect cultivator seemed to sense that the young sect master was in a bad mood. He carefully replied, "Tell the 2 elders to start. This Yellow Maple Valley disciple seems to have some idea. To have me make use of myself is pretty impressive," Wang Chan insipidly said. However, a faint blood-red color could be seen from his eyes. It seemed to be releasing a faint scent of blood. "Yes, young master." The several ghost spirit sect guards shivered and respectfully answered. Watching from a distance, Han Li was leaning against a mountain rock. He seemed to be watching the group of cultivators register with a smile on his face. However, if one were to look at him closely, one would discover that his smile was forced and stiff. Furthermore, his forehead was covered in a thin layer of sweat. Those Yen clan members are actually ghost spirit sect cultivators. A moment ago, Han Li made this shocking discovery. Originally, when these ghost spirit sect members had disguised themselves as Yen clan members, Han Li hadn't the slightest suspicion. When he heard was required to go up to register, he had intended to comply. However, the moment when the person in the back raised his hand and called out to the crowd of cultivators, Han Li frighteningly discovered that Yen clan member actually had dark green fingernails about half an inch long. exactly the same as the fingernails of the yellow-haired ghost spirit sect eccentrics. Han Li was extremely shocked and immediately felt as if cold water was poured on his head. His heart felt extremely cold. There's no way an ordinary person could have such dark green fingernails. Could it be they are? After Han Li made some incredulous conjectures, he was naturally unwilling to step forward. At this time, he did his utmost to preserve a slight smile on his face as his eyes whirled in every direction, quietly observing.
However, his surroundings seemed to be very ordinary. There didn't seem to be anybody lying in ambush. Could it be that person's fingernails were just a coincidence?
Han Li immediately refuted the thought that this was a coincidence. In this world, how could there be so many coincidences? Furthermore, even if it were truly a coincidence, he still wouldn't take such a risk, especially with such a suspicious-looking spell formation. With this thought, Han Li didn't further hesitate. With a wave of his hand, his divine wind boat immediately appeared in his hand.
Having not yet thrown it out, a lazy voice could suddenly be heard from above him. Who would have thought that someone at such a young age as yours would have some foresight?
You were able to see our mistakes so quickly and wanted to leave. Could it be you didn't want to save your own sect members? Han Li's heart sunk. Without thinking, he suddenly stepped on the ground with the tip of his foot, and his figure suddenly leaped away behind him. When he shot out over 30 meters away, he finally stopped. But he then slapped his body and a red barrier suddenly enveloped him. Simultaneously, an azure light barrier appeared behind the red barrier, close to his body. At this moment, a slightly astonished gasp came from midair.
It wasn't known whether it was a gasp of admiration at Han Li's quick reaction or his amazement toward having activating two protective barriers at nearly the same time. After hearing this, Han Li felt slightly more at ease. Then with a solemn expression, he raised his head toward the sky. About 30 meters in the air, he saw a person with a silver mask and green robes standing on a huge pitchfork that was about 10 meters long. The dark green pitchfork was surrounded by a layer of black chi, causing those who saw it to feel incomparably cold. Having seen this, Han Li's heart grew cold, and he couldn't help but blurt out, "Ghost Spirit Sect's young master? Hee hee. It seems I don't need to introduce myself to you. It is great that you know who I am. However, you have best take the initiative to enter that formation and live a bit longer, else I will immediately extract your soul." The blood in Wang Chan's eyes seemed to have grown far more concentrated than when he was on the Earth platform. His eyes were now mostly red and faintly released a trace of violence. From a single look, Han Li's heart continuously stirred. He didn't know what fearsome secret technique he cultivated. However, when he heard the words "enter that formation," Han Li couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in shock. He turned his eyes, and the scene that unfolded before him caused his expression to become dreadfully dark. At an unknown time, a huge black light barrier had been created from the center of the huge formation, spanning over 300 meters in radius. A dense dark red fog filled the barrier. Not only did it cloud the scene within, but not the slightest sound could be heard, as if there was no one inside. Surrounding the light barrier stood 8 green-robed cultivators. They were attentively staring at the scene within the dark barrier, not a single one of them looking in their young master's direction. It seemed the subordinates of this young sect master seemed to have complete confidence in him. After Han Li swept his gaze back, he quickly regained his bearings. He didn't dare to be further distracted. Without a doubt, although this ghost spirit sect young master was only of mid-foundation establishment, he was an extremely fearsome opponent. If Han Li was careless for even a moment, he would remain at this location for eternity. With this thought, Han Li held out a talisman in his hand and a white light emerged from his palm. He held his hand out to the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a shield of white scales that covered his front. With his other hand, he threw out his divine wind boat about 30 meters behind him, where it gently floated in the air. The next step of Han Li's plan was naturally to board the divine wind boat and immediately escape. Only an idiot would stay here and resolutely risk their life against the ghost spirit sect's young master. Let alone fighting the young master of an outstanding sect. Even if he was able to defeat this young sect master, there would be many assistants waiting afterwards. He had no plans to meet his end in a crowd of enemies. Thus,
Han Li thought to hurriedly return to Yellow Maple Valley and report to his superiors of the cooperation between the Ghost Spirit sect and the Yen clan as his utmost priority. As for that Dong Xianer and that senior martial brother Feng, they could only hope that their masters would come and save them. Seeing Han Li's movements, Wang Chan wildly howled with laughter, causing Han Li to feel a violent chill. Thinking of running? How about you let me send you to the other side? Having said this Ghost Spirit sect young master suddenly spun around on his pitchfork, and in an instant, a scarlet, blood-red fog raced forward, aggressively sweeping toward Han Li in the form of a bloody cloud over 30 meters wide. When Han Li saw this, he didn't dare to further hesitate. He leaped into his divine wind boat and used its maximum output. In the blink of an eye, the boat with its passenger turned into a streak of white light, rushing toward the sky to escape. Hee hee. Boy, you know nothing. My great blood spirit art's evasion methods are truly more than just fast. You won't be able to escape. Wang Chan's wild laughs continued to follow behind Han Li. Although he didn't turn his head, Han Li felt that the other party's voice was getting closer and closer. This person's evasion technique was truly a bit quicker than his divine wind boat's top speed. Han Li's complexion became slight dark green,